Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Field Transmigration, Pretending to Cultivate Lincheng Town, Sunshine Hope Kindergarten. A ray of morning sunlight pierced through the window, landing on a little boy's utterly speechless face. He listened to the nursery rhyme playing in the classroom, watching a pretty teacher in a floral dress keeping time at the podium. With a gentle, child-soothing tone, she said, "Kids, listen to the song with me 2 more times, and then we'll all sing together, okay? Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." The little boy seated by the window in the back row was named Lin Zengren. At 5 years old, he was in his final year of kindergarten, class 3. Previously, he had been a 28-year-old who had just come into a windfall from a major demolition payout. However, he was forcefully bound to a rogue system that transmigrated him to this world. According to the system, this was a cultivation world, teeming with demons, ghosts, and bizarre phenomena. The living conditions for ordinary people were incredibly harsh. Lin Zengren was supposed to start as a lowly rogue cultivator, gradually improve his cultivation, expand his influence, and eventually establish his own sect to become the strongest in the world. But this cursed system. Never mind whether I wanted to transmigrate or not. Are you a pirated knockoff? Can you even tell where you've sent me? This still looks like Earth. Why are there cars, skyscrapers, and hot pot restaurants in a cultivation world? And why am I in kindergarten? And for heaven's sake, why am I only 5 years old? I can't even swear properly anymore. System activated. Congratulations, host, on successfully transmigrating. The world you're in is called Linkai Continent. Cultivation levels here range from 1 to 100. At level 100, one can become a god. With every 10 levels, you will gain a unique skill to significantly boost your combat power. Lin Zengren heard the system's voice echoing in his head. This setup. You really are pirated, no doubt about it. You are currently at cultivation level 1, with ordinary aptitude. A month into this world, your cultivation has not advanced, and you are at a complete loss about how to proceed. But today, fate smiles upon you. You encounter a rare opportunity, a fairy from a righteous sect, Aizen, whose cultivation level seems low. Through eavesdropping, you learn that she possesses a pure yang elixir, which is said to massively boost cultivation if consumed. Combined with a red blood elixir, it can even rebuild your physique. You must find a way to acquire this elixir to overcome your average aptitude. If you fail, blame your shallow luck and seek other opportunities. What the? It's been a month, and you still haven't fixed your transmigration bug? System, for the love of everything holy, open your eyes. I'm in a modern society. There's no Aizen with a magical elixir here. What opportunities am I supposed to seize? Lin Zengren? Lin Zengren. You're pressing on my hair. The mosquito-like voice of the classmate sitting next to him interrupted Lin Zengren's thoughts. The little girl wore a pink dress and had her hair in pigtails. She looked at Lin Zengren with innocent, wide eyes. Her name was King, his deskmate and childhood friend, the girl next door. Lin Zengren. My hair. Her voice was soft, as if she were afraid of him. Lin Zengren turned his head and saw that her hair was indeed caught under his arm. But instead of moving, he curiously asked, "Who told you to put your hair under my arm?" King, looking pitiful, didn't dare retort. "I'm sorry. It's my fault. But could you lift your arm? I can't move, and I need to go to the bathroom." Afraid he might refuse, she pulled out a piece of milk candy from her pocket. "I'll give you this candy. My mom gave it to me this morning. It's my only one." Lin Zengren couldn't be bothered to argue with a child and lifted his arm. King quickly pulled her hair free, smoothed it out, and nervously placed the milk candy in front of him. "Here, you can have it." She glanced anxiously at the teacher on the podium, hesitating, clutching her stomach, her face full of conflict. "I don't eat this stuff," Lin Zengren said. He wasn't fond of sweets and initially intended to return the candy. But just as he picked it up, the system's voice reappeared. "To think you managed to coax a righteous fairy into giving you the pure yang elixir without lifting a finger. Impressive. You should consume it immediately. Otherwise, if she changes her mind, You'll lose this opportunity. You might also ask if she has other treasures or consider leaving before she regrets her decision. Lin Zhengrun? He stared at the milk candy in his hand and suddenly realized. This system might be blind. Wait a second. Could it be? With a mix of curiosity and mischief, Lin Zhengrun unwrapped the milk candy and ate it. To his surprise, a sense of refreshment washed over him, accompanied by a sweet milky taste. No, it wasn't just the taste. He could feel power surging from his fists. At that moment, Lin Zhengrun felt like he could swat a giant mosquito barehanded. The elixir has enhanced your cultivation. Your level has risen to 3. Strength +1, stamina +1. Though this world didn't match the system's descriptions, Lin Zhengrun did feel stronger. He King, who had been watching, was confused. I thought you didn't eat it? She asked in her childlike voice. Lin Zhengrun froze momentarily, then realized. So the system could still function even in a modern setting? This just got interesting. He looked at He King meaningfully. She, mistaking his gaze for anger, lowered her head in fear, clutching her stomach. I didn't say anything. Lin Zhengrun grinned. He King, do you have anything else to eat? He King shook her head, her ponytail swaying. No. Lin Zhengrun's smile turned ominous. Are you sure? Didn't your mom give you a bunch of snacks this morning? He King, still clutching her stomach, fished a single date from her pocket. Just this. I ate everything else. Red blood elixir. This is the perfect complement to the pure yang elixir. Consuming both together will transform your physique, unlocking the door to the world of cultivation. It really works. Even in this different world, doing similar things could still exploit the system's bugs for rewards. Lin Zhengrun took the date from her hand. Seeing He King on the verge of tears, he sighed and said, I won't take it for free. You're holding your stomach because you're too scared to ask the teacher to let you go to the bathroom, right? I'll call the teacher for you. In exchange, this date is mine. Deal? He King blinked in disbelief. In her memory, her next-door neighbor, brother Lin Zhengrun, had always been grumpy. Why would he say something like this? Well? Do we have a deal? Lin Zhengrun asked again. He King nodded frantically. Lin Zhengrun didn't hesitate. He raised his hand. Teacher. He King needs to go to the bathroom. He King turned betrayed. The entire class looked at her. But the kindergarten teacher was unfazed. Go ahead, but come back quickly. He King, flustered but relieved, stood up and timidly replied, Thank you, teacher. I'll be quick. She glanced gratefully at Lin Zhengrun, who was examining the date, and hurried out. She was about to burst. Lin Zhengrun ate the date and immediately felt another surge of power. The teacher, however, coughed sternly. Lin Zhengrun. No eating snacks during class. You'll distract the other kids. Wait until recess. What horror. After taking the fairy's treasures, you now face her master's 1,000-mile telepathic reprimand. It's fortunate you didn't harm her, or her master's retaliation would have been inevitable. This experience warns you to tread carefully in this world, or your life may be forfeit. You successfully absorbed the red blood elixir. Your aptitude has been upgraded from ordinary to slightly extraordinary. Your level has risen to 4. Energy +1. Lin Zhengrun. Got it, teacher, Lin Zhengrun said. This seems like a narration system. Still, misfortune and blessings go hand in hand. At least there's no real danger to my life here. I can focus on developing steadily. But how do I cultivate in this world? Surely I can't just rely on eating elixirs. Wait, don't tell me I have to study. Lin Zhengrun flipped open a kindergarten workbook. Cultivation in progress. This is an elementary cultivation manual. Memorizing it fully will allow you to break through to level 5. Lin Zhengrun, seriously? That means the difficulty will escalate like crazy later on. Chapter 2, A Perfect Life beckons. A flustered sound came from the girl's restroom. He King pressed the flush button and stared at her wet sleeve, realizing she'd accidentally splashed herself in her rush. Panicking, she rushed to the sink to clean it off with water. Just then, the recess bell rang. A little boy passing by the sink saw her sniffing her sleeve while washing it. After freezing for a moment, he curiously asked, What are you doing? Don't tell me you peed on your sleeve just now? He King's face turned red as she lowered her head, refusing to answer. She quickened her scrubbing pace. The boy suddenly grinned mischievously and even shouted loudly, Come and see, everyone. This girl peed on her clothes and is washing them. His yelling drew a crowd of curious children. Terrified, He King burst into tears, her eyes blurred with tears as she didn't dare turn around. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengrun, still in the classroom, heard the commotion and the system's voice chimed in. You parted ways with the fairy, only to hear the sounds of a fight in the distance. It seems the fairy is being bullied by evildoers. Saving her may earn you her gratitude and perhaps a treasure as a reward. However, Not intervening is also a valid choice. Cultivation is dangerous, and every action should be carefully considered. Without hesitation, Lin Zhengren left the classroom. He found He King surrounded by a crowd, wiping her tears in grievance. He pushed his way through the group and demanded, "Who shouted just now? What's wrong with you? Come out here." The children fell silent as soon as they saw Lin Zhengren. He had a reputation in the kindergarten for being an intimidating figure. Never playing with anyone, ignoring others, and speaking harshly. Most of the kids were scared of him. However, thanks to his good looks, some girls secretly admired his unique personality. Now that he had spoken, no one dared respond. He King looked at Lin Zhengren through her tear-filled eyes, her face full of injustice. Lin Zhengren walked up to her. "Why are you crying? If someone says something to you, can't you say something back? Why just cry?" Soft-spoken and introverted, He King rarely argued with others, making her an easy target for bullies who enjoyed teasing her. As her childhood friend who occasionally ate at her house, Lin Zhengren felt obligated to step in from time to time. "Wah! Stop crying. If you keep crying, I won't help you anymore." He King immediately stopped crying but continued sniffling, her eyes still red. "Who bullied you? Point them out," Lin Zhengren said. He King lowered her head, unwilling to speak. Annoyed, Lin Zhengren pinched her cheeks. "Are you going to talk or not?" Though it didn't hurt, He King still looked pitiful, whimpering until she finally glanced toward the culprit. Following her gaze, Lin Zhengren saw a trembling little boy, pale-faced with fear. "Was it you who bullied He King?" Lin Zhengren's eyes widened. "When I told you to come out, why didn't you? Come on, we're going to the teacher now. If the teacher doesn't handle it, we'll settle it outside." He started walking toward the boy, but before he could finish speaking, the boy began crying as well. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Grabbing the boy's shirt, Lin Zhengren said, "Who can hear you muttering like that? Didn't you shout loudly just now? Shout again. Say, He King, I'm sorry." Terrified, the boy sobbed loudly, "I'm sorry. He King, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Seeing his intimidation succeed, Lin Zhengren let go and left the crowd without looking back. He King, her face red from crying, quickly followed him. As she walked behind him, she overheard the murmurs of the other children. The girls in the crowd whispered to one another, "Lin Zhengren is so cool. Yeah, he's got such a unique vibe." Biting her lip, He King hurried to keep up with Lin Zhengren, sticking close behind him. "You chose to save the fairy. She is deeply grateful and now admires your remarkable skills. She even begins to entertain the thought of joining you on your future adventures. Deciding whether to travel alone or with a companion is a crucial choice for your journey." "Choice?" Lin Zhengren thought, rolling his eyes. "What choice? I'm 5 years old. Am I supposed to stop going to school tomorrow to explore the world?" The next 2 periods were playtime. The students of Class 3 were running around in the kindergarten yard. Lin Zhengren sat by the slide while He King stood silently next to him, looking as if she'd done something wrong. Lin Zhengren sighed. In his previous life, he wasn't particularly harsh, but He King's overly timid and naive personality made it impossible to speak to her gently. She never fought back when bullied and barely spoke up, which was frustrating. "Why are you standing in front of me? You're blocking my sunlight." "Oh." He King mumbled, taking 2 hurried steps to the side. "Now you're blocking my breeze," Lin Zhengren said flatly. "Huh?" He King panicked. Then, "Where should I stand? Why don't you sit down?" But the ground is dirty everywhere except next to you." "Then sit on the dirt." "Okay." He King genuinely started to sit down. "Okay, my foot. Sit next to me." Lin Zhengren barked. Startled, He King cautiously sat down beside him. She tucked her legs together and folded her hands on her lap, fidgeting before nervously saying, "Thank you for saving me earlier. How should I repay you? Do you have more snacks?" Lin Zhengren asked. He King shook her head vigorously. "I don't have any left, but I still have some at home. There are candies in my room." She gestured with her hands, describing a box about the size of her 2 small hands. "It's filled to the brim. Probably thousands of them." She doesn't know numbers, Lin Zhengren thought, chuckling. "So, a storage box, huh? All for me?" He King nodded like a petting chick. "Yes, all for you. Do you want anything else?" The fairy's gratitude is boundless. She even offers an entire box of her sex elixirs. Judging by her tone, she may possess a particularly valuable treasure. "Will you take it all or let it be?" Curious, Lin Zhengren asked, "Do you have anything else?" He King hesitated, then reluctantly said, "I also have a big chocolate bar. My dad bought it for me on my birthday. I've been keeping it under my wardrobe, saving it because I can't bear to eat it." Seeing her expression, Lin Zhengren asked if he could take a look. He King nodded and promised to show it to him that evening. Not long after, the kindergarten's dismissal bell rang. The pretty teacher organized the class 3 students into a line to leave the school gate one by one. Everyone, stay in line and don't run around. You'll be home soon. Lin Zhengren stood at the back of the line, spotting his parents waving at him from outside the gate. In the months since his transmigration, Lin Zhengren had came to understand his new life. His father, Lin K, nicknamed Lin Handsome, was a steady-looking civil servant in the small town. He had good connections and authority at home. His mother, Lin Seili, worked at a nail salon and had a sweet but slightly naive personality. She earned more than his dad, and her husband's nickname came from a cartoon she liked. Their family wasn't wealthy, but they were healthy and content. They even owned a 100,000 yuan car bought 2 years ago. Though this was the result of a failed transmigration, Lin Zhengren had only one thought: the curse of the web novel orphanage is finally broken. With this perfect family and his ability to exploit system bugs, wasn't a happy life waving enthusiastically at him? Chapter 3, The Naive He King. Outside the school gate, Lin Seili bent down with a cheerful smile to greet the two children. School's out. How were things today, Ranran and King? Did you have fun at school? Seeing that her mother hadn't arrived, He King nodded and replied softly, it was fun, before hesitantly asking, Andy, where is my mom? Lin Seili, speaking in a tone as gentle as coaxing a child, patted He King's head. Your mom has to work overtime tonight, so she asked me to pick you up. You'll have dinner at our house tonight, okay? She held up a finger and added, I bought shrimp today. They're really delicious. Your mom already agreed. He King's sadness over her mother's absence was quickly overshadowed by her love of shrimp. She glanced at Lin Zhengren, biting her lip nervously, afraid he might disapprove. Lin Kai opened the car door. Ranran, you and King can sit in the back. Let's hurry, traffic will get that soon. Lin Seili responded with a cheerful got it. And ushered the children into the car. Lin Zhengren got into the back seat first, but when he saw He King still standing outside, he frowned. What are you waiting for? Get in. Oh, He King murmured softly, her face lighting up slightly as she climbed into the car to sit beside him. On the way home, Lin Seili, seated in the front passenger seat, opened a bag of snacks and handed it to the children. Ranran, King, here's some chocolate for you. Remembering the system, Lin Zhengren took a piece but didn't hear any prompts. Puzzled about why nothing was triggering, he handed the snack to He King instead. Here, you eat it, he said. He King looked surprised, and Lin Seili was even more astonished, smiling meaningfully. Oh? Ranran and King are getting along so well now. You're even sharing your snacks with her? I just don't like sweets, Lin Zhengren replied, turning to look out the window. Lin Seili chuckled, covering her mouth. Really? There's actually a kid who doesn't like snacks? He King, less concerned about the deeper implications, looked flustered. You really don't want it? Nope. It's yours. Holding the snack, He King stared at it but didn't open it, though she did swallow nervously. Lin Seili gently reminded her, if you're not going to eat it now, save it for later. Ranran said he doesn't want it, so he definitely won't eat it. Okay, He King whispered, stealing a glance at Lin Zhengren. In a tiny voice, she added, I'll show you the stuff I mentioned when we get home. He replied. Seeing that he wasn't upset, He King carefully put the chocolate in her pocket. When they arrived home, He King ran to her own house first, carrying her school bag. She entered the password and opened the door. He King lived in a single-parent household. Her mother often worked overtime, so she was used to coming home alone. From behind, Lin Seili called out, King, we'll call you when dinner's ready, okay? Got it. I'm just grabbing something. He King put down her school bag, went to her bedroom, and found a box of candies. Then she crawled under her wardrobe, stretching to reach a small box hidden there. Wiping off the dust, she pursed her lips reluctantly but remembered what had happened earlier that day and decided to give it to Lin Zhengren. Hugging the two boxes, she went over to Lin Zhengren's house, where Lin Seili and Lin Kai were busy cooking in the kitchen. He King, naturally intimidated by Lin Zhengren, stood at the doorway of his bedroom, which he hadn't bothered to close. She watched him organizing his things on the bed but didn't dare step inside. From the doorway, she called out timidly, Lin Zhengren. I brought the stuff. He responded without looking up, assuming she had entered. But after a while, he noticed she was still standing there, staring at him with wide eyes. What are you standing there for? He King hesitated, lowering her head. She was afraid that entering without permission would anger him, but she didn't dare explain. Lin Zhengren patted the bed. Come sit here. Give me the stuff, then close the door. Okay. He King obediently followed his instructions. She sat on the bed, handed over the boxes, got up to close the door, and then stood there absent-mindedly, looking lost. Even her movements followed his sequence exactly, as if she didn't dare alter them. Though Lin Zengren wasn't usually quick to anger, a vein throbbed on his forehead at this moment. He walked over, lightly pinched her cheeks, and scolded, "Why are you standing there again? Sit on the bed." Sorry. You're making it look like I'm always bullying you, but you're the one who drives me crazy." Feeling wronged, King murmured, "I don't." Returning to the bed, Lin Zengren opened the candy box. Jackpot. It's a box full of nourishing elixirs. While the quality isn't particularly high, the quantity is exceptional. For someone new to cultivation, these are invaluable. If you consume and absorb them properly, leveling up several times within half a year is entirely possible. That's odd, Lin Zengren thought, recalling the chocolate his mom had given him earlier. Could it be that only items from the king are considered treasures by the system? "Where did you get these candies?" he asked. "They're from my mom. I save a few each time so I won't run out someday," King explained. Opening the second, flatter box, Lin Zengren found the large chocolate bar King had mentioned earlier. Inside was a block of dark chocolate studded with whole nuts. Unfortunately, it looked spoiled, likely due to its age. Black blood paste. Though of excellent quality, environmental corrosion has rendered it ineffective. It is now useless. Lin Zengren was about to tell her the chocolate was expired but stopped when he saw her expression. Her small hands were clenched together, and she looked incredibly anxious. "Are you reluctant to give it to me?" he asked curiously. King quickly shook her head. "No. It's not that. It's just..." She hesitated before whispering, "This is the only gift my dad ever gave me. If you really want it, could you leave me a small piece? Just a little." "What if I don't?" Lin Zengren asked, smirking. "What if I don't leave you any? Not even a crumb? Then where are you throwing the leftovers?" "I'll go pick them up," King replied, tears forming in her eyes. Lin Zengren, at a loss for words, handed the chocolate back to her. "Don't cry. I don't like this stuff. You can keep it. But as payment for me saving you earlier." He shook the candy box in his hand. "This box isn't enough. From now on, every time your mom gives you candy, you have to share some with me. And you have to listen to me. Got it?" King's tears instantly stopped. Hugging the chocolate tightly, she nodded eagerly. "Okay. I'll split my candy in half with you every time. I'll listen to you." "Good," Lin Zengren said, nodding. "It's a deal. You have chosen to temporarily team up with the fairy." Her naivety and gratitude have led her to agree to follow your lead. Perhaps out of obligation for taking her offerings, you consider teaching her about the dangers of the world during your time together, knowing you won't remain companions for long. This will help her on her future cultivation path. Chapter 4, A Month of Changes. This system really seems to understand what I want. I'm not a terrible person at heart. If I take something from it, I should give something back. From the kitchen, his mom shouted, "Ranran, King, come eat. The shrimp is steamed and ready." Lin Zengren and little King left the bedroom in response. The two kids sat at the dining table, while Lin Zili placed a plate of shrimp in front of them. "You two peel and eat these yourselves. King, don't hold back here at Andy's house." King hesitated, waiting for Lin Zengren to make the first move before she dared to take a shrimp. Her timid movements couldn't hide her inner glutton. She snapped the shrimp's head off and bit into it, savoring the flavor. The sweetness of the shrimp brought an unmistakable look of joy to her face. She then placed the body of the shrimp in front of Lin Zengren. "Why are you giving this to me?" Lin Zengren asked curiously. "Do you not like it? Are you picky?" King stammered, "I'm not picky." Lin Zengren understood immediately. She was trying to give him the tastiest part of the shrimp. King had a kind heart, a deep sense of gratitude for even the smallest kindness. She just didn't express it aloud, making it difficult for other kids to understand her. Only someone like Lin Zengren, who had been reborn, could guess her thoughts. "If you're not picky, then take it back," he said firmly. King wanted to explain that the shrimp meat was delicious and that's why she was giving it to him, but Lin Zengren's stern look silenced her. She reluctantly took the shrimp back, lowered her head, and nibbled on it timidly. That evening, Auntie came home from overtime and took King away. Auntie was a stern woman, always with a serious expression that gave the impression of a heavy burden. Her strictness, combined with the absence of King's father, was likely the root of King's timid nature. On their way home, Auntie held her daughter's hand and asked, King, why do I feel like you're afraid of your Ranran brother? Don't you like playing with him?" King answered without hesitation, "I do." "Then why do you keep calling him Lin Zengren instead of Ranran brother?" At first, King had called him Ranran brother, but Lin Zengren didn't like it, so she switched to using his full name. Auntie didn't press further when her daughter fell silent again. "Let's go visit Grandma this winter, okay?" It's been a long time since we went back home. Okay. That night, in his bedroom, Lin Zhengren ate the box of candy King had given him. Each piece made him feel stronger, more energetic, or more vitalized. Just like a cultivation elixir. The candy was so effective that he finished the entire box in one night. Good thing kids have strong teeth. Even after eating a whole box, he didn't feel any pain. For the next month, Lin Zhengren made it a habit to ask King for snacks every day. In exchange, he would give her some of the snacks his parents gave him. He wasn't interested in the snacks themselves but in the system rewards they brought. During this time, he also began teaching King how to stand up for herself. Or, as others might see it, how to cause trouble. For example, during class, if someone whispered bad things about King, Lin Zhengren would tell her to throw a paper ball at them. King didn't want to. You heard them bad-mouthing you, didn't you? Throw it. Lin Zhengren demanded. When she still hesitated, he pinched her cheek. Do as I say. You promised, didn't you? Or do you want to break your promise? Under the tyranny of Lin Zhengren, King had no choice but to comply. But when the other kids saw it was King who threw the paper ball, they simply glanced at Lin Zhengren and said nothing further. Lin Zhengren pushed her in other ways too. At lunch, if King didn't get enough to eat, she used to stay hungry until dinner. But now, Lin Zhengren would make her raise her hand and call out, "Teacher, I'm still hungry." If her voice was too soft, Lin Zhengren would poke her leg. Speak up. Who can hear you whispering like a mosquito? He also made her ask for partners during activities, call for the teacher when she was scared to go to the restroom alone, and more. By the end of the month, King didn't know what had gotten into Lin Zhengren. He seemed to be bullying her more than ever. But while she initially couldn't do anything and later realized resistance was futile, she found herself less shy about speaking up as time went on. One day, Lin Zioli took Lin Zhengren shopping at the mall. She loved browsing for clothes and shoes, taking forever at each store. Lin Zhengren, bored out of his mind, stood at the entrance and noticed a familiar figure outside the children's taekwondo studio. It was King, standing by herself and watching a promotional video on repeat. Today, while out, you accidentally discover Fairy He studying a certain sex martial art technique. You feel curious and wonder if you should approach her. He walked over and tapped her on the shoulder. King? She jumped, relaxing only when she saw it was him. She clasped her hands nervously in front of her like she'd done something wrong. Why do you always have your head down when I see you? Next time, try looking up when you talk to me, Lin Zhengren said bluntly. King lifted her head but still looked timid. Lin Zhengren sighed. What are you doing here? Did your mom bring you? King pointed to a nearby cafe. Following her gaze, Lin Zhengren spotted Auntie He sitting with a man. Her expression was as stern as ever, and it looked like she might start yelling at any moment. That's your dad. King nodded. Mom's arguing with him again. I didn't want to hear them fight, so I came outside. Her voice grew softer. They rarely meet, but they always argue. I hate it. Despite the heavy atmosphere, Lin Zhengren couldn't help but laugh. You actually expressed your feelings? You're learning to dislike things now? Seems like my bullying this past month wasn't for nothing. King blushed and quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head to indicate she hadn't meant to slip up. Lin Zhengren pulled her hands away, scolding, Why are you shaking your head? Speaking your mind isn't a bad thing. Keeping silent all the time. Do you think that's good? Do you think people like that? King pressed her lips together, wringing her hands nervously before whispering, But if I talk too much, I'm afraid people will get annoyed. Lin Zhengren sighed. He could imagine Auntie He coming home after work with a cold expression, making King too scared to bother her. Even so, it's better than being silent all the time. When you're with me, just say whatever you're thinking, got it? King nodded vigorously. Lin Zhengren turned his attention to the taekwondo promotional video. Taekwondo? I didn't think you'd be interested in something like this. Are you planning to learn it? King blushed and shook her head. Not really. I just think it looks cool, and I want to. She trailed off again, unable to finish her sentence. Frustrated, Lin Zhengren flicked her forehead. Ow! King clutched her head, her eyes welling with tears. Speak up. Lin Zhengren demanded. Didn't I tell you to say what you're thinking? King mustered her courage and stammered, I just want to protect you. If someone bullies you in the future, I can protect you. Chapter 5, A Changed Fate. Lin Zhengren froze before bursting into laughter. You're going to protect me? You must have misspoken, right? King nodded, then realized something was off and quickly shook her head. She opened her mouth like a nervous little chick, because you're always making the teachers and classmates mad at you in kindergarten, and none of the boys play with you. I thought if someone bullies you in the future, I could help you teach them a lesson. And stand up for you. Lin Zhengren couldn't stop laughing, while He King's face turned bright red. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to make a sound. But aren't you the one who's always getting picked on? You can't even protect yourself. How are you going to help me? Lin Zhengren teased. He King bit her lip, her voice dropping even lower. Not anymore. Since you've been teaching me to do bad things, the teachers say I've been led astray by you. Now no one picks on me. Except you. Lin Zhengren's laughter came to an abrupt stop. True. Thinking about it, lately, no one but me has been bothering you. But since you know I'm bullying you, why would you still want to protect me? She lowered her head, unsure of the reason herself. It was just how she felt. Lin Zhengren reached out his hand. He King flinched, thinking he was about to pinch her cheek again, and quickly shut her eyes and hunched her shoulders. But all he did was pat her on the shoulder. Even though I don't expect you to protect me, thanks anyway, he said with a smile. Then he turned to the taekwondo ad playing on the screen nearby. As for this taekwondo thing, if you really want to learn, ask Auntie to sign you up. Who knows? Maybe you'll become pretty awesome at it one day. Oh really? He King asked, wide-eyed with surprise. Of course, you never know with these things, Lin Zhengren replied casually. Children don't always fully understand their feelings, but He King was starting to realize why she didn't dislike being bullied by him. Lin Zhengren never dismissed her ideas. Every time her timidity held her back, he pushed her forward, giving her confidence. From afar, Lin Zili's voice called out, Ranran. Time to go. Lin Zhengren turned and shouted back, coming. He waved goodbye to He King. I have to go find my mom. See you tomorrow at school. Don't forget to bring me snacks. Your words have subtly influenced Fairy He's heart, altering her destiny in some way. Encounter reward, +1 charm, huh? A hidden event? As Lin Zhengren walked away, He King waved her small hand, her cheeks tinged pink. A moment later, she turned and headed back to the cafe where her parents were. That night, Auntie returned home in a huff, dragging He King along. He King sat watching her mother sob silently on the sofa. Every time her mom met with her dad, it ended like this. But this time, He King intervened for the first time. She poured a glass of water and handed it to her mom. Mom, you should just divorce Dad. Stop being so upset. Auntie froze in shock, staring at her usually quiet daughter. Tears welled up even more before she suddenly laughed through her sobs. Her voice trembled as she asked, who taught you to say that? When did you learn to talk like this? He King had always been quiet, but she wasn't dumb. She'd wanted to say these things for a long time. Lin Zhengren's month of bad influence had finally given her the courage. Auntie pulled her daughter into her arms and stroked her hair. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll be happier from now on. A month passed. It was Wednesday morning, and Lin Yingjun was driving Lin Zhengren to school. Sitting in the car, Lin Zhengren flipped through a kindergarten workbook. When the system's voice chimed in, his eyes filled with tears of joy. Finally. After 2 months of conning He King and diligent cultivation, he'd reached level 10. After 2 months of cultivation, you've finally broken through to level 10. This marks your first milestone on the path of cultivation. You've unlocked your first exclusive ability. As proof of your progress, the low-grade elixirs provided by Fairy He will no longer have any effect. Lin Zhengren wasn't surprised by the system's announcement. Over the past 2 months, he'd eaten so many snacks that they no longer tasted as good. In cultivation terms, it was probably a case of developing resistance. Your current attributes are as follows: Strength, 3 Stamina, 4 Energy, 2 Charm, 2. You've unlocked your first exclusive skill, Fortune Link. Your bond with Fairy He has created a unique change in your cultivation path. Over the past 2 months, you've discovered that whenever Fairy He improves, you gain progress as well. In the cultivation world, this is known as a fortune meridian. Establishing a sect often relies on this principle. After delving deeply into this method, you've made modest progress. Skill, Fortune Link Effect. Whenever you form a contract with a willing follower, their cultivation breakthroughs will grant you double the benefits. Note, the contract requires the follower's genuine consent to succeed. A contract? Why does this feel so familiar? Still, this ability was powerful. He couldn't deny he liked the sound of it. Fairy He is just ahead of you today. After 2 months together, do you want to form a contract with her or choose someone else? Ranran, we're here. Dad has to go to work now, Lin Yingjun said as he pulled up to the school gates. Got it. Drive safe, Dad, Lin Zhengren replied, jumping out of the car. Sure enough, not far from the school gates, He King was standing with her mom. Auntie seemed in better spirits than usual, stroking her daughter's hair and giving her reminders about listening to the teachers. With a bright smile, He King waved goodbye to her mom. Bye, Mom. Be careful on your way to work. As Lin Zhengren approached, He King immediately straightened up and greeted him sweetly. Lin Zhengren. Good morning. Watching Auntie leave in a taxi, Lin Zhengren remarked, your mom looks happier today. King nodded lightly, following his gaze. Ever since my parents got divorced, they've both been a lot happier. From her pocket, she pulled out a bag of candies and handed it to him. Here, I asked Mom to buy these for you. They're all your favorite flavors. 2 months had passed, and King had shed many of her bad habits. She spoke more freely now and wasn't as secretive as before. Though she was still a little reserved at times, it was a big improvement. Lin Zhengren waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to give me snacks anymore. I don't want them. Huh? King froze, panic flashing across her face. Tears welled up as she stammered, why? Are you mad at me? Why don't you want them anymore? What do you mean mad? I just don't want them, Lin Zhengren said, exasperated. But why? Did I do something wrong? She asked anxiously. I just don't feel like eating them anymore. Keep them for yourself, he explained casually. They no longer boosted his progress, so there was no point in eating them. Why are you crying now? Lin Zhengren asked, giving her an incredulous look. Chapter 6, The Taekwondo Master. Seeing King suddenly tear up, her eyes red and watery, Lin Zhengren couldn't help but tug at her soft cheeks. Why are you crying? I'm not taking your stuff anymore, so shouldn't you be happy? Now you can have even more snacks every day. King whimpered as her face ached from his tugging, staring at him with watery eyes and muttering, but you used to take my stuff every day. Why don't you want it any more today? Lin Zhengren paused, unsure of what to say. Are you sick or something? Have you gotten addicted to being bullied? King held her cheeks with both hands, clutching the candy in her tiny fist, still looking pitifully at him. Too tired to continue the conversation, Lin Zhengren changed the subject. Didn't you say you were going to ask your mom to sign you up for Taekwondo? Did you? She shook her head. Not yet. You don't want to anymore? I do. Before Lin Zhengren could scold her for being too timid to speak up, she quickly waved her hands in explanation. It's not that I don't want to say it. It's just that my mom's been busy with the divorce lately. I was planning to tell her tonight. Lin Zhengren nodded in approval. Good. You're indecisive about little things, but at least you're clear-headed about the big stuff. As the kindergarten teacher began calling the children inside, Lin Zhengren and King walked toward the school. King said softly, it's just that my parents haven't shared a bed for a long time. Since they're unhappy together, it's better for them to split up sooner. Lin Zhengren gave her an admiring look. You're starting to sound much smarter than before. It's refreshing. King shyly lowered her head, feeling his words sounded a little strange. From a distance, the teacher called out, King, are you here? Before Lin Zhengren could habitually call out for her, King raised her hand first. Teacher, I'm here. The teacher responded, all right, get in line and don't run around. Watching King's shy gesture, Lin Zhengren felt that his 2 months of effort hadn't gone to waste. During the morning self-study session, Lin Zhengren stared at King as she held onto the edge of her chair, blinking her big eyes in confusion. What is it, Lin Zhengren? She asked. He smiled. King, do you want to stick with me forever? The system hadn't explained how to form a contract, but he figured sincerity on both sides would do the trick. But King didn't understand. What do you mean by stick with you forever? At that moment, she overheard some classmates reading an illustrated storybook. It showed a cartoon bride and groom at a wedding, with the caption, 2 people who will stay together forever. King's clever little mind quickly connected the dots. Her face turned bright red. Stick with him forever must mean getting married, becoming a bride and groom, and even sleeping together. Lin Zhengren, oblivious to her interpretation, continued, it doesn't mean anything else. You can think of it however you want. Maybe as just being good for it. Before he could finish, she looked back at him, her face still flushed, and nodded shyly. Okay. I'm willing. Lin Zhengren was surprised by her decisiveness and extended his hand. Then let's pinky promise. No take-backs. King hooked her little finger around his and repeated earnestly, no take-backs. You've successfully formed a fortune bond with Fairy He, stealing talent from a potential rival sect. From now on, whenever Fairy He improves her cultivation, you will gain double the progress. However, it seems Fairy He had other thoughts when forming this bond. Other thoughts? Lin Zhengren asked bluntly, what are you thinking about me right now? Still holding on to his pinky, King looked confused and replied naively, huh? I don't have any thoughts. I'm just thinking I'll follow you from now on. Lin Zhengren retracted his hand, placing a kindergarten book in front of her. As a transmigrator, he didn't consider anything beyond her being a 5-year-old kid. Fine, think whatever you want. Just read your book. Okay. That day passed uneventfully. Lin Zhengren watched King flipping through her book and then checked the system's cultivation progress bar. Why wasn't it moving? Did reading not count as cultivation for her? After school, King approached her mom. Mom, I want to sign up for a class. And he, who had came to pick her up, was visibly surprised. When she'd been struggling with whether to divorce, her daughter had been so withdrawn and silent. Now, with the divorce finalized, King seemed to have become more talkative. And he felt like the entire family was moving toward a brighter future. She knelt to meet her daughter's eyes. King, what kind of class do you want? Something to prepare for elementary school? King shook her head and pulled out a flyer from her pocket. No, it's this one. And he took the flyer and froze upon seeing the title. She looked at her docile daughter, then at the cheerful kids on the flyer. Taekwondo? You know this is all about fighting, right? You want to learn this? Do you think you can handle it? You might get hurt. King nodded and muttered, I can handle it. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. And he chuckled and, after some thought, patted her daughter's head. They say kids grow up all of a sudden. King, you've really grown up overnight. I didn't even realize when you became so strong. She stood up and held her daughter's hand. All right, let's go check it out. If you really want to do this, I'll pay for the class today. Thank you, Mom. King beamed. Shortly after, Auntie brought her daughter to the children's taekwondo center in a nearby mall. Watching the kids sparring, she couldn't help but worry. But King's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched her peers, strong and fearless. After the coach reassured her of the kids' safety, Auntie signed King up. From that day on, King officially began her journey in taekwondo. It wasn't long before Lin Zhengren noticed something interesting. His cultivation progress bar started moving again. Fairy He, after wandering for months since leaving her sect, has finally found her cultivation path. She is now a beginner martial artist. As her fortune-bound partner, you have automatically advanced to a low-level martial artist. Strength +2. Spirit level +1, total level 11, so. King's cultivation path is taekwondo? I can already imagine what she'll be like in the future. Winter soon arrived, and this year's snow came early. The kindergarten went on winter break, but King's taekwondo training continued. At the taekwondo center, Lin Zhengren sat in the spectator seats, watching King sparring in her tiny uniform. Her cute face and powerful kicks created a strange contrast, but it was clear she had a knack for it. In just over a month, the timid girl who used to get bullied had turned into a standout at the taekwondo center, even beating many boys. She'd become recognized as one of their top students. Of course, much of this was thanks to Lin Zhengren secretly coaching her during his free time. Chapter 7, moving up to 2nd grade. As for why Lin Zhengren was so skilled in taekwondo, it could only be attributed to the incredible level 10 talent granted by the system. Whenever King improved her skills, Lin Zhengren's abilities would double, and even theoretical knowledge about taekwondo would naturally surface in his mind. This allowed Lin Zhengren to guide King to higher levels whenever she hit a plateau, using both theory and practice. For example, today, on a Saturday, Lin Zhengren and King were practicing grappling techniques on the bed. King struck a fighting pose, let out a fierce ha, and tried to throw Lin Zhengren. But with a swift counter, Lin Zhengren flipped her onto the bed. Flat on her back with her legs arched, King froze, staring at Lin Zhengren standing triumphantly over her. Her clear eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Lin Zhengren, you're amazing. How did you do that? Sitting down, Lin Zhengren began explaining the key points of the move, and King listened intently. But halfway through, Lin Zhengren noticed King sitting like a duck, her little hands clutching the blanket as she suddenly giggled. With a stern face, Lin Zhengren asked, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? King quickly shook her head, her ponytail swaying. No. Everything's right. But, Lin Zhengren, how are you good at everything? You didn't even sign up, yet you're better than me. Crossing his arms and puffing up his chest, Lin Zhengren declared with an adult-like pride, why wouldn't I be better than you? Isn't that normal? King nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Normal. The two kids locked eyes, and Lin Zhengren noticed something odd in King's gaze. A focused intensity that he couldn't quite describe. What's with that look? He asked. King hesitated, lowering her head shyly and gripping the blanket tighter. Nothing, I'm really grateful to you. You've always helped me train. Lin Zhengren, why don't you sign up for taekwondo too? Then we could train together every day. Closing his eyes, Lin Zhengren firmly refused, I'm not signing up for that. I'm not interested in taekwondo. I'm just helping you so you can get stronger and not get bullied. King blushed, unable to hold back. You're so good to me. Lin Zhengren's eyes snapped open. What did you say? She clammed up immediately, shaking her head. Nothing. Nothing? Then focus on practicing what I taught you this week. Don't you want to place in the top 3 at this year's dojo competition? It was hard to say what exactly He King thought of Lin Zhengren at this moment. Or perhaps He King herself didn't know. Her little mind only wanted to spend every day with him, even if it meant being bullied by him. Even though her thoughts were simple, she wasn't oblivious. She knew that many other girls liked to be around Lin Zhengren too. She had noticed it long ago. Lin Zhengren was good-looking, skilled at everything, and difficult not to like. But during the 2 years in kindergarten, Lin Zhengren's aloofness and the small class size kept others at bay. Once they entered elementary school, though, things changed slightly as there were more classmates. This year, Lin Zhengren and He King turned 7 and officially left kindergarten behind. In first grade, they were miraculously assigned to sit together. But when the second grade started, the teacher reorganized the classes, and He King was no longer in Lin Zhengren's class. Of course, this didn't stop them from playing together on weekends. After all, being neighbors meant they could see each other anytime. It was Friday. The small town had picked up a beer festival tradition, though it was more of an excuse for a street market. There were more stalls selling liquor than beer. Perhaps because the mayor cared a lot about the festival, there were even police officers patrolling the area. Lin Zhengren was wandering around the festival with his parents. After an hour, Lin Zhengren was still light on his feet, showing no signs of fatigue. It had been 2 years since the system activated. Thanks to weekly taekwondo lessons with He King and her own dedication, He King had become the strongest girl at their taekwondo center under Lin Zhengren's guidance. Naturally, Lin Zhengren's abilities had also leveled up significantly. Current spirit level, 18, small achievements unlocked, attributes, strength, 5 stamina, 6 endurance, 10 charisma, 4, the sunny weather and the lively market relaxed you. Perhaps today you could find an ancient map fragment. After all, that's a trope in all fantasy novels. But as you browsed the market, you suddenly heard the roar of a magical beast. This alarmed you. A magical beast in the human world? If left unchecked, the festival could become a sea of blood. Will you investigate or flee immediately? A magical beast? Looking at the bustling market, with its excellent security, Lin Zhengren couldn't imagine what the so-called magical beast could be. Could it be a tiger escaped from the zoo? And where was it, anyway? The system hadn't specified. Ranran said, "Look at this hat. Isn't it cute? Should we get matching ones for Ranran and me?" Lin Zhili held up an adorable cartoon hat, laughing. "If you like it, buy it. Today's a shopping day anyway," Lin Yingjun replied with a smile. "I'll see if there are other styles," Lin Zhili said, bending over to browse while asking Lin Zhengren, "Ranran, do you like this one? How about this cat hat?" Lin Zhengren found it too girly and unattractive. "Mom, I want to go back to the car and rest. I'm a little tired." "Already? We haven't been out long." "Mom, I'm just a kid. I can't walk as much as adults," Lin Zhengren feigned innocence. Lin Zhili gave him a disdainful look, identical to his own when he looked down on others. "Nonsense. You practice taekwondo with King all the time. Do you think your dad and I don't know? You're not tired." Lin Yingjun, noting his son's embarrassed face, understood the real reason: his wife's slow shopping pace. She lingered at every stall, making little progress after an hour. Let him rest in the car if he's tired. The festival seems well organized, with plenty of patrol officers near the parking area. He'll be safe. Lin Zhili shrugged. "Fine. Ranran's dad, take him back to the car. We'll find him there after shopping." Relieved, Lin Zhengren followed his dad back to the car. After his father left, Lin Zhengren pondered where this magical beast might be. On the street, a little girl with pigtails in a yellow dress was holding a small dog and waving a thin stick at a golden retriever in the distance. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police." Chapter 8. The discipline officer. The half-meter-tall golden retriever cautiously moved its paw forward, prompting the pigtail-wearing girl to scream louder while flailing her stick wildly. "Stay back. I warned you not to come any closer." The golden retriever whimpered, retreated 2 steps, and froze in place, looking aggrieved. "You've successfully detected the magical beast. This creature, with its golden fur and large build, is clearly of substantial cultivation. It appears to be engaged in a battle with a heroic girl. Will you assist her or prioritize your safety?" So the so-called magical beast was just this big dog? It didn't even bare its teeth. It looked rather docile. Lin Zhengren got out of the car and walked over. As he approached, the girl seemed vaguely familiar. Even her voice sparked a sense of recognition. When he called out from behind her, the girl panicked, screamed, and crouched on the ground clutching the smaller golden puppy in her arms. "Help. Police. Help me." Baffled, Lin Zhengren took a closer look and recognized her. "Zhang Zuli?" Hearing a human voice and realizing the big dog hadn't attacked, Zhang Zuli slowly opened her tear-filled eyes. "Huh?" She looked up and blurted, "Lin Zhengren?" The two were classmates. Zhang Zuoli was the discipline officer responsible for maintaining order and correcting disruptive behavior in their class. Lin Zhengren, known for napping during lessons and reading incomprehensible books, left a deep impression on her. "What are you doing?" Lin Zhengren asked curiously. "Why are you yelling so much?" As if grabbing onto a lifeline, Zhang Zuoli quickly hid behind him, pointing at the big dog. "Lin Zhengren, help me protect this little dog. That big dog tried to bite it to death. Look, the little dog is covered in blood. If I hadn't saved it, it would have died." "Blood?" Lin Zhengren glanced at the puppy in her arms and noticed reddish spots around its mouth and eyes. But the colors seemed off. It didn't look like blood. There were no visible wounds, and the redness even contained strange seeds. Suspicious, Lin Zhengren wiped a bit of the red substance with his finger and sighed. "This looks like dragon fruit to me." "Dragon fruit? What dragon fruit?" Zhang Zuoli looked puzzled. Lin Zhengren glanced at the big golden retriever, who seemed wronged and pitiful. The truth was clear. If I'm not mistaken, this big dog is probably the little dog's mom. "Why don't you put the puppy down and see if it goes to her?" Zhang Zuoli hesitated but soon protested vehemently. "That's impossible. I saw the big dog biting the puppy's head with my own eyes." Uninterested in arguing, Lin Zhengren gently took the puppy from her arms and placed it on the ground. The little golden puppy immediately wagged its tail and ran to its mother, who licked the dragon fruit pulp off its face before giving Lin Zhengren a grateful bark and walking away. "You've saved the magical beast mother and child, earning their blessing." Charisma +1, Zhang Zuoli stood frozen, like a statue. "What do you have to say now?" Lin Zhengren asked. This. He mimicked her stammering. This. Blushing, Zhang Zuoli closed her eyes and declared, "I meant well, okay." Straightening her arms and clenching her fists, she pouted. "Why are you looking at me like that? Like I'm an idiot?" Lin Zhengren chuckled. "Well, you're self-aware, at least. Why so worked up?" "I didn't even say anything." Zhang Zuoli's strong-willed nature made her flush deeper at his remark. Shortly after, a police officer approached, asking who had yelled for help. Without hesitation, Lin Zhengren pointed at Zhang Zuoli. Mortified, she frantically waved her hands, her pigtails bouncing. No, officer. I didn't yell. Nothing happened." The officer chuckled and left, treating the incident as child's play. Lin Zhengren turned to leave, but Zhang Zuoli, fists clenched, finally shouted, "Thank you for saving me earlier. I'm a person who doesn't forget debts." Stopping in his tracks, Lin Zhengren turned to look at her. She bit her lip, embarrassed. After a moment, he teased, "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." Caught off guard, Zhang Zuoli stammered, I said." Without changing his expression, Lin Zhengren interrupted, "Actually, I heard you." "You're welcome." Watching him walk away, Zhang Zuoli muttered to herself, "What's his problem?" Then, covering her face, she whispered, "I'm so embarrassed," and hurried off. A week passed. One day, as Lin Zhengren and He King walked to school, he noticed Zhang Zuoli approaching from the opposite direction. Upon seeing him, she froze and quickly ran away. A pattern that had repeated several times that week. He King, unaware of the girl, saw Lin Zhengren's puzzled expression and asked softly, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," he replied. Still confused, He King tilted her head, but Lin Zhengren didn't elaborate. The reason behind Zhang Zuoli's behavior became clear during a self-study session in class. The teacher was absent, and the classroom buzzed with chatter and noise. Lin Zhengren, as usual, was napping. Unable to tolerate the chaos, Zhang Zuoli stood up. "Quiet down. This is a self-study session. If you keep talking, I'll write your names on the board." The class fell silent for a moment but soon resumed its lively chatter, leaving Zhang Zuoli fuming. As the discipline officer, her role often overlapped with the class monitors, leaving her unappreciated and frequently ridiculed. Frustrated, she marched to the blackboard and began writing down the names of the noisy students. But when she got to Lin Zhengren, she paused and skipped over him. Sharp-eyed classmates noticed immediately. "Zhang Zuoli, why didn't you write Lin Zhengren's name? He's sleeping too." Panicked, she turned and stammered, I was just about to." "Why are you rushing me?" "Liar. You were writing in order but skipped his name." Hearing this, Lin Zhengren opened his eyes curiously and looked over. His gaze met Zhang Zuoli's, causing her to quickly turn back to the blackboard and write a single Lin before erasing all the other names. "Quiet down. This is your last chance. If you keep talking, I'll really write everyone's names," she shouted before returning to her seat, stealing a nervous glance at Lin Zhengren. A boy in the class, catching on, teased, "Discipline officer, do you like Lin Zhengren or something?" Chapter 9, The Rumor Huh? Zhang Zuoli never expected anyone to say such a thing. But once someone started, the rest of the class eagerly followed, taking it as an entertaining joke rather than a serious matter. Wow. So the discipline officer likes Lin Zhangren. No wonder she didn't write his name earlier. Oh, I see now. Be together, be together, be together. Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. Zhang Xueli's face turned bright red as she flailed helplessly, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. She could only shut her eyes and yell, "Stop talking nonsense. Who said I like Lin Zhangren? I never said that. If you keep this up, I'll tell the teacher. Marry him. Marry him." The class continued their chant, drowning out her protests. Zhang Xueli glanced at Lin Zhangren, then sat back in her seat, buried her face in her arms, and covered her ears, hoping the problem would vanish if she ignored it. Lin Zhangren, however, remained indifferent. He understood that arguing with fools only made you one of them. What did a bunch of 7-year-olds even know? Explaining would only encourage them further. Instead, he rolled a large paper ball and threw it at the first kid to start the commotion. Without changing his expression, he said coldly, "What's wrong with you?" The class quickly fell silent. Everyone knew Zhang Xueli couldn't do much about their antics, but crossing Lin Zhangren could lead to an actual fight. And the teachers usually took his side because of his good grades. Soon, the teacher entered the classroom and put an official end to the chaos. "What were you all shouting about? The principal's office is right next door. Do you want to get kicked out of class?" After class, Zhang Xueli approached Lin Zhangren. On their way home, she nervously pulled him into a secluded corner when no one was around. Lin Zhangren looked at her quizzically. "Lin Zhangren," Zhang Xueli said with a conflicted expression. "About what happened in class. Don't take it seriously. I don't like you. I just didn't write your name earlier because I was afraid you'd tell everyone about the golden retriever incident. That's all. Please don't misunderstand." Staring intently at him, she added, "But since I helped you by not writing your name today, we're even now. So you won't tell anyone, right?" Lin Zhangren smirked, suspecting there had been some reason behind her actions. But receiving an unearned good person card felt absurd. "Oh, so that's why you've been avoiding me lately?" Caught off guard, she bit her lip awkwardly. "Why yeah. I was afraid if we met, you'd tease me about it in front of everyone. You boys are all the same. Always bullying girls." Then, in a quieter voice, she added, "Though. You seem a little different from them." Lin Zhangren sighed. "Anything else?" Zhang Xueli hadn't expected him to be so nonchalant. Shaking her head, her twin braids swayed. "No, that's it. Good. Don't worry. I don't like spreading rumors. And next time I'm asleep, go ahead and write my name on the board. We're even now. I'm leaving." With that, he turned and walked away. Zhang Xueli watched his retreating figure, muttering to herself, "Doesn't he get tired of acting so cool all the time? He's like a little adult." From a distance, Lin Zhangren glanced back, catching her gaze. She quickly turned away, pretending to whistle and look elsewhere. Although most of the class forgot about the incident, a few mischievous kids kept bringing it up whenever Zhang Xueli enforced discipline. "Discipline officer, don't write my name on the board. I'm close friends with Lin Zhangren." Each time, Zhang Xueli gritted her teeth and retorted, "What does your relationship with him have to do with me? I told you, I have nothing to do with him. I'll write your name first and make sure the teacher punishes you." The absurd rumor lingered through the second semester of second grade and even persisted into the following year. As summer approached and the end-of-term exams loomed, the school announced a sports competition, supposedly to prepare students for future exams. As the star of Class 2-2, Lin Zhangren dominated the competition, easily clinching first place. With the system's rewards, no peer could match his level. This victory, labeled a master-level battle by the system, advanced Lin Zhangren to level 20. Today's martial arts duel earned you first place. You've learned several advanced techniques and made a name for yourself. Spirit level, 20. New skill unlocking soon. Rewards, Strength +1, Charisma +3, Stamina +2. The system's commentary reflected reality. The win greatly boosted Lin Zhangren's popularity among his classmates. Girls from various classes began noticing him. There's a boy in Class 2-2 who's super handsome, gets great grades, and is amazing at sports. From the sidelines, Zhang Xueli watched Lin Zhangren take the crown. A boy beside her teased, "Discipline officer, your Lin Zhangren is incredible. But it looks like a lot of girls from other classes are eyeing him. You're in danger." Blushing, she snapped, "Say that again, and I'll rip your mouth off. I told you, I have nothing to do with him." Still, her gaze lingered on Lin Zhangren, lips pursed. "Why should I care if others are watching him? It's so annoying." Her voice softened as her lively eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion. "So annoying." In Class 3-3, the quiet He King sat in the stands, secretly cheering for Lin Zhengren instead of her own classmates. Every time he won, she smiled brightly, thinking, he's amazing. He's always been amazing. But today, she overheard a troubling rumor. Did you see Lin Zhengren from class 2 too? I heard he has a special relationship with their discipline officer. People are saying they're dating. King's cheerful expression faltered. She anxiously glanced at the gossipers. I heard that too. The discipline officer's name is Zhang Xueli, right? She's a bit fierce but actually kind of cute. They say they've been like this since the first semester. Clenching her small hands, King felt deeply upset. That's impossible. Lin Zhengren never told me anything like that. It has to be fake. I have to ask him. I need to know the truth. Chapter 10, Transferring Schools. After school in the evening, little King was picked up by her mom. When she got home, carrying her small school bag, she had planned to go straight to ask Lin Zhengren about something. However, she happened to catch a glimpse of the comb in the bathroom. King dragged a small plastic stool over to the vanity, climbed on, and carefully combed her stray hairs and ponytail in front of the mirror until everything was neat and tidy. Only then did she head to the kitchen to talk to her mom. Mom, I have something I want to ask Lin Zhengren. I need to go find him. And he was rummaging through the refrigerator for ingredients and casually replied, all right, once dinner's ready, I'll call you. At that moment, her phone rang. Auntie hesitated when she saw the number, but quickly answered. Mom? Why are you calling me so late? What's wrong? Moments later, her expression turned anxious. Are you okay? Should I come back and take you to the hospital? All right. I'll bring her with me. King was about to head out the door when Auntie, who had just hung up, called her back. King, wait. King looked back, puzzled. What is it, Mom? Closing the fridge door and taking off her apron, Auntie said, don't go looking for your brother Lin just yet. It seems your grandma isn't feeling well. Pack a few things, we'll head to her place tonight. I'll inform your school about your leave. Grandma's sick? Is it serious? King asked, visibly worried. Auntie hurried to her bedroom to pack clothes. She just said she is too weak to get out of bed, and she misses you a lot. She really wants to see you. King was perceptive enough to notice her mom's uneasy expression and the tense atmosphere. She didn't dare ask more. Reluctantly, she glanced in the direction of Lin Zhengren's house, then went to pack her things, ready to follow her mom to see her grandma. On the drive back to their hometown, King noticed her mom making constant calls, asking for leave and coordinating with the hospital. Sitting in the passenger seat, King turned to look out the pitch-black window, her innocent eyes blinking as her mind filled with thoughts far beyond her years. Fortunately, it was just a scare. After a hectic night, King saw her mom in tears the next morning at the hospital, though there was a smile on her face. The nurse explained, it's nothing serious. There are just some minor ailments. You'll need to take better care of her. Maybe visit weekly to prevent any unexpected issues. Auntie nodded. Understood. Thank you. For now, we'll keep her under observation for the week. If she recovers well, she can be discharged. The reason she couldn't get out of bed is probably due to a fall a few days ago. Her leg injury just made it hard for her to stand. Don't worry too much. All right. After the nurse left, and he let out a deep sigh of relief and turned to her mom, who was lying in bed and cheerfully stroking little King's head. Her grandma, smiling happily, asked, King, it's been half a year since you visited Grandma. Did you miss me? Standing by the bedside, King nodded. Yes. I heard from your mom that you've been learning Taekwondo recently. And you're quite good at it. How about showing Grandma when you have time? Okay. I'll show you once you're discharged from the hospital. And he, sitting by the bed, asked, Mom, why didn't you call me right after your fall? You waited until you couldn't get out of bed. Grandma gave her daughter a kind smile. I didn't think it was a big deal. Everyone falls once in a while. How was I supposed to know getting hurt at my age would mean ending up in the hospital? Auntie sighed deeply, suddenly feeling emotional. Her voice choked with tears. Dad passed away early, King is still so young, and you're all I have left. On the way here, I was so scared something terrible might have happened. Obedient little King tore off 2 tissues and handed them to her mom, cutely consoling her. Don't cry, Mom. Auntie smiled through her tears and stroked her daughter's head. Good girl, King. Grandma, still smiling, added, what are you crying for? Didn't the doctor say I'm fine? I'm not even worried, so why are you? You should learn from King, she's braver than you. Auntie glanced at her mom, not sure how to respond, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, just like when she was a child. Though Grandma's condition wasn't serious, Auntie quickly decided to resign and return to their hometown. There, she planned to find a flexible job while caring for her mom. This also meant transferring He-King to a new school. He-King understood her mom's reasoning and didn't complain. But when she overheard her mom arranging the transfer with her school, she couldn't help shedding a few silent tears. It wasn't the school she was reluctant to leave, it was Lin Zhengren, who had been her neighbor and playmate since kindergarten. Auntie knew Lin Zhengren was He-King's only friend and hugged her daughter. King, I know you don't want to leave your brother Lin, but Grandma needs us. We have to go. Burying her face in her mom's embrace, He-King murmured, Mom. We'll come back someday, right? Of course. When you're older, you can return for middle school. I'll enroll you in a school here so you can reunite with your brother Lin. But for now, you'll have to be apart for a while. He-King's small hands loosened their grip on her mom's clothes slightly. Her teary eyes fluttered. Okay. When are we leaving? In a month. You still have a month to say goodbye to your brother Lin. Tell him you'll see him again when you're older. Auntie stroked her daughter's long hair, gazing out the window at the small town where she'd lived for so many years. Her heart was a mix of emotions. And you can always video chat with him when you miss him. That's fine too. By Saturday, Lin Zhengren was lying in bed, reading. The system chimed in with a notification about his cultivation progress. Cultivation multiplier, your expertise in the path of fortune cultivation has reached mastery. Any fairy bound to you will experience doubled cultivation progress and learning speed under your guidance. Note, this ability is only active during your direct instruction and will not activate during independent cultivation. This skill. It's like I'm being set up to establish my own sect. Lin Zhengren thought to himself. Any disciples he trained would grow at double speed. Moreover, thanks to his first skill, their progress would feed back to him at double efficiency. This was a compounding loop. Double, then double again, and again. Just then, the system added, Fairy, he is on her way to see you. She seems flustered, as though it's an urgent matter. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 11, I'm willing to be bullied by you since it was Saturday, Lin Zhengren said. Lin Yingjun was home from work. Hearing the knock at the door, he went to check and found He-King standing outside. Today, He-King was wearing a pretty white dress, her ponytail resting on her shoulders. Her big, bright eyes sparkled, and it was clear she had dressed up like a little white swan. Uncle, is Lin Zhengren home? I came to see him. Lin Yingjun smiled and opened the door wider. Oh, it's King. Come on in. Zhengren is resting in his room. Thank you, uncle. Hearing that Zhengren was resting, He-King tiptoed to his room and, instead of knocking, softly called out, Lin Zhengren? It's me, He-King. I need to talk to you. Lying on his bed with a book in hand, Lin Zhengren replied, just come in. Make sure you close the door. Okay. He-King carefully pushed open the door, saw Lin Zhengren on the bed, and closed it quietly behind her. Standing by his side, she clasped her hands in front of her like always, looking as obedient as ever. Lin Zhengren turned his head, puzzled. He-King's watery eyes stared at him, her lips pursed. I have 3 things to talk to you about today. 2 are questions, and 1 is something I need to tell you. That many? Just say it. Lowering her head, He-King slowly worked up the courage to ask the question that had been bothering her for days. Last week at the school sports event, I overheard people saying that you and your class's discipline officer are a couple. Lin Zhengren's expression was blank. Oh, that. Yeah, I heard about it. So? His indifference made He-King's heart ache. Her eyes began to redden, and she sobbed as she choked out, Is it true? Do you really like another girl? Tears rolled down her cheeks as she finished. Lin Zhengren, exasperated, closed his book and sat up, flicking her on the head. Why are you crying? Do you always have to cry in front of me? Of course it's not true. Do you even need to ask? Covering her head where he had flicked it, He-King immediately stopped crying when she heard it wasn't true. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Really? It's fake? Sitting cross-legged with his arms folded, Lin Zhengren scoffed. Do you think I'd be into little girls like you? It was the truth. Before his rebirth, he'd been 28. What 28-year-old man would be interested in a 7 or 8-year-old kid? To him, this noisy little group of children was nothing but a headache. He explained, something happened before, and rumors started spreading in class. But who cares what others believe? He glared at He-King. But you? I spend time teaching you taekwondo every week, and you still believe it? Where's your brain? Being scolded by Lin Zhengren only made He-King happier. A shy smile almost appeared on her face, but she quickly suppressed it, muttering, I didn't believe it. I thought it was fake. Just a silly rumor. Then why were you crying just now? Blushing, He-King lowered her head and muttered, Because I don't have a brain. It's empty in here. Lin Zhengren was speechless. At least you're self-aware. What's your second question? Now that she knew he didn't like anyone else, King grew bolder. The second question is related to the third thing I need to tell you. Can I say them together? After receiving his permission, King told him about her grandma's situation. My grandma has been sick lately, and her health isn't good. Mom has to go back to take care of her, so... Her voice grew softer. So I'll be transferring schools next month. I might not come back until middle school. Lin Zhengren hadn't expected such big news, though he had anticipated it to some extent. After all, Auntie always went back to take care of her mom during winter and summer breaks, sometimes staying for a month. This showed her grandma's health had been poor for a long time. It was inevitable that they would return someday. This was also why he had been teaching King to speak up for herself since kindergarten. To avoid her being bullied after transferring. He patted the bed, signaling her to sit down. King cautiously sat beside him, looking at him with clear reluctance. Lin Zhengren chuckled. Transferring is good. Now that you've learned Taekwondo, no one bullies you except me. Once you leave, not even I can bully you anymore. Isn't that something to be happy about? King shook her head. Not happy. Lowering her head again, she fidgeted with her hands. I'd rather you bully me every day. I want to be bullied by you. Lin Zhengren didn't respond immediately but flicked her forehead again, making her clutch her head protectively. You're seriously messed up in the head. You're not normal. His face darkened as he leaned back against the headboard. Listen, I'm your teacher now. And your childhood friend. When you transfer schools, don't embarrass me. Don't let others bully you, okay? King nodded. They won't. Not many boys can beat me now. I'm really strong. I know you're strong. But the main problem is your temperament. If someone gives you trouble, stand up for yourself. You don't cause trouble, so just focus on protecting yourself. King nodded again and again but felt tears welling up. Even someone as clueless as her had figured out why Lin Zhengren had made her do all those bad things back in kindergarten. But her tears were quickly silenced by one sharp look from him. He reminded her to get to her second point. My grandma knows I've been learning Taekwondo. I told her I'd win a championship to show her during the new year. But if I transfer, I won't be able to do it. So, could you teach me more this month? Maybe I can win it early. Also, the coach said champions get to pick a prize. There's something I want. Without much thought, Lin Zhengren agreed. Alright. Since you're leaving soon, I can help with that. I've made some new insights recently, so winning a championship should be easy. He hadn't expected his latest skill to come in handy so soon. Without the double learning speed, helping King win a Taekwondo championship half a year early would have been a tall order. King beamed with confidence, trusting his promise completely. Whenever Lin Zhengren agreed to something, he always delivered. From that day onward, Lin Zhengren dedicated as much time as possible to training King. Whether it was after school, during lunch breaks, or weekends, the two were almost inseparable. With meticulous instruction, Lin Zhengren not only taught King techniques but also analyzed all her potential opponents at the Taekwondo Center. Meanwhile, King trained diligently, taking every lesson seriously. She dared not slack off even a bit. Chapter 12, Swan Chocolate. After thorough observation, Lin Zhengren identified that King had only one undefeatable opponent, a chubby boy named Zhao Long. Zhao Long, with his chubby cheeks and tall stature, had only joined Taekwondo this year. However, his natural advantages allowed him to dominate even senior students. For King, with her small arms and legs, defeating him seemed impossible. Lin Zhengren asked, have you ever fought Zhao Long before? King nodded. Twice. The first time, he threw me to the ground in one move. I was completely dazed. And the second time? The second time, he threw me to the ground again in one move. Still dazed. Lin Zhengren sighed. Do you think you can beat him? No, King admitted honestly. Her reward for the truth was a flick to the forehead. Holding her head, King looked up at him pitifully. Lin Zhengren asked again, let me ask you one more time. Do you think you can beat him? This time, King, looking as if she'd made a mistake, hugged her head and nodded. I can beat him. Good. Lin Zhengren grinned. See? You just need some confidence. In kids' fights, size isn't everything. What matters is mental strength. As long as you don't fear him and show a fierce, unyielding expression even if you get hit, he'll definitely be intimidated by you. King tilted her head in confusion. Mental strength? Intimidation? What did those even mean? None of this was in her school textbooks. Still, she nodded earnestly. Got it. For the next month, our training will focus on one thing, sharpening your awareness. Once your aura can overpower your opponent, things like strength and kicking techniques will just be extras. He won't stand a chance. Lin Zhengren adopted a coaching posture, pointing at her. Now, give me a scary or intimidating expression. King blinked in confusion before awkwardly baring her teeth in a toothy grin. Lin Zhengren groaned and tugged at her cheeks. What are you doing? Showing off your pearly whites? Trying to look cute? King shut her eyes tightly, looking wronged. I wasn't trying to look cute. I just don't know how. Lin Zhengren sighed heavily. Fine. With your personality, who'd ever be scared of you? Just follow my lead. I'll teach you how to frown, keep a cold face, and glare sideways. Under his hands-on guidance, King managed to settle on a somewhat intimidating expression. On the street, as the sun set, King ran with furrowed brows and gritted teeth, trying her best to look fierce. The result was a mix of adorable and silly. Lin Zhengren looked as if he'd swallowed a mosquito. This is going to take a while, he muttered. Pointing to the road, he ordered, now, run 3 laps around the block with me. No changing your expression while you run. Go. He took off running. Wait for me. King called, scrambling to keep up. You're too fast. I can't catch up. I'm waiting, aren't I? Now hurry up. And don't drop your expression. Where are your bared teeth? Keep them up. The month flew by, and training reached its final stages. On a rest day, King accompanied her mom to the supermarket. Walking into the mall hand in hand, King suddenly remembered something and scampered off to an expensive dessert counter. Pressing her nose against the glass display, she peered at the back of the counter where a white swan-shaped chocolate dessert was displayed. The dessert wasn't very big. About the size of her 2 hands. But it was pricey, costing several hundred yuan. The store clerk, a pretty young lady, recognized King immediately. Back to see the dessert again, little one? King nodded, her soft voice piping up. Big sister, no one's bought this chocolate yet, right? Please keep it for me. I'll buy it at the end of the month. The clerk crouched down with a smile. Don't worry, I'll save it for you. But. She pointed at King's mom, who was shopping nearby. Isn't that your mom? Why don't you ask her to buy it now? I can even give you a discount. King shook her head. It's not for my mom to buy. I want to win it in a competition. My coach said I could pick any prize under 500 yuan if I win, and I want this. Oh? The clerk looked intrigued. What kind of competition are you entering? You seem pretty confident about winning. Taekwondo. I'm sure I'll win. The clerk chuckled, patting King's head. You're so cute. Don't worry, I'll protect this dessert until the end of the month. It's delicious, so you won't regret it. King shyly thanked her, then added, it's not for me to eat. I'm giving it to someone else. He really likes chocolate. She thought Lin Zhengren would love the gift, and this was why she had to win. When Auntie called out that it was time to go, King quickly rejoined her. Her mom asked, did you see a dessert you liked? You always stop by there. Don't you want to buy one? King shook her head vigorously. Nope, not buying. Let's go home, Mom. I need to find Lin Zhengren. She knew this dessert was special. If she got her mom to buy it, it wouldn't feel the same. It had to be a prize, or it wouldn't taste as good. She couldn't give a disappointing gift to Lin Zhengren. It'd make him angry. At the end of the month, the Taekwondo Center buzzed with excitement. Though it was just an internal competition, the promise of prizes had the participants fired up. In the locker room, King adjusted her snow-white Taekwondo uniform and took a deep breath in front of the mirror. Stepping out, she immediately caught sight of Lin Zhengren sitting in the stands, arms crossed. Their eyes met, and for once, Lin Zhengren gave her a rare thumbs up. King's cheeks flushed red as she nodded firmly. Today, she had to win. Especially in front of him. Chapter 13, the winner. The Taekwondo coach stood to the side and blew the whistle. It's time for our biannual competition. Just like before, the first place winner will receive 500 yuan to choose their own prize. The second and third places will get special gifts prepared by the center. Now, let the matches begin. The competitors lined up neatly and followed the coach's random draw to face off against each other. Lin Zhengren quietly watched as little King defeated her opponents one by one. She was nothing like the girl from a few years ago who was constantly bullied. Her aura, strength, and even her gaze had undergone a complete transformation. On the arena before her departure, Hyuga wielded her celestial sword with an aura that could dominate thousands, as if to tell you that even when she returned to the sect, she wouldn't forget the time spent with you and the days of cultivation together. Her overwhelming presence is proof. However, before the final victory, a trace of hesitation in her expression might affect the outcome. King had already made it to the final round. Only 4 people remained in the arena. After her match with the second-to-last opponent, she was thrown to the ground by a boy, though she eventually managed to win. However, it was clear she was in pain. The coach asked if she was okay, and King shook her head, saying she was fine. After confirming there was no serious issue, the coach blew the whistle. Take a break. The final match between He King and Zhao Long will begin soon. During the break, Lin Zhengren walked over. He King bit her lip and reported her progress. I won again. Lin Zhengren glanced at her arm and asked, what's going on? I won, but why did you zone out during the fight? What were you thinking about? He King's voice became soft, and she lowered her head slightly. It's nothing. Just. Do you remember when we were in kindergarten? The rest of her words trailed off into a mumble. Lin Zhengren looked confused. What are you muttering about? He King mustered her courage, her face reddening. Do you remember the pinky promise you made with me back in kindergarten? Oh, that? Of course, I remember. Lin Zhengren looked exasperated. You're talking about when I promised you'd follow me forever, right? He King's eyes trembled, glimmering with disbelief. You actually remember? Lin Zhengren lightly knocked her on the head. She closed her eyes with a soft yelp. I've only made one pinky promise in my life. How could I forget it? Besides, this is a competition. You zoned out over something so trivial and nearly got yourself hurt. He King thought to herself that it wasn't trivial at all. Looking timidly at him, she explained, I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of it and got distracted. I promise it won't happen in the next match. Feeling exhausted, Lin Zhengren didn't reply but didn't continue scolding her either. Instead, he reached out and gently patted her head, leaving He King stunned. For the first time. Go for it. If you beat Zhao Long, you'll be the champion today. I believe in you. He King had never felt so clearly encouraged. Her face turned bright red, and goosebumps rose on her arms. In her memory, this was the first time Lin Zhengren had ever supported her like this. Her heartbeat quickened, and she nodded enthusiastically. All right. I'll definitely win. He King's aura grew stronger than ever, almost twice as intense as usual. When she walked onto the stage, the tall and sturdy Zhao Long was shocked. What's with that expression? He King pressed her lips together, her powerful aura intact, while keeping Lin Zhengren's advice in mind. When facing Zhao Long, don't smile. Don't show any expression. Just keep staring at him. Stare until he feels guilty. Only then could she win the psychological battle. However, despite a month of devilish training, He King still hadn't mastered how to look intimidating. Lin Zhengren watched from the sidelines, covering his eyes. He couldn't bear to look. Yet, to everyone's surprise, He King's cute but serious expression made Zhao Long blush and falter. She's so cute. How is she this cute? Zhao Long thought, completely flustered. Putting on her most confident act, He King said in a sweet yet firm voice, again. Zhao Long, his face red, attacked, but He King noticed his punch lacked strength. Seizing the opportunity, she executed a perfect back throw and pinned him to the ground, securing her victory as the coach blew the whistle. He King was stunned, while Zhao Long, lying on the ground, turned even redder. I lost. You're both cute and amazing. I won? He King exclaimed, raising her hand excitedly. I won. She waved at Lin Zhengren from the stage, her eyes shining with delight, as if to say, your method worked perfectly. Lin Zhengren sighed, realizing her victory was largely due to Zhao Long being overwhelmed by her cuteness. Still, even without that, He King's overpowering aura in the final moments would have secured her the win. After the competition, He King happily received her reward. She led the coach to the mall to claim her prize. When the pretty clerk saw her, she waved enthusiastically. Back again, little one? End of the month already. Are you just browsing or finally taking it home? I'm buying it this time. He King exclaimed joyfully. Oh? Did you actually win? Yep. The coach paid with his phone, and the clerk handed over the carefully packaged item. Here you go. That'll be 499 yuan. Thank you for shopping, and see you next time. Thank you, sis. He King cradled the chocolate dessert carefully, her face glowing with happiness. As night fell, He King and Lin Zhengren sat on the steps outside their apartment building. The sunset painted the surroundings a warm orange hue. Placing the chocolate cake on her lap, she announced, Lin Zhengren, this is the champion's prize. Chocolate? Lin Zhengren looked unimpressed. What a kid's prize. He King handed the cake to him with both hands. It's for you. Huh? For me? Yep. I chose this just for you. That time my dad gave me chocolate, you didn't take any. I know it's because you didn't want to take it away from me, so I picked out a prettier one this time to make it up to you. Lin Zhengren was dumbfounded. His extreme reaction was to laugh. You're ridiculous. That chocolate back then was spoiled. Why would I want it? Still, he didn't refuse her gesture. Instead, he opened the box, broke off one of the swan's wings, and handed it to He King. Here. Let's eat it together. He King took the wing with her small hands and waited for Lin Zhengren to take a bite before starting. It was sweet. She happily munched on the chocolate, her little feet tapping against the ground, her ponytail bouncing along. Lin Zhengren asked, "Are you really coming back here for middle school?" "There's not much going on here." Hiking swallowed her chocolate. "I'm mostly coming back to see you." "Oh, can I call you when I'm back in my hometown?" The fairy won the match and surprisingly gifted you an exquisite red blood elixir filled with her heartfelt intentions. Sharing it with her, you gained +3 strength, +2 charisma, and leveled up. Lin Zhengren replied, "Whatever. Call if you want, but I might not pick up." Chapter 14, Her Majesty the Queen. Early the next morning, Auntie finished moving out. She loaded all their belongings into the car, with little Hiking dutifully helping out. Carrying a package larger than her own head, Hiking was panting heavily from the effort. "King, are you sure we've got everything?" Auntie reminded her. "If we forget something, we won't be able to come back for it." Hiking counted the packages carefully. "We've got everything." She turned back to look at Lin Zhengren, who was heading out for school. Their eyes met briefly. Everything that needed saying had already been said over the past month, leaving nothing else to add. Lin Zhengren kept it simple: safe travels. Hiking's gaze was complicated. She hesitated, then called out, "Lin. Lin Zhengren." He stopped in his tracks. Hiking stammered, "While I'm away. Could you try not to hang out with other girls too much?" Confused, Lin Zhengren frowned in disdain. "Do I look that free to you?" The adults nearby burst into laughter, amused by the interaction. Their chuckling left Hiking so embarrassed that she began nervously fiddling with her hands, wishing she could disappear. Lin Zhengren's father, Lin Yingjun, chimed in, "Don't worry, little King. I'll keep an eye on Zhengren for you until you come back." Hiking bowed her head even lower. "Thank you, uncle." "You're welcome, haha." Auntie urged, King, say goodbye to Zhengren. "It's time to go." Hiking waved at Lin Zhengren, and he waved back. The two climbed into their respective cars and drove off in opposite directions. As Hiking sat in the car, she kept turning around to look back until finally settling into her seat with a wistful smile. Though they were parting ways, she was already looking forward to seeing Lin Zhengren again in a few years. By then, he'd probably be very handsome. He already was, after all. Surprisingly, Hiking and Lin Zhengren didn't drift apart as much as one might expect in the year following their separation. Hiking would often call him from her hometown, sharing updates and asking about his life. "Lin Zhengren, I showed my grandma the video of me winning the championship. She said I was amazing. I told her it was all thanks to a boy named Lin Zhengren who taught me. Grandma even said she'd like to meet you someday. Is that so? Lin Zhengren, are you walking to and from school alone these days? You're not hanging out with other girls, are you?" "No. Do you seriously think I have that much free time?" "Lin Zhengren, my grandma's health was improving, but she got sick again recently. How have you been?" "I'm a kid. What could possibly be wrong with my health? I'm growing strong." "Lin Zhengren, it's been over a year since I moved back. Time feels so slow. We're only in 3rd grade now, and there's still 4th, 5th, and 6th grade to go. When will we finally reach middle school?" A year later, in 4th grade, their phone calls became less frequent, dropping to about once a week, and later to once a month. By the 2nd semester of 4th grade, the calls were sporadic, happening only when Hiking experienced something particularly joyful or upsetting. The thread of their connection, like the telephone line, remained unbroken. Today, in the southern town where Hiking lived, it was a drizzly day. 9-year-old Hiking dressed for school as usual. Having grown taller and more beautiful over the years, her ponytail was now longer than ever. She rode with her mom to school, carrying her backpack into the noisy classroom. "Hiking, did you finish your homework yesterday? Let me copy it." She handed her homework to the girl sitting in front of her. "Just don't copy it exactly. The teacher will notice." "I know. Thanks, Your Majesty. I told you not to call me that," she muttered. Though Hiking's personality hadn't changed much, she had taken Lin Zhengren's advice to heart. Anytime someone tried to bully her, she'd fight back with full force. Her iconic back throws, performed publicly to demonstrate her strength, scared not only the girls but also the boys. This earned her the nicknames Queen of Back Throws and Her Majesty the Queen. Hiking disliked these titles, but she couldn't stop people from using them. She had even complained about it to Lin Zhengren. Perhaps because of her tough exterior, Hiking still hadn't made close friends at her new school. She suspected her habit of back-throwing people when she first arrived had made her classmates wary of her. At lunch, Hiking went to the cafeteria as usual. The rain continued, and she carried her umbrella. As she walked down the path behind the school building, she heard an argument. Curious, she looked over and saw a group of girls surrounding a pretty girl who seemed vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Han Wenwen, a classmate known for her beauty and popularity with the boys. I already told you, it's not my fault he likes me. Han Wenwen, cornered against the wall, didn't back down. One of the girls shouted, liar. You did it on purpose. I've walked to and from school with him since we were kids. He even said he'd marry me when we grew up. But ever since he saw you, he's ignored me and only pays attention to you. Another chimed in, yeah, and my brother won't stop talking about you. It's all your fault. Han Wenwen retorted, so your friends came to me, and that's somehow my problem? Do you see me talking to them? Plenty of boys try to talk to me every day. Maybe you should reflect on yourselves instead. How dare you? Are you saying we're ugly compared to you? That we're all unattractive? The group began to shove Han Wenwen, scratching her face and pulling her hair. He King rushed over. Stop fighting. Despite her intervention, Han Wenwen's face was scratched, and her hair was a mess. Still, her fierce personality shone through as she fought back, leaving marks on her attackers. He King stepped in front of Han Wenwen and defended her. Stop it. I'm in her class, and I can vouch that she hasn't been flirting with anyone. She barely even talks to the boys. Turning to Han Wenwen, He King asked, right? If I'm not mistaken, you usually eat alone, don't you? Han Wenwen wiped the blood from her face and nodded. The girls, now angry at He King, shouted, who are you? What's it to you? He King warned, don't come any closer. Don't touch me. One girl grabbed He King's clothes. Without hesitation, He King performed a back throw, slamming the girl into the muddy ground. With a loud splash, water and dirt flew everywhere. The girl froze, then burst into tears. It hurts. It hurts. I'm going to tell my mom. Panicking, He King tried to reassure her. You're fine. My back throws are safe. I won't injure anyone. The others, terrified, quickly backed away and ran off. Han Wenwen, who had watched everything in shock, finally understood why He King was called the Queen of Back Throws. She had heard the nickname before, but seeing it in action was an entirely different experience. Chapter 15, The Foxy Girl. It wasn't until the group of girls had run off that He King felt a wave of panic. What if they told the teacher? Wouldn't she be in big trouble? Still, she reassured herself that even if she got scolded, she had done the right thing. Surely even Lin Zhengren wouldn't criticize her for it. Turning to Han Wenwen, who still had blood trickling down her face, she asked, are you okay? Did I show up too late? Han Wenwen snapped out of her shock and smiled. No, you are a big help. If they call in the parents, I'll testify for you. He King breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help noticing how beautiful Han Wenwen was. Her smile gave her a foxy charm, with her delicate oval face and petite features exuding an indescribable elegance. There's no need to thank me. Should I take you to the infirmary? Your face is scratched. It's fine. Han Wenwen pulled a small mirror from her pocket and checked the wound. It's just a small scratch, it doesn't even hurt. I'll take care of it myself. You should head to the cafeteria and get some lunch. With that, Han Wenwen walked off into the rain without an umbrella. He King, worried by her appearance, hurried to catch up. You don't have an umbrella? How about I go with you? You'll catch a cold like this. Han Wenwen looked at He King with curiosity, surprised by her kindness. Why are you so nice? If you come with me, you miss lunch. He King gave a helpless smile. If Lin Zhengren were here, he'd instantly recognize that she was mimicking his expression. Skipping one meal won't hurt. The teacher always says helping classmates is the most important thing, right? We're in the same class, after all. Han Wenwen was astonished. She never imagined someone would say such words in earnest. Smiling, she nodded and walked alongside He King. However, instead of heading to the infirmary, they ended up in the school's small garden, which had pavilions and fish ponds. He King was puzzled. Why are we here? If you're not going to the infirmary, there's still time to grab lunch at the cafeteria. I'm waiting for someone to bring us lunch, Han Wenwen replied. Bring us lunch? Who? Are your parents staff at the school or something? Do they deliver lunch at noon? Han Wenwen blinked her pretty fox-like eyes. No, you'll see soon enough. By the way, do you like chicken cutlet rice? I heard they're serving it at the cafeteria today. He King nodded eagerly. I do, but chicken cutlet rice is really hard to get. If you don't line up early, it's impossible. Han Wenwen smiled mysteriously and patted the seat beside her. Sit and wait. Since you helped me, I can't let you go hungry. Still confused, He King sat down. Soon enough, a group of boys approached, each holding an umbrella and a lunchbox. Han Wenwen, what do you feel like eating today? We brought you everything you might like. Under He King's astonished gaze, Han Wenwen walked up and selected 2 chicken cutlet rice boxes from the boys. Smiling sweetly, she said, thank you. As a reward for bringing me lunch, here, take my hair clip. The two boys she chose blushed furiously and accepted the hair clip with giddy smiles. As for the other three boys who weren't chosen, Han Wenwen didn't even glance at them. She returned to Hiking and handed her one of the lunch boxes, smiling brightly. See? I told you someone would bring us lunch. This one's for you. Hiking, as if possessed, accepted the box, staring in disbelief as Han Wenwen began eating with a spoon. The boys, meanwhile, left one by one, though one called out persistently, Han Wenwen. Tomorrow, I'll figure out what you want to eat. You have to give me a gift. Han Wenwen ignored him, eating her lunch happily. When the boys were gone, she finally explained. I know you have a lot of questions, so here's the short version. All those boys like me and have confessed to me. I don't like any of them, so I don't bother paying attention to them. Licking a grain of rice off her lip, she continued, but some boys are stubborn. They think that if they keep chasing me, I'll eventually like them. So they bring me gifts and food every day. At first, I found it really annoying. She turned to Hiking and said, then I realized, why not just let them bring me lunch? I treat it as them running errands for me. In return, I give them a hair clip or a hair tie as a token of thanks. Everyone's happy. Hiking was stunned. I think I understand what you're saying, but also, don't? Is this what kids' lives are like now? Don't understand? That's strange. You're so pretty, too. Haven't any boys confessed to you? Blushing, Hiking waved her hands. And no. Well, actually, yes. One last year, and another this year. But I turned them down, of course. I mean, we're still so young, and besides, She stopped herself from saying her heart already belonged to someone. Han Wenwen blinked her enchanting eyes. Maybe you just haven't had enough boys chase you. Let's see. She bit her spoon, counting. This semester alone, at least 7 or 8 boys have confessed to me. 7 or 8? That's so many. I mean, I know you're pretty, but isn't that a bit much? Han Wenwen's eyes curved into crescent moons. Maybe it's because I look like a foxy girl. I might not be the prettiest, but apparently, my looks are exactly what boys like. They all seem to want me. She noticed Hiking hadn't started eating and urged, go on, eat. This chicken cutlet rice cost me a hair clip. That clip wasn't cheap, you know. Opening the box, Hiking found the elusive chicken cutlet rice. It was delicious, the kind that was almost impossible to snag during lunch rush. She took a bite and marveled at how good it was before remembering the earlier incident. What about those girls from before? You were wrongly accused, right? I mean, it seems like you don't even like boys. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes sparkled. Of course. How could I have been flirting with their childhood friends or brothers? I can't stand boys. Relieved, Hiking smiled, only for Han Wenwen to add, though, to be fair, their childhood friends and brothers do keep pestering me. Actually, 2 of the boys who just brought me lunch were from that group. If I wanted to, I could tell them their sisters attacked me. They'd probably avenge me. Hiking. Han Wenwen's tone softened. It's not like I want to break anyone up. That doesn't benefit me at all. Taking another blissful bite of rice, she said, I'm telling you this because you saved me. I won't forget it. Even with those boys, I've never taken anything for free. I always give them something in return. I don't take advantage of people. Chapter 16, Peculiar Events. After experiencing Han Wenwen's life firsthand, little Hiking finally understood that the gap between people could be even wider than the gap between humans and dogs. At first glance, they seemed to attend school and leave school in the same way, but their experiences couldn't be more different. Out of the blue, Han Wenwen asked, by the way, when we were talking about confessions earlier, why did you suddenly freeze up? Were you thinking of someone? Do you have a boy you like? Little Hiking's face turned red, and she was too flustered to answer, stumbling over her words. Han Wenwen smiled knowingly. All right, forget I asked. Let's eat. She clearly understood. That evening, when little Hiking returned home, she eagerly shared the peculiar events of the day with Lin Zhengren. She secretly wished every day could bring something unusual so she'd have a reason to call Lin Zhengren. Otherwise, what excuse could she use? She couldn't very well admit she just wanted to hear his voice. Late at night, little Hiking sat against the headboard of her bed in her white pajamas, illuminated by her bedside lamp. Holding her mother's phone, she started chatting with someone. Lin Zhengren, let me tell you what happened today. I helped a classmate. A really pretty girl that lots of boys are chasing. Then we ended up eating together. Little Hiking wanted to share every detail but felt it wasn't polite to gossip, so she carefully picked what to say. Lin Zhengren, hearing this fragmented story, was confused. Go on. Little Hiking fiddled with her ponytail, twirling it around her fingers. That's it. Nothing more. Lin Zhengren. Little He King. After a moment of silence, she added, what have you been up to lately? Still going to and from school by yourself? More or less. Sometimes there are others. Ah? She asked, puzzled. Girls? Yeah, girls. Little He King's expression immediately darkened, her eyes turning red as tears swelled up. She instantly imagined a mysterious girl walking with Lin Zhengren, eating with him, practicing taekwondo on weekends, and maybe even napping together. But before her tears could fall, Lin Zhengren added, our neighbors are away, so their little female dog is staying at our house. She follows me around when I get home. Little He King gasped in surprise, clutching her chest before bursting into laughter. So it's just a dog. What about anyone else? No one else. Oh wait, there is. Who? My parents. Little He King let out another sigh of relief. Every time she chatted with Lin Zhengren, it felt like she was swinging between heaven and hell. She murmured softly, when I come back, I'll go to and from school with you. Oh, by the way, Lin Zhengren, I've been meaning to ask you something. She recalled Han Wenwen's question earlier and wanted to ask Lin Zhengren the same. Before 4th grade, kids didn't really grasp the concept of liking someone. But after that, the words seemed to pop up more and more. Lin Zhengren, I'm curious. Have any girls confessed to you in the past 2 years? You're getting nosier by the day, he replied bluntly. Yeah. Little He King had expected this answer. Her tone became tense. So, someone did. Were there many? Not many. You know I don't like chatting with little girls. They're annoying, and I'm not interested. He King thought to herself, I'm also a little girl. Does he find me annoying too? But if she annoyed him, so be it. I'll keep annoying you, just you. Of course, she didn't dare say this out loud, or she'd get scolded. Little He King continued to play with her hair, inspecting the ends as the conversation stalled for a moment. Lin Zhengren asked, we've been talking for a while. Anything else? I'm hanging up if there's nothing. There is. Don't hang up. Little He King racked her brain for another topic. Let's talk a bit more. Oh. The chicken cutlet rice at the restaurant today was really good. Really? Bring me some next time. Okay. Yeah, right. Didn't you say your restaurant's menu changes daily? They might not even have chicken cutlet rice again. Besides, who hasn't had chicken cutlet rice before? Little He King stuck out her tongue mischievously, looking delighted despite his scolding. Though Lin Zhengren shared some updates about his life, there was one thing he didn't mention. The incident didn't involve anyone Little He King knew, and the details were still unclear. The next morning, Lin Zhengren packed his school bag and checked his stats. 2 years had passed, and he was close to breaking through the level 30 bottleneck. However, leveling up had slowed considerably. Today's weather, overcast, with possible rain. You are in daily cultivation mode, current spirit level, 28, total attributes, strength, 8 energy, 9 stamina, 13 charisma, 11, overall power evaluation, unbeatable in the starter village, Ranran. It's time for school. The weather's bad today. Want to take an umbrella? Lin Yingjian asked, putting on his shoes. Lin Zhengren opened the door. I have one at school. No need to bring another. His father drove him to elementary school. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Zhengren glanced at the desk near the door. It belonged to Zhang Zuoli, who was still in the same class as him. She hadn't arrived yet. The mornings in their class were always noisy until Zhang Zuoli, with her twin ponytails, walked through the door. Some students stopped talking when they saw her. Once fierce and authoritative, Zhang Zuoli now looked like a shadow of her former self. The disdainful glances from her classmates didn't help. She sat at her desk, which felt lonelier than ever. She was no longer the discipline officer. 2 days ago, she was removed from the position following a bizarre incident. The usually honest class monitor had secretly brought a phone to school, which was stolen on the first day. The next day, during a small class fundraiser, half the money collected by the vice monitor went missing. The teacher, furious, demanded the culprit step forward. Zhang Zuoli took the lead in searching everyone's bags. But the stolen money and phone were found in her bag instead. Zhang Zuoli panicked, hurriedly explaining, it wasn't me. I'm the discipline officer. Why would I steal? This phone isn't mine either. The class was skeptical until her deskmate, Zhang Zhao, stood up and accused her. She took the money. I saw her in the classroom during lunch. Zhang Zuoli stared at her deskmate in disbelief, her eyes trembling. The classroom erupted in whispers and judgments. The teacher removed Zhang Zuoli from her position and notified her parents. Miss Zhang has been accused of stealing both money and a sword. You have some rapport with her and noticed some suspicious details. Helping or not helping will lead to different opportunities. Chapter 17, Do You Really Believe Me? 2 days had passed since the incident, and Zhang Zuoli remained in the same fragile state. Rumors about her had even begun spreading to other classes. As the system noted, Lin Zhangren, an utterly neutral observer, had noticed some inconsistencies in the story. Over time, it became easy to spot the discrepancies. During the third and fourth periods in the morning, the class had the teacher instructed everyone to pair up for sit-up exercises, letting them choose their partners freely. As expected, even though there was an even number of girls, no one wanted to pair up with Zhang Zuoli. One girl even preferred partnering with a boy rather than teaming with her. Zhang Zuoli was left standing alone. The teacher asked, "Has everyone found a partner?" "Teacher, Zhang Zuoli doesn't have a partner." A boy called out gleefully, clearly enjoying the situation. All eyes turned to her, their gazes hard to describe. Zhang Zuoli stood there, pale and silent. The teacher looked puzzled. "Zhang Zuoli? Why haven't you found a partner? If you can't find one, just wait until the first group finishes, and then someone can help you." Someone in the crowd piped up, "Teacher, no one will help her. She's a thief. None of us want to partner with her." Zhang Zuoli panicked and tried to explain, I'm not a thief." "You are." "Yeah, you dare say you're not? Even the teacher took away your position." The teacher finally recalled the recent incident and stopped the chatter. "No more talking about this during. We're only here to focus on exercise." Turning to Zhang Zuoli, the teacher added, "Regardless of whether you're a thief, don't you have at least one friend in class?" Zhang Zuoli's eyes reddened as she met the teacher's gaze, which seemed to confirm the accusation. Yet, she couldn't find the words to defend herself. At that moment, a hand went up in the crowd. "Teacher, I'll pair with her." Everyone, including the teacher, turned to see who had spoken. It was Lin Zhangren. Even Zhang Zuoli stared at him in disbelief. The teacher, surprised but approving, nodded. "All right, Lin Zhangren and Zhang Zuoli will pair up. Everyone else, get ready and start warming up." The class erupted in murmurs, familiar whispers spreading among the students. "I didn't believe the rumors about them being a couple, but now I do." "Yeah, but how could Lin Zhangren be into her? She's a thief, and he's the top student in our class. They really are dating, huh?" Lin Zhangren glared coldly at the group. "What are you talking about?" The class fell silent. Nobody wanted to pick a fight with Lin Zhangren. He was a special case. Top grades and strong to boot. If he'd wanted to be class monitor, he would have been elected unanimously. The teacher instructed everyone to start, and Lin Zhangren looked at Zhang Zuoli as she approached. She stared at him as if he were a ghost. Lin Zhangren frowned. "What's with that look? You're staring at me like I'm a monkey." "I am not." Zhang Zuoli pursed her lips and lowered her voice. "I just can't believe you'd partner with me. Aren't you afraid of the rumors? You sure do worry a lot." Lin Zhangren's tone was indifferent. "First, we've always been the subject of rumors in this class. Second, do you really think I care about what they say? I couldn't care less." Zhang Zuoli stared blankly for a moment before muttering, "True. You've always been weird. Nobody understands you." The teacher called for the class to begin, and Lin Zhangren sat on the grass while Zhang Zuoli held down his legs for sit-ups. She hesitated before quietly asking, "Do you believe me?" Her voice was too soft, and Lin Zhangren didn't immediately respond. Thinking he hadn't heard, she didn't dare repeat herself. After 2 sit-ups, Lin Zhangren finally said, "If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have partnered with you. Honestly, in this class, anyone could have stolen the stuff. But not you. I can tell how much you care about being the discipline officer. You wouldn't ruin something you're passionate about." Zhang Zuoli didn't know how to feel when she heard that. She just found the boy in front of her increasingly pleasant to look at. Her heart raced, and the heavy weight she'd been carrying for days lightened. Even the air seemed fresher. A faint smile crept onto her face, tinged with an unnoticeable blush. She pressed down on his legs with a bit more force. By midday, the overcast sky had turned to rain. A heavy downpour. When Lin Zhangren finished eating and returned to the classroom, he realized his umbrella was missing. He suddenly remembered leaving it at home after the last rainy day. The classroom was mostly empty, everyone had gone to the cafeteria. As Zhang Zuoli was about to leave, she noticed Lin Zhangren walking out with empty hands. She glanced at her umbrella and, almost instinctively, followed him. At the ground floor of the school building, Lin Zhangren stared at the rain pouring outside. Sensing someone behind him, he turned. "Why are you following me?" Zhang Zuoli froze. From her hiding spot, she stepped forward awkwardly and snapped, "Who's following you?" "I'm just going to eat." "This is the way, isn't it?" Lin Zhangren gave her a skeptical look. Zhang Zuoli avoided his gaze, her twin ponytails bouncing playfully at her waist. She stammered, "Did you forget your umbrella? Do you want to share mine?" I've never shared with a boy before, but I can't just let you get drenched. She kept her eyes elsewhere but stole glances at him. To her surprise, Lin Zhengren declined. No need. No need? Zhang Zuoli was shocked. She stepped closer. How are you going to get through the rain without an umbrella? And didn't you say you're not afraid of rumors? Are you scared of walking with me? Lin Zhengren replied nonchalantly, honestly, it's because you don't seem like you want to share. Zhang Zuoli froze, clenching her small fists. I don't want to share with you because I'm a girl, and you're a boy. People will talk. But I can't just leave you to get wet. Lin Zhengren studied her expression, which he'd only ever seen in fictional stories. Zhang Zuoli, do you know what sundeer means? Sundeer? Zhang Zuoli blinked, shaking her head. Never heard of it. What is it? Nothing. Just take it as a compliment. Her expression grew skeptical as she muttered, really? It doesn't feel like one. I'll look it up when I get home tonight. Anyway, will you share the umbrella or not? People are watching, and I'm shy. Indeed, several students in the lobby were watching. Sharing an umbrella between a boy and girl was unusual in elementary school. Lin Zhengren finally thanked her, and Zhang Zuoli relaxed, holding the umbrella for him. But as she wasn't tall, Lin Zhengren took over. Let me hold it. Stretching your arm like that must be tiring. Zhang Zuoli clasped her hands behind her, walking closely beside him. Well, you're the tall one. Under the umbrella's cover, she hesitated before asking again, do you really believe me? Believe that I didn't steal? The whole class thinks I'm a thief. I already answered during. Lin Zhengren sighed at her persistent gaze. Yes, I believe you. But are you just going to let this go? Zhang Zuoli's eyes lit up. She clenched her fists. Of course not. I'm going to find out who framed me and make them pay. And figure out why Zhang Zhao lied. She's clearly making things up. Oh? I didn't expect you to be so determined. You've been moping these past 2 days. Who's moping? She retorted, flustered. I just needed time to bounce back. Lin Zhengren chuckled lightly, deciding not to argue. Zhang Zuoli lowered her fists, stealing glances at him as they walked. Her twin ponytails swayed cheerfully with her steps. What are you laughing at? And why does your laugh look so silly? Meanwhile, in the distant doorway of another building, Zhang Zhao stood with 2 pink umbrellas in hand, watching Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zuoli leave together. Somehow, things seemed to have taken an ironic turn. Lin Zhengren. Chapter 18, The Investigation Squad. That evening, Zhang Zuoli returned home with her school bag. Her mother, seated on the sofa, noticed her daughter's improved mood and asked curiously, Zuoli, are you feeling better now? Zhang Zuoli paused, her twin ponytails bouncing as she replied cheerfully, I'm fine, Mom. I'm heading to my room. Before she could enter, her mother added worriedly, don't overthink things. At least your mom believes you. Turning to her mom with a smile, Zhang Zuoli reassured, thanks, Mom. I've been the discipline officer for years, so my heart is strong. Something this small won't bring me down. Don't worry. She closed her door and leaned against it. Only Zhang Zuoli herself knew how much pressure the situation had caused her. But recalling Lin Zhengren's words from earlier in the day, simple, straightforward trust, made her blush even in retrospect. Who knew his judgment was so sharp? He realized I was framed, she muttered to herself as she set her school bag on the table and took out her mom's old phone from the drawer. Curious about what Lin Zhengren meant by sundeer, she searched for the term online. The result popped up quickly. Reading aloud, she murmured, sundeer refers to someone who acts contrary to their feelings to hide their embarrassment. The more she read, the redder her face grew, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. She glared at the screen in embarrassment. What is this nonsense? Who's shy around him? I'm not sundeer. I absolutely despise. She trailed off, recalling his trust and their umbrella-sharing moment earlier. Her tone softened as she bit her lip, staring at the phone. I despise that guy. Then, she searched another question, do boys like sundeer girls? The answer displayed, a divine personality since ancient times. Zhang Zuoli's eyes sparkled with delight. That's such a high evaluation. Encouraged, she searched again, would a boy who thinks he's so mature like a sundeer girl? The next morning, Zhang Zuoli's alarm clock buzzed. She yawned, then sprang out of bed. After changing out of her pajamas into her school uniform, she went to the bathroom and styled her long hair into twin ponytails. Examining her playful tiger-toothed smile in the mirror, she made a vow, today, I'll find out what's really going on and clear my name. An hour later, Zhang Zuoli had cornered Lin Zhengren in a small alley. You're asking for my help? Why should I? Lin Zhengren asked, puzzled. Zhang Zuoli glared at him stubbornly. Why? Because we're We're classmates, aren't we? I came to you because you're smart. Not just anyone would do. Lin Zhengren yawned and turned to leave, but Zhang Zuoli grabbed his arm, panicking. Wait. Okay, fine, I'll be honest. I don't have any leads, and I need help. Besides. She lowered her head, murmuring like a mosquito, I feel like you're the only one I can trust. I didn't catch that. Zhang Zuoli clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and shouted, You know I don't have any other friends. Please help me. I'll do anything if you do. Lin Zhengren's eyes gleamed mischievously. Anything? Zhang Zuoli froze, backing up a few steps as she hugged herself, her heart racing. What are you thinking? I'm warning you, some things come with consequences. Don't do anything impulsive. She backed against a wall, unable to retreat further. Lin Zhengren stepped closer, and Zhang Zuoli, trembling, shut her eyes and bit her lip. A moment later, she felt a flick on her forehead. That's the attitude you should have when asking for help. Otherwise, with your usual tsundere behavior, who would even bother? Rubbing her forehead, Zhang Zuoli opened her eyes, her defiance returning. Tsundere? I'm not tsundere. She muttered inwardly, idiot, pighead. Lin Zhengren raised an eyebrow. What's with that weird look? Stepping back, he said, Fine, I'll help, but I'm not doing it for free. You'll need to give me something in return. Something in return? Like what? Miss Jiang's matter has been decided. You know that a young girl wandering the world must have a few treasured belongings. Helping her today might earn you one, or you could choose to act out of pure chivalry, something precious? Lin Zhengren thought, curious about what she might have. Could it be something like He King's chocolates? Zhang Zuoli felt uneasy under his gaze. Do you have anything valuable? Something you rarely let others see? He asked. Something valuable? Zhang Zuoli blinked, then hesitated. I do, but... What do you want it for? So you do have something. What is it? Blushing, she glanced away. I'm not telling you. It's mine. Fine. You don't need to know why I want it. Just tell me if you're willing to give it to me. If you are, I'll help. Zhang Zuoli frowned, visibly struggling with the decision. Whatever it was seemed significant. After a moment, she reluctantly agreed. Fine. As long as you help me, I'll give it to you. It took me a long time to get it. She extended her pinky. Pinky promise. You have to keep your word. Lin Zhengren, amused by how girls seem to love this gesture, extended his hand as well. Deal. From that moment, they officially became an investigation squad. Real-life mysteries weren't as convoluted as those in novels. For Lin Zhengren, figuring out a childish conflict was simple. First, he asked if Zhang Zuoli had offended anyone recently. Especially in the days before the incident. Zhang Zuoli mentioned a few names and added, actually, the day before the class monitor's phone went missing, another girl in our class brought a phone to school. I reported her to the teacher. Lin Zhengren sighed inwardly. She's almost definitely involved. Next, he told Zhang Zuoli to stage a crying scene in the classroom. Why? She asked. You haven't noticed? Since everyone started calling you a thief, the class monitor, who lost the phone, hasn't said a word against you. She won't even look at you. That shows she's feeling guilty. If you cry in front of her, she might spill the truth. Zhang Zuoli was amazed. You're a genius. But how do I cry? Lin Zhengren flicked her forehead. You're a girl, and you don't know how to cry? Worst case, use eye drops. After buying eye drops, Lin Zhengren applied them to Zhang Zuoli's eyes. Perhaps too generously. Tears streamed down her face as she punched him lightly. You put in too much. It's all running down my cheeks. Lin Zhengren laughed at her teary expression. It's perfect? The class monitor's alone cleaning the classroom now. Go cry in front of her and see what happens. Chapter 19, The Truth in the Classroom. The honest and earnest class monitor was dutifully sweeping the floor. Following Lin Zhengren's instructions, Zhang Zuoli walked to her desk, tears streaming down her face as she choked back sobs. This startled the monitor, who hesitated for a moment before choosing to move aside. Zhang Zuoli lay on her desk, sobbing for a while. Seeing that the monitor remained focused on her cleaning and ignored her completely, she wiped her tears and sneaked a glance toward the door, where Lin Zhengren was hiding. Her expression said, the monitor isn't paying attention to me. Lin Zhengren clicked his tongue, signaling with his eyes, you're so clueless. Don't just cry. Add some words and make it more dramatic. The worse it sounds, the better. Zhang Zuoli nodded. Moments later, she suddenly wailed loudly, I'm sorry. Class monitor, I'm so sorry. The class monitor, startled upon hearing her name, froze mid-sweep and looked at Zhang Zuoli with a conflicted expression. Zhang Zuoli continued to sob pitifully, everyone says I stole your stuff, But I really didn't. Boo, I don't know what's going on. I'm planning to drop out of school. I won't go to school anymore, and without school, I won't be able to find a job. I'll have to scavenge for garbage on the streets to survive. From outside the door, Lin Zhengren. Though a bit over the top, it was certainly vivid. Zhang Zuoli sobbed on, I'll have to eat rotten apples that others throw away, moldy tomatoes, and even my mom won't want me anymore. Zhang Zuoli, are you saying you're dropping out of school? The young class monitor, unable to bear such a pitiful tale, felt this was entirely too tragic. Don't cry anymore, okay? Here, wipe your tears first. Zhang Zuoli hadn't expected the monitor to comfort her and cried even harder. Boo, class monitor, I know you don't believe me, but I really didn't steal your phone. The monitor put her broom aside and approached Zhang Zuoli. Seeing her tear-streaked face, she was moved and at a loss for words. I believe you. I do. Zhang Zuoli sniffled, staring at the monitor with wide, teary eyes. Her voice, broken by sobs, was shaky and hesitant. Ria. Really? You really believe me? But why would you believe me? Wasn't the phone found in my desk? The monitor frowned, her expression betraying that she was on the verge of spilling something. Sensing the opportunity, Zhang Zuoli quickly grabbed her arm. Class monitor, do you know something? Please, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone it was you. Please. Under the weight of her conscience, the class monitor decided to come clean. She set down the broom and checked to make sure no one else was nearby. Lin Zhengren took the chance to scurry off somewhere else. Fortunately, it was PE class, and everyone was out on the field, so there was little chance anyone would return to the classroom. The monitor handed Zhang Zuoli 2 tissues to wipe her tears and began, I'll tell you everything I know. Honestly, this whole thing seems strange to me too. That day, I accidentally brought my phone to school. At noon, I didn't have it with me anymore because Zhang Lin borrowed it. She said she needed to call her mom and took my phone. The monitor continued, then, that afternoon, Zhang Lin told me my phone had been stolen. The next day, it was found in your desk. But it's also weird because I remember clearly that I gave her the phone in the cafeteria at lunch. I kept it on me before then because I was worried about losing it. When I asked her for it in the afternoon, she said it had been stolen. But you didn't even go to the cafeteria that day, you stayed back to clean the classroom. Zhang Zuoli nodded, exactly. Because I didn't go to the cafeteria, everyone said I must have stolen your phone while cleaning. The monitor sat beside her. You see? Doesn't this all feel fishy? I even suspect someone set you up on purpose. Hearing this, Zhang Zuoli felt everything suddenly fall into place. Lin Zhengren, listening outside, had heard the whole exchange as well. After PE class, Zhang Zuoli and Lin Zhengren skipped lunch in the cafeteria. Instead, they sat on the steps by the rooftop door, munching on bread. The rooftop was locked, so they couldn't go up. Watching Lin Zhengren chew his bread, Zhang Zuoli remarked, so, it must have been Zhang Lin and her group. I told the teacher about them playing with their phones the other day, so they must have held a grudge and framed me. Lin Zhengren looked ahead thoughtfully. That seems likely. But why would your desk partner accuse you? So far, this doesn't seem to involve her. Zhang Zuoli suddenly recalled something and took small bites of her bread, her face turning red. Actually, if I think about it, I can come up with a reason why she might frame me. Oh? Zhang Zuoli looked awkward and muttered, can't you tell? Seeing Lin Zhengren's blank expression, she added, she likes you. Haven't you noticed how unhappy she looks whenever people joke about us being a couple? And she keeps sneaking glances at you. Huh? How do you know she's sneaking glances at me? Zhang Zuoli rolled her eyes. Because I sit next to her. So? I don't know who my deskmate looks at every day. Blushing, she retorted, that's because you're not normal. In truth, Zhang Zuoli sometimes sneaked glances at Lin Zhengren herself, which is how she noticed her deskmate doing the same. But she kept this thought to herself. She huffed, took another bite of bread, and muttered, forget it. Explaining this to a blockhead like you is pointless. Besides, it's just a guess. I can't be sure she'd accuse me over something like that. Lin Zhengren stared ahead. Doesn't matter. You've been sticking with me these past few days, and it's clear you're in a better mood. The ones who framed you are bound to get nervous. Let's tail them quietly over the next few days. We'll hear something eventually. Okay. Zhang Zuoli handed him the last packet of pickled vegetables, pretending not to care. Here, you can have the last one. I don't like them. Lin Zhengren was puzzled. You don't like them, but you ate 2 packs? Her face turned red as she snapped back, embarrassed, mind your own business. Don't think I'm being nice to you, okay? It's not what you think. Oh, I wasn't thinking that at all. Grinding her teeth, Zhang Zueli clenched her fists. Idiot. Big idiot. If you keep this up, no girl will marry you when you grow up. And as if any guy would marry you, always shouting and stomping like that. You. She was too frustrated to continue, mumbling to herself, fine, then we'll just end up together. What? Zhang Zueli wanted to bury herself in the ground. She hadn't meant to say that out loud. Covering her ears in a panic, she stammered, I said nothing. A few days later, Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zueli secretly followed the group with a recorder. Sure enough, a week later, they overheard their conversation and obtained the crucial evidence needed to clear her name. The truth was finally revealed that very day. Chapter 20. The truth revealed. Behind the bushes near the school cafeteria, a group of mischievous girls from the class, including Zhang Lin, were chatting nervously. Zhang Zueli has been sticking with Lin Zhengren these past few days. Do you think they've found something out? One girl asked. They shouldn't have. How could they? No one was around when we put the phone in her desk, another replied. There was no one, but Lin Zhengren is the top student in our class. I'm worried he might figure out it was us. What should we do? I didn't expect things to blow up this much. If the teacher finds out, we'll all get in big trouble. Our parents will be called, and we might even get expelled. The more they discussed, the more panicked they became. For days, they had been restless over the situation. Just around the corner outside the bushes, Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zueli were pressed against the wall, listening. Zhang Zueli held a recorder in her hand, her expression growing darker as she heard their conversation. These little brats. So it was them. I won't let them off the hook. Zhang Zueli growled through clenched teeth. Lin Zhengren hushed her, motioning for silence, as the girls started mentioning Zhang Zhao. By the way, one of the girls asked, what's the deal with Zhang Zhao? Why did she accuse Zhang Zueli in class? She wasn't even there when we planted the phone and money. Zhang Lin replied, oh, I forgot to tell you. Actually, Zhang Zhao saw us when we were planting the phone. But she promised not to snitch and said she'd pretend she didn't see anything. I didn't think she'd turn around and accuse Zhang Zueli in class. Well, it makes sense. Zhang Zhao likes Lin Zhengren, doesn't she? She doesn't like Zhang Zueli. Behind the corner, Zhang Zueli's eyes widened. Her suspicions were spot on. Turning off the recorder, she whispered to Lin Zhengren, now everything's clear, and we've got the evidence. Lin Zhengren smirked, your name's about to be cleared. So, do you want to go straight to the teacher, or scare them a bit first? If you walk out there with the recorder now, I bet they'll all start crying. Zhang Zueli clenched her fists, puffing up with anger. Of course, I'm going to scare them. Even if we're in the same class, this was too much bullying. I'm not letting this slide. Tossing her twin ponytails with confidence, Zhang Zueli stepped out from the corner, recorder in hand, and shouted, don't you think you've gone too far? Her voice startled the girls so much they froze in place, their faces pale with panic. Zhang Zueli? And Lin Zhengren? What are you two doing here? Zhang Zueli held up the recorder. What do you think? I've recorded everything you just said. You're in for it now. Get ready for the teacher to call your parents. Lin Zhengren stepped out as well, but before either of them could say anything else, over half the girls started bawling. They wailed apologies, sobbing about how they never thought things would go this far. Zhang Lin, the ringleader, was the first to cry. Lin Zhengren watched, speechless. Kids really can't hold it together. Of course, no amount of crying could undo the situation. The incident would inevitably be reported to the teacher. Whether or not Zhang Zueli forgave them would determine how severe the punishment would be. Before reporting the incident, Zhang Zueli sought out Zhang Zhao alone. This has something and nothing to do with her, she told Lin Zhengren. I'll handle this myself. Lin Zhengren shrugged. Suit yourself. I'm just here to help. When Zhang Zueli confronted Zhang Zhao, she revealed she already knew everything and even had the girl's confession recorded. Zhang Zhao hung her head. Although she didn't cry, her face was contorted with guilt and pain, as if she'd anticipated this outcome. She said, I knew I couldn't keep this hidden. With Lin Zhengren helping you, he was bound to figure it out. I'm sorry. Zhang Zueli's expression was cold. It's too late to apologize now. I'm going to ask the teacher to change our seats. We won't be desk mates anymore. As she turned to leave, Zhang Zhao suddenly squatted down, covered her face, and began to cry. Zhang Zueli, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done it. I don't even know why I did it. I hated seeing you two together. Zhang Zueli hesitated for a moment before speaking frankly. Honestly. At first, Lin Zhengren and I weren't even that close. If it weren't for all this drama, we probably wouldn't have spent so much time meeting and chatting together. Zhang Zhao cried even harder. With that, Zhang Zueli left. She didn't realize how much more painful her words were than outright scolding. That afternoon, Zhang Zuoli, recorder in hand, marched into the homeroom teacher's office with the group of girls, Zhang Zhao, and the class monitor. She laid out the entire situation. The teacher, stunned by the revelation, scolded the girls harshly and summoned their parents, except for the class monitors. The office echoed with cries for the rest of the afternoon. Afterward, the teacher apologized to Zhang Zuoli privately. "I'm sorry, Zhang Zuoli. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way in class. Your role as discipline officer will be reinstated. I'm truly sorry." Zhang Zuoli smiled and nodded. The next morning, Class 2-2 sat in their seats as the teacher addressed them sternly from the podium. After thorough investigation, it has been proven that Zhang Zuoli was wrongfully accused in the recent theft case. She did not take the class monitor's belongings or anyone's money. I won't name those who framed her, but you know who you are. It's only because of Zhang Zuoli's forgiveness that this matter is resolved. But let this be a lesson to you all. If anything like this happens again, I won't go easy on the culprits. The teacher's voice rose as she lectured for another 10 minutes. Although no names were mentioned, it was obvious who was at fault. Those who had accused Zhang Zuoli looked visibly embarrassed. The teacher concluded, from today onward, Zhang Zuoli will resume her role as discipline officer. I hope she continues to uphold her duties diligently. Let's give her a round of applause. The class erupted in applause, growing louder and louder. Zhang Zuoli, shy and flustered, sat in her seat, blushing. With that, the week-long theft case was officially closed. Everything returned to normal. As kids often do, the class soon forgot about the incident entirely. Zhang Zuoli, however, remained the same. She diligently wrote names on the blackboard whenever students talked during class. One mischievous boy teased, "Hey, discipline officer, do you really like Lin Zhangren? If I tell you I'm good friends with him, will you leave my name off the board?" Blushing, Zhang Zuoli retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who said I?" She paused, flustered, and changed her tone, "I'll like whoever I want. What's it to you? I'm putting your name at the top of the list." The class erupted into laughter, and the teasing intensified. The discipline officer really likes Lin Zhangren. Look, she's blushing. Frustrated and embarrassed, Zhang Zuoli glanced at Lin Zhangren, who remained indifferent. This made her even angrier. Overwhelmed, she blurted out, "What does it matter to you? So what if I do like him? Anyone who teases me will have their name written on the board." The entire class fell silent, stunned. Even Zhang Zuoli froze, realizing what she'd just said. Chapter 21, I'm just taking pity on you. The sudden honesty left the entire class speechless. Some of the boys and girls who had been teasing just for fun also stood there, blushing in embarrassment. No one actually expected Zhang Zuoli to admit it. After all, the whole point of teasing was just for amusement. No one really believed that just because someone was teased about liking someone, they actually would, or that they'd truly end up together. They were just kids, after all. But Zhang Zuoli's unexpected outburst. Not only did she embarrass herself to death, but she also made the entire class mature overnight. From now on, no one in the class would ask, "Discipline officer, do you really like Lin Zhangren?" Instead, the new question would be, "Discipline officer, will you two get married when you grow up?" Zhang Zuoli's face was as red as a cooked shrimp. She ran back to her seat, steaming, covered her ears, and buried her head on the desk. Meanwhile, Lin Zhangren looked both surprised and unsurprised at the same time. While the others glanced at him to see his reaction, he simply flipped through his book as if nothing had happened. On the same day, far away in the south, Little He-King kept sneezing. Her mom asked if she had caught a cold. Little He-King shook her head. "No, I don't think so. I don't know what's going on." She had no idea a thief had broken into their house. 2 days later, Saturday finally arrived. By the way, thanks to a casual question, Zhang Zuoli had recently discovered that Lin Zhangren's house was just across the street from hers. It turned out they lived so close to each other. So on Saturday, the two of them met up, planning to check out the so-called treasure at Zhang Zuoli's house. When they passed a vending machine, Zhang Zuoli stopped and asked, "What do you want to drink?" Lin Zhangren spread his hands. "I didn't bring money." Zhang Zuoli rolled her eyes. "I'll treat you." Lin Zhangren said he wanted a pulse drink. Zhang Zuoli responded with an okay, inserted the coins, and mumbled as she bought a drink, "It's not like I want to treat you or anything. I just happen to have money in my pocket and don't want you dying of thirst. I didn't even ask, so why are you explaining so much? Now it really feels like you're going out of your way to buy me a drink." Annoyed, Zhang Zuoli threw the bottle at him. "You're overthinking it." Lin Zhangren caught it and casually said, "Thanks." As they walked side by side, Zhang Zuoli felt like the distance between them was shrinking. Lin Zhangren, about what I said last week in class, don't take it seriously. She lowered her head shyly, not wanting him to see her flustered expression. I don't actually like you. I just blurted it out in the moment. Lin Zhangren twisted open the bottle and took a sip. I know. Zhang Zuoli waited. And waited. But Lin Zhangren never said anything else. Her embarrassment slowly turned into anger. Her cheeks puffed up, and she kicked his calf hard. Ow! What the heck? You crazy? Lin Zhangren scolded. You're such a blockhead. No, you're the biggest blockhead. She stopped in her tracks, frustrated. Idiot. Big idiot. Even if I didn't mean it that way, I still said I liked you in front of the entire class. Don't you have anything to say about that? Lin Zhangren looked at her acting all dramatic. Where did an 8 or 9-year-old girl even get this much emotional baggage? Why was she always so hung up on love and relationships? You literally just told me not to take it seriously. What kind of reaction do you expect? You. Ugh. You're definitely going to end up single for life. Anyone who likes you has to be brain dead. Lin Zhangren thought for a second. Wait, wasn't she basically insulting herself? So he retaliated, giving her a light kick on the butt. Zhang Zuoli gasped, covering her behind and glaring at him, completely flustered. What are you looking at? I was just returning the favor, Lin Zhangren said casually. And don't insult so broadly. There are plenty of people who like me. Zhang Zuoli bit her lip, turned her head away, and huffed. Yeah, right. Who would like you? Enough chit-chat. Just take me to your house already. I only agreed to help you because of that so-called treasure. Zhang Zuoli dusted off her clothes, thinking, liar. You helped me first and only asked for the treasure later. Clearly, you weren't doing it for the reward. She quickly caught up with him. Hey, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. At Zhang Zuoli's house, Lin Zhangren entered her bedroom. This was the second time he had ever stepped into a girl's room. It didn't look much different from the first one. Pink everywhere. Stuffed animals were scattered on the bed. Yep. Girls really were all the same when it came to their rooms. Lin Zhangren sat on Zhang Zuoli's bed, watching her fidget restlessly. After a long pause, she finally asked, So, how do you think my room looks? I cleaned up especially for today, since I knew you were coming. You better not say it looks bad. I spent ages tidying up. Lin Zhangren immediately flattered her. It looks great. She knew he was just humoring her, but she still felt happy inside. Carefully, she took out a book from her drawer. A handmade compilation of magazine and newspaper clippings. Here, this is my treasure. I spent years collecting and putting it together. Lin Zhangren took it and flipped through it. You successfully helped Miss Zhang clear her name. In gratitude, she has gifted you her personal cultivation manual. This technique is a masterpiece, compiled from countless sources. Although it's not an ultimate grade technique, it's definitely top tier. You carefully study the manual. Charisma +4, Strength +4, Stamina +1, Level +2, you are about to break through to Spirit level 30, 2 whole levels. This was the best reward he had ever received. Taking a closer look, Lin Zhangren realized that this cultivation manual was actually a comprehensive guide to music. It contained information on musicians, singing techniques, vocal exercises, and song breakdowns. All incredibly detailed. He glanced at Zhang Zuoli, who looked a bit embarrassed. You like singing? Zhang Zuoli hesitated, then stubbornly raised her chin. Yeah, so what? Nothing. I just never knew. You've never sung in front of anyone before. She clenched her little fists. Who randomly sings in front of people? They'd think I'm crazy. Sing for me? Zhang Zuoli hesitated. I usually don't sing in front of others. But if you really want to hear. Lin Zhangren nodded. Yeah, I do. If you put this much effort into collecting all this, I'm curious about your skill. Surprised by his seriousness, Zhang Zuoli stood up. Fine. What do you want to hear? I'm not singing because I want to. You're the one who asked, so don't complain if it sounds bad. Anything's fine. Just not a nursery rhyme. Got it. She took a deep breath, adjusted her voice, and started singing. Lin Zhangren's eyes widened. He seriously didn't expect her to be this good. At her age, her voice was already incredible. Almost identical to the original singers. With this level of talent and passion, she had a bright future ahead. That evening, as Lin Zhangren headed home, Zhang Zuoli walked him to the door. Ever thought about becoming a singer? He asked. Zhang Zuoli admitted she had, but the industry was tough. My mom says it's not something just anyone can succeed in. The more I study, the more I realize how hard it is. Lin Zhangren looked ahead. It is hard, but I think you've got a shot. It'd be a waste to give up so young. Zhang Zuoli was stunned. She had expected him to mock her, not encourage her. "Oh really? You really think so?" "Yeah. I genuinely do." Her heart skipped a beat. Then, suddenly, she burst into laughter, stepped in front of him, and declared with a serious face, "Lin Zengren, if you really can't find anyone to marry you in the future, I guess I could marry you." She pointed at him, blushing furiously. "But it's not because I like you. I'm just taking pity on you. I just think you're such a blockhead that you'll never get a girl, got it?" Chapter 22, King and Zhang Zuoli's doubts. As summer approached, the evening breeze carried a hint of warmth. Standing on the street, the two of them locked eyes. Zhang Zuoli's twin ponytails swayed slightly in the wind, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Lin Zengren heard her words but simply pressed his hand on her head and continued walking forward. "I don't know. And do you even understand what getting married means before saying you marry me?" Zhang Zuoli swatted his hand away. "Who says I don't understand? It just means marrying you and having babies, right?" Lin Zengren turned back in disbelief and saw her blushing as she added, "But since I'm only marrying you out of pity, I'll only have one kid with you. Don't expect more." He couldn't be bothered to respond. Anyone who took a kid's words seriously would lose. Seeing him walking farther away, Zhang Zuoli quickly chased after him. "Hey! Slow down. You're really not going to react at all to what I just said? You big idiot." When Lin Zengren arrived home, it was his dad who opened the door. Since it was the weekend, both his parents were home. "Ranran's back?" Lin Yingjun opened the door at the sound of knocking, only to see Zhang Zuoli standing behind his son. This wasn't her first time at their house. Ever since she discovered they lived close to each other, she had come over 3 or 4 times. Zhang Zuoli greeted him, looking both shy and reserved. "Hello, uncle. I came to bring Lin Zengren home." Lin Zengren thought, "You didn't need to walk me all the way to my door, though." His father, Lin Yingjun, was usually a laid-back person. But as a parent in this moment, he found himself feeling a little awkward. "Hello, Zieli." The reason for the awkwardness was that his wife was in the living room, on the phone. Lin Zieli heard their son return and rushed over with the phone in hand. "Ranran, you're back? Perfect timing. King called for you. Come take the call." She stopped in her tracks when she noticed Zhang Zuoli standing at the doorway. Her anxious expression instantly turned into a blank stare. Her brain shut down for a moment. Zhang Zuoli, only half understanding the situation, continued greeting politely, "Hello, Auntie. I came to drop Lin Zengren home." Lin Zieli exchanged looks with her husband. Lin Yingjun glanced back at her. Then, forcing an awkward yet polite smile, Lin Zieli said, "Zieli, have you eaten dinner yet? Why don't you stay and eat with us?" Zhang Zuoli quickly shook her head. "No need, Auntie. I still have homework to do, so I should head back." She then turned to Lin Zengren. "All right, I'm going home. See you next week, Lin Zengren." She waved at his parents as well. "Bye, Uncle and Auntie." Lin Zengren nodded. "Be careful on your way back." "Got it." As soon as he stepped inside, he took the phone from his mom. "Hello? Why are you calling me again?" he asked, heading straight to his room. Before heading downstairs, Zhang Zuoli took one last glance at Lin Zengren talking on the phone. King. That was a girl's name. Why did it sound so familiar? Was she a classmate? She walked down the stairs slowly, lost in thought. Then suddenly, it clicked. Back in 1st or 2nd grade, there was a girl who used to stick around Lin Zengren all the time. But at some point, that girl disappeared. Did she move away? Transfer schools? But if that were the case, why were they still in contact? Was she a relative? A cousin? As she descended the stairs, her twin ponytails bounced with each step, and she seemed deep in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yingjun and Lin Zieli peeked out from their room, whispering, "Zieli, be careful on your way back." "You're welcome here anytime," Lin Yingjun called out. Zhang Zuoli paused, then turned around, blushing. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. I'll come over again if I get the chance. Bye." Then she hurried downstairs. Lin Zieli nudged her husband with her elbow. "Ugh, that was so awkward. Why didn't you warn me?" Lin Yingjun sighed. "How was I supposed to know she'd walk our son all the way home? I never had this kind of treatment when I was a kid." He glanced at his wife. "You think King heard all that?" She definitely did. The call was still connected. The couple sighed in unison. Lin Yingjun rubbed his temples. "Why do I have this bad feeling that our son's future love life is going to be a mess?" Lin Zieli nodded. "I feel the same. Especially with Zieli and little King. Both of them seem really nice. And..." She looked at her husband. Ranran's still in elementary school. Back in his room, Lin Zengren closed the door. On the other end of the line, He King asked, "Did you just get home? Were you out today?" "Yeah, I wasn't home all day." "Oh." He King hesitated before carefully asking, "I might have misheard, but was that a girl's voice just now?" Lin Zhengren sat down on his bed and answered naturally, "Yeah, just a classmate. I wanted something from her, so I helped her out. I was at her house earlier to pick it up." "Oh." He King sounded a bit unsure. "Then why did she walk you home?" Lin Zhengren scoffed. "How should I know? Maybe she felt guilty because I didn't take her gift. Anyway, what did you want?" Hearing his usual tone, He King felt a little relieved. "Oh, I just made a really good friend recently. Remember that girl I mentioned before? The one who looks like a little fox? A lot of boys are chasing after her, but she is actually really nice. She helps me a lot, and I found out we're neighbors. Now we walk to school, eat lunch, and go home together every day." Lin Zhengren glanced at the water cup on his desk and decided to go to the living room to get some water. The moment he stepped out, his parents, who had been casually watching TV, suddenly sat up straight. His mom even asked with concern, "Ranran, how's your call with King going? You two aren't fighting, are you?" "Huh?" Lin Zhengren filled his glass. "Why would I fight with He King?" 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. By the time he moved up to 5th grade, he finally broke through the spirit level 30 threshold. After a period of cultivation, you have successfully reached the level 30 milestone. A new hidden ability has been unlocked, making you even more formidable in the martial world. New ability, medium limit. When any of your 4 main attributes reach a certain value, you will gain a transformation effect. Your current stats are as follows: Strength, 13, reaching 50 will grant the ability to maintain muscle mass without exercise. Stamina, 15, reaching 60 will grant limitless endurance. Physical energy, 19, reaching 70 will double stamina and triple endurance. Charisma, 20, reaching 40 will double the goodwill you receive from others. Looking at the additional effects, Lin Zhengren thought, why do these descriptions sound kinda weird? Another year passed. 6th grade. The final year of elementary school had arrived. Today was a special day in the southern town. It was Liangxin Festival. Legend had it that tying a red ribbon onto the tree of devotion on this day would bring good fortune. For singles, the heavens would grant them a fated match. For couples, their love would remain blessed and unbreakable. So, He King made a plan. She invited her best friend, Han Wenwen, and the two of them decided to sneak out, without telling any adults, to tie their ribbons during the festival. Chapter 23, Liangxin Festival. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, He King carefully adjusted her hairstyle and smoothed out the edges of her snow-white dress. "Mom, I'm going out shopping with Han Wenwen. If Grandma wakes up, let her know for me." Her mother, Aunt He, called out from the kitchen while making breakfast. King, you're not eating before you go? I'll just grab something with Wenwen." "Bye, Mom." By now, little He King had grown into a graceful young girl, her beauty blossoming with time. If a few years ago she was simply cute and pure, now the word beautiful finally fit her. Of course, when it came to looks, she still thought she wasn't as stunning as her best friend, Han Wenwen. Ever since He King met her, she felt that Han Wenwen was growing more and more like a fox spirit. But unlike He King's sweetness, Han Wenwen's beauty had an indescribable charm. Something that wasn't exactly cute, but uniquely captivating. At the street corner, He King stood waiting. Before long, Han Wenwen appeared from behind, wearing a fitted pink dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Sneaking up from behind, she suddenly covered He King's eyes and planted a quick kiss on her cheek. "Guess who?" Startled, He King yelped, "Wenwen. Why do you always tease me like this?" Han Wenwen giggled, covering her mouth playfully before tilting her head, her fox-like eyes glimmering mischievously. "What's wrong? It's just a little kiss between girls. If I don't kiss you now, I might not get the chance in the future." He King wiped her cheek helplessly and gave her friend a sideways glance. "What do you mean not get the chance? Didn't you say we'd go to the same middle school together?" Han Wenwen linked arms with her. "Of course, I'll go with you. But that's not what I meant. I'm saying that once you start going to school with your childhood sweetheart, will there even be room for me?" He King blushed, unable to respond. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Wenwen smirked. "So, have you talked to him recently?" "No, nothing much has been happening lately. But after we finish at Liangxin Festival today, I'll call him." The two best friends walked toward the festival. "You sure are diligent about updating him. I'm really curious. How ridiculously handsome does he have to be for you to be this obsessed?" He King mumbled, "He was pretty good looking as a kid, but I don't know what he looks like now." "Huh? Don't you two talk on the phone all the time? You've never done a video call?" "Nope, never." Han Wenwen stared at her in disbelief. You're unbelievable. You're way too timid. 2 years ago, they met on a rainy day at school. Han Wenwen had been moved by He King's kindness and decided to repay her in whatever way she could. Whenever He King was assigned classroom cleaning duty, Han Wenwen would stay behind to help. If anyone badmouthed He King, Han Wenwen would clap back without hesitation. Not that He King needed the help. She was more than capable of fighting back on her own. But He King was the type who never forgot a kindness, no matter the reason behind it. Since Han Wenwen treated her well, she naturally returned the favor. Over time, the two became inseparable. Now, 2 years later, they were the closest of friends, knowing each other inside and out. The Liangxin festival was bustling with excitement. Holding hands or linking arms, the two girls wandered through the various stalls, enjoying themselves immensely. At one point, they stopped at a stall selling love letters. This reminded He King of something. Wenwen, has anyone confessed to you this month? Bending down to inspect the envelopes, Han Wenwen propped her hands on her knees. She recognized quite a few. Oh, yeah. Maybe it's because of the festival. Just yesterday, I found 3 love letters in my backpack. What? 3? Did you read them? Han Wenwen shook her head. Nope. I can already guess what they say. I like you so much, blah blah blah. I'm not interested in any of them. Then she glanced back at He King with curiosity. What about you? Has your good brother ever written you a love letter? Flustered, He King replied, what? It's not like we're at that stage yet. I don't even think he knows I like him. Han Wenwen rolled her eyes. Do you think guys are that dumb? Okay, maybe a little, but I doubt your good brother is an idiot. Yeah. He is really smart. He's good at everything. The two girls wandered for hours, from the base of the hill to the heart of the festival. The Tree of Devotion, located halfway up the mountain. This was the busiest spot at Liangxin Festival. Interestingly, as they walked, a group of boys suddenly stepped out from the crowd, holding flowers. It seemed like they had been waiting there on purpose. The one in the center held out a bouquet toward Han Wenwen and confessed his feelings. Judging by his uniform, he was from another school. He King let out a sigh. Even she was getting used to this by now. Let alone Han Wenwen. Sure enough, Han Wenwen turned them down cheerfully but directly. Sorry, I don't like you. Then, with a mischievous smile, she added, but you're pretty handsome. Maybe some other girl will like you. Before leaving, she even pulled a hair clip from her pocket and handed it to him. Here, take this as a souvenir. Anyway, we're off to shop more. Bye-bye. That was just Han Wenwen's way. She always rejected people with a compliment. Maybe that was why even the guys she turned down still kept liking her. Finally, they reached the Tree of Devotion. The massive, ancient tree was covered in fluttering red ribbons, swaying in the wind like a breathtaking sea of red. Seeing it for the first time, He King's eyes sparkled with wonder. It's like something straight out of a romance novel. I heard that 1,000 years ago, a couple was separated for some reason, but after tying red ribbons on this tree, they found their way back to each other. Han Wenwen nodded. Yeah, that's the story. Did you bring your own ribbon? He King pulled a red ribbon with a small cloth tag from her pocket. Of course. What about you? Han Wenwen waved hers. Got it right here. Let's find a spot to write our wishes. People say writing them on the spot makes them more likely to come true. They squatted down and began writing. He King carefully wrote, I hope I can see him soon. And that we'll always be together. She glanced over and saw Han Wenwen chewing on her pen cap, lost in thought. Wenwen, you're not done yet. I'm thinking. I've never really considered what kind of guy I like. He King chuckled. Every kind of guy has confessed to you, and you haven't picked a single one. I'm curious too. Suddenly, Han Wenwen's eyes lit up. Got it. She scribbled on her ribbon, I want my future man to know exactly what I want. He King looked confused. What does that mean? It means I hope my future boyfriend is someone who understands me on a deeper level. They both burst into laughter. He King covered her mouth, giggling. Wow, that sounds so poetic. After tying their ribbons onto the tree, they noticed a nearby stall offering wooden tokens that revealed the surname of one's future lover. Han Wenwen grabbed one at random. It had a single character on it. Lin. He King's eyes widened. Lin? Han Wenwen raised an eyebrow. What? Don't tell me your childhood sweetheart's last name is Lin? Yeah, it is. Han Wenwen laughed, linking arms with He King and holding up the token. Looks like we really are best friends. Even our future boyfriends have the same surname. Maybe he has a long-lost brother? The two girls continued strolling through the festival, joking and laughing. Meanwhile, the two red ribbons they had tied onto the tree swayed in the wind, twisting together, as if bound by fate. Chapter 24, Childhood Sweethearts. Before heading home, Han Wenwen teased He King a few more times. As always, He King got flustered, pretended to be angry, and then Han Wenwen had to coax her back into a good mood. Oh, right, He King. What's the name of the school you're applying to? My uncle is taking me on a trip up north this year, so I'm thinking of checking out the area. I haven't asked yet. I'll ask him tonight. Alright, let me know when you find out. See you tomorrow, King. Bye, Wenwen. That evening, He King was so distracted that she didn't even taste her dinner properly. After quickly finishing her meal, she grabbed her mom's phone and rushed to her bedroom to make a call. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Zhang Zuoli was at Lin Zhengren's house. And just as she was about to leave, she saw Lin Zhengren's mother answering the phone with a peculiar expression. Hello? Oh, King? Ranran is. Lin Zuoli glanced toward the door where Zhang Zuoli stood, then turned to her son. She smiled helplessly. Ranran, it's He King calling. Oh, Lin Zhengren responded casually. Tell her to wait a bit. I'll walk Zhang Zuoli downstairs first, then call her back. His relaxed attitude was a stark contrast to his mother's awkwardness. Lin Zuoli nodded. Alright, I'll let her know. She relayed the message word for word. Since He King had been in a good mood all day, she didn't overthink it and cheerfully replied, Okay, Auntie. I'll wait for him. Lin Zhengren stepped outside and saw Zhang Zuoli staring into space. What are you daydreaming about? Come on, I'll walk you downstairs. I also wanted to talk to you about school applications. Zhang Zuoli glanced back at Auntie Lin talking to that mysterious girl and then at Lin Zhengren. Her curiosity about the girl on the phone only grew stronger. Who was she? Why did she call this big idiot so often? A year had passed since the 4th grade confession fiasco. With He King's departure, Lin Zhengren's life had fewer strange encounters. But fate had a way of balancing things out. One childhood friend left, and another one, who just so happened to love singing, appeared. 1 year ago, when Zhang Zuoli was struggling with a bottleneck in her singing, Lin Zhengren had casually asked, You seem stuck. Want me to teach you? Zhang Zuoli had been so stunned that she burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. You? Teach me? Do you even know how to sing? Instead of explaining, Lin Zhengren simply demonstrated. During music class that day, he sang a song in front of everyone. He wasn't professional level, but he had studied a bit in his past life. Even their teacher praised his voice and technique, saying he had a lot of potential. Zhang Zuoli had been shocked. And so were many of their classmates. After class, she pulled him aside, staring at him with wide, dazed eyes. You actually sing that well. How did I not know? Lin Zhengren smirked. There's a lot you don't know about me. Then, he got straight to the point. So, do you want me to teach you or not? If you do, just nod and say you'll follow my lead. If not, forget it. I'm not forcing you. Zhang Zuoli completely ignored the key part of his sentence. Follow your lead? Her face turned bright red. This time, she didn't even try to act tsundere. She just nodded quickly. I do want to learn. If you're really that good, then teach me. I'll stick with you forever. Just like He King had done back then, she held out her pinky. Lin Zhengren hooked his pinky with hers. And at that moment, the system activated. You have successfully established a fortune link with Miss Zhang. From now on, every time she cultivates, you will receive double the feedback. Additionally, due to your level 20 skill, any cultivation technique you teach will double the learner's progress speed. From then on, Lin Zhengren spent his free time between classes, after school, and on weekends, coaching Zhang Zuoli in singing techniques and songwriting. They didn't even bother avoiding rumors anymore. They had already spread everywhere. And thanks to the system's feedback, every time Zhang Zuoli improved, Lin Zhengren's growth doubled. Whenever she struggled, he gave her just the right guidance to help her break through. It amazed her. And, though she refused to admit it, she started to admire him. You actually know this much about music? If I had met you earlier, I might already be a celebrity. Ever since I started learning from you, my progress has skyrocketed. Lin Zhengren flicked her forehead. Ow! Zhang Zuoli rubbed the sore spot. What was that for? It's not too late. I found out there's a children's talent agency in our town. They accept kids 12 and older, so once we start middle school, you can apply. It's a legit agency with proper management. If you really want to go pro, you should give it a shot. Zhang Zuoli felt like he had everything planned out. That time he told her, I think you can do it. He really meant it. Blushing with excitement, she asked the same question again. I really do love singing, but becoming a pop star. Are you sure I can do it? Everyone says it's so hard to make it in this industry. You really think I have what it takes? Lin Zhengren answered confidently, why not? Even if you can't, I'm here to teach you. She froze. She knew in that moment. She was going to fall for this idiot. Some things were just impossible to avoid. How could she ever like anyone else after hearing something like that? A year later. Today. Winter days were short, and the streetlights had already turned on. Zhang Zuoli's ponytail bounced as she followed Lin Zhengrun downstairs. "We'll be in middle school in half a year," Lin Zhengrun said. "I checked the talent agency's forums, and they've been scouting potential child stars in different schools. Sometimes, they even attend school performances. Our future middle school is on their observation list. That means your best chance will be the first-year talent showcase next semester." He turned to look at her. "Your parents don't mind you learning music. If the agency reaches out to them, they won't refuse." Zhang Zuoli nodded firmly. "Got it." They continued walking under the streetlights. "For the next 6 months, I won't teach you anything new. We'll focus on strengthening your stage presence and refining your techniques. Stage confidence is a huge plus for kids." Then, suddenly, smack. Lin Zhengrun flicked her forehead again, this time harder. "Ow! What was that for?" Zhang Zuoli clutched her forehead angrily. "What do you mean? Were you even listening?" "Of course, I was. I'll work hard, okay? When have I not taken this seriously?" Lin Zhengrun narrowed his eyes. "Then what's with that face?" Zhang Zuoli puffed up her cheeks and turned away with a humphrey. "Nothing." After a moment, she finally blurted out what was really on her mind. "Who was that girl on the phone just now? Her name's King, right?" She muttered under her breath, "She calls you a lot. What's your relationship with her?" Lin Zhengrun answered honestly. "She's my childhood sweetheart. She transferred schools a while back, but we still keep in touch." "Huh?" Zhang Zuoli's face scrunched up in disbelief. "Your childhood sweetheart? I'm your childhood sweetheart. I've known you since first grade." Chapter 25, A Fateful Encounter. "If you put it that way, I suppose you're right." Lin Zhengrun's expression remained calm. "But she's known me since kindergarten." "You?" Zhang Zuoli was momentarily speechless, then suddenly puffed up in frustration. She clenched her little fists, leaning forward like a plane about to take off. "Then what about me? I've known you the longest. Technically, you could also be considered a childhood friend. As for who knew me first, it's about the same. She was with me from small class through 2nd grade, while you were from 1st to 6th grade." The more Lin Zhengrun explained, the angrier Zhang Zuoli became. She puffed up her cheeks and raised her tiny fists, ready to hammer him. "You're so infuriating." Her punches, however, were completely harmless. What's there to be angry about? There's no rule that says I can only have one childhood friend. Lin Zhengrun effortlessly caught her flurry of phantom punches. "Besides, I'm just stating facts. You wouldn't want me to lie to you, would you?" "Well, that's true. If you lied and I found out later, I'd be even angrier." She stopped punching but still clenched her eyes shut and yelled, "But something about this just feels wrong." She stared at Lin Zhengrun, feeling both frustrated and strangely unsettled. In the end, she could only huff, flip her twin ponytails, and storm off. Lin Zhengrun stood there and called after her, "Walking so fast? You don't need me to walk you home?" "No need. I live right across the street anyway. Go back and call your other childhood friend. She's waiting for you." "All right, then. Walk carefully." Zhang Zuoli suddenly stopped in her tracks, gritting her teeth. Her tiny fists clenched even tighter as she turned around abruptly. "Come walk me home." "Huh? Didn't you just say you didn't need me to?" "I never said that." She huffed. "You always bully me, but now you're suddenly listening so well? If you want to walk me home, don't let my words change your decision." Lin Zhengrun wanted to say that he honestly didn't care either way. He had only come downstairs to talk about singing practice. Zhang Zuoli knew that if she kept arguing, he might really just leave her behind. So instead, she walked right up to him, tilted her head, and looked up at him. "Big dummy, walk me home." Lin Zhengrun sighed as he met her gaze. These little girls are such a hassle. After walking a very jealous Zhang Zuoli home, Lin Zhengrun returned to take his call. The first thing he King asked was, "Who was just at your place? Was it a girl?" Lin Zhengrun. That winter, the snowfall was heavier and came earlier than usual. Although Zhang Zuoli had been grumbling ever since she learned about his other childhood friend, she was still very serious about learning to sing. As the 12th lunar month approached, Lin Zhengrun planned to visit the mall to buy some materials for Zhang Zuoli's vocal training. The snowflakes fell thickly as he walked along the still thin layer of snow toward the mall. At a street corner, he found himself walking the same path as a girl dressed in a down jacket, wearing skin-colored tights, and a scarf wrapped around her neck. A subtle jasmine fragrance wafted from her. At first, Lin Zhengrun paid her no mind. But then he noticed that she was walking at the exact same pace as him, just slightly ahead. Her long, draped hair covered a scarf that reached down to her waist. It swayed with each step, resembling a fox's tail. After a while, the girl seemed to sense someone behind her and turned around. It was then that Lin Zhengren realized. It wasn't just the scarf that looked like a fox. She did too. She had a delicate, oval-shaped face with striking features, especially her naturally seductive eyes. She looked just like a reincarnated fox spirit, incredibly distinct. Because the mall was near the junior high school he was set to attend, Lin Zhengren was very familiar with the area. However, the fox girl seemed a bit lost. She stopped at a bus stop, blinking her fox-like eyes in confusion. "Where's First Middle School? It's snowing so much that I can't recognize the streets." Lin Zhengren casually pointed. "Go straight to the end of that road." She looked at him curiously and smiled. "Thanks, handsome." After that, they went their separate ways. At the mall, Lin Zhengren carefully selected the materials he needed. In the middle of shopping, he received a call from Zhang Zuli. "Big Dummy. You went shopping? Why didn't you take me with you?" Lin Zhengren continued browsing. "Why would I? I'll just buy what I need and find you after. Be good and wait at home." After purchasing everything, he was about to leave when, once again, he ran into the fox girl at the entrance. She seemed to have just arrived. Recognizing him, she nodded politely. Lin Zhengren nodded back. As they passed each other, she took out her phone and reported to her best friend, "Hey, King. I went to check out First Middle School. It looks nice. I couldn't go inside, but it's so pretty." She giggled as she listened to her friend's response. Okay, I'll take some pictures for you later. I'll tell you all about the trip when I get back." Since he had to take the bus home, Lin Zhengren walked to the stop. Buses in town only came once every half hour. The snow was getting heavier, covering the entire town in a thick, white blanket. The bus stop was also piled with snow. He stood alone at the stop for about 10 minutes. Then, someone else arrived. It was a familiar face. Han Wenwen, carrying her shopping bags, noticed the same boy she had now encountered for the third time. Even she tilted her head in slight confusion. Lin Zhengren was just as puzzled. They exchanged a brief, knowing smile and stood on opposite sides of the bus stop. As he stared off into the distance, something clicked in his mind. A fox. Wasn't he King's southern best friend also nicknamed Little Fox? And wasn't her name Wenwen? But surely, it wasn't this Wenwen. On the other side, Han Wenwen scrolled through her phone, her fingers slightly pink from the cold. After chatting with her best friend for a bit, she scrolled through her photos and found one from 6 months ago. Taken during the Liangxin Festival. They said that if you made a wish for love at the Liangxin Festival, your fated partner would appear within a year. Even if you weren't together right away, you'd definitely meet in some unexpected way. Han Wenwen smiled and sent pictures of the school to He King. She had been curious all these months. How would her destined one show up? A soft meow interrupted both their thoughts. They turned around at the same time. A small cat was stuck in the tree behind the bus stop, meowing pitifully from the cold. Without speaking, they both instinctively stepped forward. The tree was too tall and straight, and with the snow making it slippery, climbing was impossible. "Can we get it down? It'll freeze to death up there," Han Wenwen asked. Lin Zhengren looked up at the trembling kitten. "Find a cardboard box. I'll get something to stand on." "Okay." Both quickly gathered supplies. Lin Zhengren set a broken chair under the tree while Han Wenwen held it steady. He lifted the box and called to the kitten. Sensing their kindness, the kitten tried to jump into the box but slipped. Luckily, Lin Zhengren caught it in time. Han Wenwen let out a startled gasp. Afterward, she crouched down and stroked the kitten's head, grinning. "It's not a stray. It has a collar. Then let's wait. Maybe its owner will come looking." She nodded. Looking up, she smiled. "I'm Han Wenwen." Lin Zhengren suddenly had a strange feeling. "Lin Zhengren?" Han Wenwen blinked. "You're Lin? Why?" She tilted her head, fox-like eyes glimmering. "Oh, nothing. Nice name." She continued petting the kitten, wondering. Could the Liangxin Festival really be this accurate? She smirked. "If we're meant to be, we'll meet again." Lin Zhengren thought, if you're He King's best friend, then we definitely will. Maybe. Chapter 26, The Bold Little He King. Today, you had a brief encounter with the demon cult's enchanting maiden. She mentioned that you may meet again in the future. What kind of fate could this be for you? Demon cult maiden. That title actually suited her quite well. Later, the little cat's owner rushed to the bus stop, relieved to have found their pet. Lin Zhengren and Han Wenwen handed the kitten over, receiving heartfelt gratitude before they parted ways. Winter passed, and spring arrived once more. This was the final semester of elementary school. After the new year, little He-King had asked her mother, "Mom, when can I go to junior high and study with Lin Zengren?" And he replied, "Probably in September. When junior high starts, you'll see him again. I'll register you in August during summer break." "What day in September?" "That depends. It's usually at the start of the month, but the exact date changes every year." Little He-King smiled and responded with an okay. Before running to her bedroom, she flipped open a brand new planner and began counting down the days until September 1st. Every day, she crossed out a date. Every day, she got one step closer to seeing Lin Zengren again. Auntie stood at the bedroom door, watching her daughter lie on the bed, resting her cheek on one hand, gleefully kicking her legs as she counted the remaining days. 4 years had passed, yet He-King still longed to return to that northern town. Auntie had once thought that their childhood connection would fade with time. But now, it seemed stronger than ever. Having gone through a failed marriage herself, she gently reminded her daughter, King, when you finally meet your Ranran again, keep a close eye on him. Don't let him run away this time." Hearing this, He-King's face turned bright red. She stammered, Mom. What are you saying?" Auntie sighed, speaking from the heart. "I mean exactly what I said. I truly hope my King can stay with the person she likes. Forever." Then, she left for the kitchen, completely ignoring her daughter's flushed embarrassment. The final 6 months passed with He-King marking off days in her notebook, counting each one with her fingers. She watched the countdown go from over 100 days to 50. Then from 50 to 10. The start of school. Midterms. Finals. Summer break. Her smile grew with each passing day. Just 10 more days. 10 more days and I'll see him again. 2 days later, Lin Zengren was lounging at home, watching TV with his parents. The family sprawled lazily on the couch. Lin Yingjun hugging his wife, Lin Zili resting against his chest, and Lin Zengren stretched out, legs propped up. Lin Zili patted her son's leg and asked, "Ranran, you only have 5 days left before junior high registration. Are you nervous? Once school starts, you won't be able to come home every day. It's a boarding school." Lin Zengren chuckled. "What's there to be nervous about? It's just junior high. And it gives you 2 lovebirds more alone time. You should be thanking me." Just then, the phone rang. Lin Zili checked the caller ID and immediately sat up, delighted. "It's King. Hurry and answer. Ask if she's coming back soon." Lin Zengren picked up the phone. Before he could even say hello, he was met with the sound of sobbing. Lin Zengren. Are you listening? I have bad news." She choked on her words, sniffling. "I might not be able to see you when school starts." Lin Zengren's heart skipped a beat. He knew how much she had been looking forward to this. Every time she called, she would count down the days. He quickly retreated to his bedroom for privacy and asked, "What happened?" He-King explained between sniffles, "Mom said there's been an issue with my school registration. I might have to wait a whole month before I can join you. We won't be able to meet at the start of the semester." Hearing that, Lin Zengren let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. For a second, I thought you weren't coming at all." Over the phone, He-King sat curled up on her bed, hugging her knees and wiping her tears. "How could I not come? I'd crawl back if I had to. We promised. No one's allowed to go back on their word." Lin Zengren chuckled. "So she can joke now, huh?" Still sniffling, He-King murmured, "I had everything planned out. I even asked Mom exactly when I could go back to town. But now, I have to wait another whole month. It's just a month. What's the big deal? We haven't seen each other in years. What's another month?" "It is a big deal," she mumbled, burying her face in her knees. "A month is so long. And I already made you a gift for when we meet. I spent so much time learning how to make it. It's a chocolate dessert." Her voice grew more pitiful. "If I wait another month, it'll spoil. And even if I make a new one, it won't turn out as good. This batch was the best I ever made." Lin Zengren hummed. "Got it. So basically, you're crying because of your chocolate?" He-King sniffled, then burst into laughter. "No. That's not what I meant. Stop teasing me." She blushed, tracing Lin Zengren's name on her bedsheet with her finger. Then, taking a deep breath, she whispered, I miss you, Lin Zengren. I want to see you." She hesitated for a moment, then added, "So I came up with a plan with Wenwen. I don't know if you'll agree." Lin Zengren was curious. "What plan?" Timidly, He-King explained her idea. Lin Zengren was stunned. Is this really the same timid He-King? She actually wanted them to leave home at the same time and meet halfway between the north and south. His eyes widened. "Are you insane? Do you know how far apart we are? Even by high-speed train, a round trip in 1 day is impossible. And where would we even stay? Your courage is way too much. I'm not agreeing to this." But He King's voice, though teary, was firm. I'm not scared. And it's only halfway. There will be places to stay. She tried to persuade him. Please. Just this once. I'm begging you. She pleaded with him for a long time, insisting that she was older now, almost a teenager, with her own ID card. She wasn't a little kid anymore. She even lied. I'm already on the way. Lin Zhengren couldn't believe it. Are all girls this reckless now? Do they even think before acting? After hanging up, he turned to his mother and said, I need to go find He King. Lin Yingjun and Lin Seili, who were still watching TV, were stunned. Mouths hanging open, they were speechless. After Lin Zhengren half explained the situation, the couple exchanged a look. Today's kids were truly something else. Lin Yingjun handed his son a phone. Take this. Check in with us while you're traveling. Thanks, Dad. I'm heading out. And with that, Lin Zhengren boarded a train south. Sitting by the window, he watched the scenery blur past and let out a tired sigh. What the hell am I doing? I could have spent these last 2 days sleeping in, but instead, I'm wasting time and energy on this nonsense? He gritted his teeth. That dumb girl is getting an earful when I see her. Meanwhile, He King, overjoyed by Lin Zhengren's agreement, packed a small bag, carefully placing her dessert inside. She nervously told her mother, Mom, I'm going to Winwin's. I'm sleeping over at her place tonight. And he, tending to Grandma, raised an eyebrow. Oh? You're not coming home? He King guiltily avoided her gaze. We're having a sleepover. I'm heading out now. Slow down. Why are you in such a rush? She had already bolted. With her ticket in hand and Wenwen's borrowed phone, He King boarded the train north. Her heart pounded in anticipation. Just a few more hours, and she would see Lin Zhengren again. Since this was her first time traveling alone, she kept her phone on, following Lin Zhengren's instructions every step of the way. Chapter 27, Meeting again after 4 years on the way, Lin Zhengren asked her, Where are you now? Didn't you say you got on the bus a long time ago? Report your location to me. Little He King had just managed to hail a taxi and hesitated, stammering, Lin Zhengren's expression turned speechless as he realized something. Why are you stuttering? Don't tell me you just lied to me and haven't even left yet. Afraid that he would get mad, Little He King quickly explained, I left. I already got in the taxi. I'm almost at the station. He King. Are you actually lying to me now? You told me you got in a taxi hours ago, and you're still not at the station? Does your house happen to be hundreds of kilometers away from the station? His yelling startled He King, making her quickly move the phone away from her ear. She closed one eye cutely as if bracing for impact, then comforted him after he finished scolding her. Don't be mad, okay? I only lied because I was afraid you wouldn't want to meet me. By the way, how do I buy a ticket when I get to the station? I've never done it before. Lin Zhengren, just wait until you get there. I'll deal with you then. There was no other choice now. He could only guide her step by step. Don't hang up the call. When you arrive, find the front desk clerk and tell her you need a ticket too. With Lin Zhengren's guidance and her firm resolve to meet him, the journey went relatively smoothly. From morning till now, she had bought tickets, transferred buses, and navigated stations. Of course, there were a few hiccups along the way. Like her panicking over buying the wrong ticket or not knowing how to respond to staff inquiries. But thanks to Lin Zhengren's help, nothing major went wrong. Finally, at 4:30 p.m., she arrived at Xichun bus station. Following the crowd, He King stepped off the bus, looking around at the unfamiliar yet beautiful city. This was her first time traveling alone after getting her ID card. Even though it wasn't too far, it was still a significant experience for her. Lin Zhengren? I'm at Xichun bus station. Are you here yet? Where are you? She clutched her phone, standing off to the side while scanning the crowd. Lin Zhengren reminded her, don't wander around. After getting off, go stand at the service counter and wait for me. Stand under the security camera, and I'll come to you. I'll say it again. Don't run around. There are a lot of people. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, I'm really obedient, He King said as she walked to the service desk, growing more excited. She glanced at the reflective glass doors in the distance, using them as a mirror to fix her hair. Thinking her ponytail looked messy after the long trip, she carefully retied it. Feeling satisfied with her appearance, she checked the desserts in her backpack. Everything was perfect? Now, all that was left was to wait. A few minutes later, Lin Zhengren, who had arrived at the station much earlier, finally called, I see you. Look to your right. Hang up the phone. Hearing his voice, He King turned her head. Her mind went blank. In her memories, Lin Zhengren had always been a small kid. Even though he was strong in her eyes, He was still just a child. But 4 years had passed. Both of them had grown a lot during their teenage years. The person standing before her now, this tall, handsome young man, looked nothing like the boy she remembered. He was at least half a head taller than her. His outfit was simple. Just a t-shirt and long pants. But his presence was commanding. His bright, confident gaze still had the same intensity, making it hard not to feel shy when meeting his eyes. King fidgeted with her fingers, her face growing redder the longer she looked at him. Slowly, she lowered her head. Even though he was annoyed at how reckless she had been, Lin Zhengren couldn't help but be surprised when he first saw her. The little kitten-like King from before had now grown into a beautiful young lady. She was slender, about 150 centimeters tall, with a delicate and sweet face. Her pure almond-shaped eyes only made her look even more innocent. At first glance, she had the aura of a first love straight out of a romance novel. As they got closer, King bit her lip and whispered shyly, "A long time no see." Lin Zhengren took a deep breath, then slowly raised his hand and knocked her on the head several times. Thud, 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 thud. Ow! 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 King yelped. With every hit, she seemed to shrink lower until she finally crouched on the ground, hugging her head like a scolded puppy. "Long time no see my ass." Lin Zhengren snapped. "Do you even realize how far apart we live? You've never traveled alone before, and yet you dared to come all this way without even knowing how to buy a ticket? If I hadn't guided you, would you even know where you are right now?" Crouching, King hugged her head and whimpered, "Stop scolding me. I know I was a little impulsive this time, but I just really wanted to see you. Besides, with you guiding me, I knew nothing would go wrong. And anyway, you still came, didn't you? I only came because you told me you were already on your way. What else was I supposed to do? If I didn't come, you'd just end up crying to me every day about how much you missed me and how miserable you were. And now, you even dare to lie to me? I won't lie to you ever again," King said, pouting. Even though she was being scolded, she actually felt incredibly happy. It had been so long since she was last yelled at in person like this. She was so pleased that she even stuck out her tongue playfully. Only to get another flick on the forehead from Lin Zhengren. "Ow!" King whined. "You're even sticking out your tongue now? Are you even listening?" She pursed her lips and cautiously looked up. "Don't be mad. It's been years since we last saw each other, and you've gotten so tall and handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. But seeing how fierce you are, I knew it was definitely you." Lin Zhengren. He let out a long, deep sigh, wondering why he even knew someone like her. Self-mocking, he muttered, "I could have just told Auntie to keep an eye on you and stop you from running around. Even if you got on the bus, she could have made you turn back. That would have been much safer. But instead, I somehow ended up coming all the way here myself. I must have lost my mind." King smiled happily, but the moment Lin Zhengren shot her a glare, she quickly covered her mouth. Just like when they were kids. "Forget it. What's done is done. Let's eat first." Lin Zhengren extended a hand. "Come on, you must be hungry after traveling all day. Let's find a place to eat, then figure out where to stay tonight." Beaming with joy, King grabbed his hand and stood up, her head already filled with happy little bubbles. "What do you want to eat? There are plenty of options at the station. Anything's fine. I'll eat whatever you eat. Let's just get some noodles. There's a noodle shop over there, and it's not too crowded." "Okay." As they walked together, King carefully snuck glances at him, studying how much he had grown. "So handsome." She smiled unconsciously. Lin Zhengren caught her staring and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you smiling at me like that?" Snapping out of it, King quickly put on a serious face and shook her head. "Nothing. I wasn't smiling at anything." Lin Zhengren looked at her thoughtfully before casually remarking, "It's been a few years, and I didn't expect you to grow up looking this pretty." Her face instantly turned red as her mind went completely blank. Lin Zhengren continued, "By the way, we won't be able to head back tonight." "What did you tell Anhee?" "She'd never agree to let you stay out overnight. I told her I was sleeping over at Wenwen's. If my mom calls tonight, I pre-recorded a message for Wenwen to play as a cover." Lin Zhengren was speechless. "So you really didn't learn a single good thing in these past years, huh?" "Not true." King explained, "I know girls shouldn't stay out alone, but I'm with you, so I'm not scared. Besides," she blushed and mumbled, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes, "isn't that right?" Lin Zhengren froze. Just what kind of nonsense had her best friend been teaching her? There was no other choice. He had to knock some sense into her again. "Right? Right what? What nonsense are you trying to say?" King clutched her head, feeling wronged. "I didn't say anything. I really didn't think of anything this time." Chapter 28, Thank You. Mr. Spider Night was falling, and the lights in every household began to flicker on. In a small apartment in the southern town, a certain fox-like girl lay sprawled on her bed, munching on potato chips while flipping through an adult romance novel she had no idea where she had bought. The sudden ringing of her phone made Han Wenwen tense up. Seeing the caller ID, she smirked. Just as she expected. Auntie was calling. She carefully retrieved a recorder from under her pillow before answering the call. "Hello? Auntie?" Auntie asked straightforwardly. "Wenwen, is Kinking with you?" Sitting up and leaning against a headboard, Han Wenwen lied without a trace of guilt. "Yeah, she's in the bathroom right now. Do you want me to call her for you?" Auntie replied, "No need. As long as I know she's with you, I'm relieved. Sorry to trouble you again for letting her stay over." "Auntie, don't be so polite. I crash at your place sometimes too, don't I? I'm more than happy to have her here." Auntie chuckled. "Alright then, have fun, you too. I was just calling to check in. If you're free tomorrow, come over for dinner." "Okay. Auntie, goodbye." "Bye-bye." After hanging up, Han Wenwen let out a sigh of relief and immediately called He King. Lying back on her pillow with a mischievous grin, she answered in a deliberately sultry tone, "Little Kinking, what are you up to? You've probably met up with your dear big brother by now, haven't you?" On the other side, He King was eating dinner with Lin Zengren at a noodle shop. Her face instantly flushed as she lowered her voice. "We're eating right now. How's it going on your end? Did my mom call you?" "She did, but Auntie didn't suspect anything. Just enjoy your date." He King blushed even harder and refuted shyly, "It's not a date, it's just a meeting." Noticing Lin Zengren glancing at her, she quickly ended the call. "Alright, I'm hanging up now. Thanks for covering for me today. I'll be back tomorrow." "Okay, I won't disturb you two then. Have fun." After hanging up, Han Wenwen put down her phone and stared at the white ceiling. Muttering to herself, she said, "Traveling across the country to reunite with a childhood sweetheart after years apart. How romantic." For some reason, she suddenly recalled an encounter at a northern bus stop during her trip 6 months ago. Blinking her fox-like eyes, she murmured, "That boy. Could he really be my future boyfriend?" Expressionless, she picked up her romance novel and continued flipping through it. Feels a little surreal. Can I even really like a guy? She didn't dwell on the thought for long. At the Zinchun bus station noodle shop, Lin Zengren finished paying for dinner. Leading He King away from the station, they walked past numerous lodges meant for travelers. With her small backpack on, He King trailed behind him, glancing at the tightly packed motels they passed. Eventually, they reached a smaller, quieter inn, and she murmured, "This one doesn't seem too busy. There should be rooms available." At first, Lin Zengren didn't catch her meaning. But when he saw her shy expression, he immediately understood. Fuming, he grabbed her cheeks and pulled. "You're thinking of staying at a hotel, huh? Do you have any common sense?" He King winced at the slight pain, squeezing her eyes shut, completely unaware of what she had said wrong this time. "Aren't we supposed to? I have an ID card. I've stayed in hotels with my mom before. What does having an ID have to do with this? Do you even know how old you are? You want me to go in with you?" Still confused, He King clutched her sore cheeks and blinked innocently. "Go in? What do you mean? I didn't say anything about that. I'm not even going to bother explaining." Lin Zengren sighed and kept walking. "Anyway, a hotel is out of the question. We'll just make do somewhere else for the night." "Oh. Wait for me. So we can't stay at a hotel? I really didn't know. Then where are we going?" Luckily, it was summer. Otherwise, if it were winter, Lin Zengren wouldn't have come all this way just to meet this clueless girl. He stopped by a small convenience store, bought 2 blankets, and scanned his surroundings. Eventually, he found an abandoned junkyard with a few scrapped vehicles and piles of metal debris. The place was overgrown with weeds. Climbing over the wall, he spotted an old car with intact windows. He opened the door, checked the inside, and found it acceptable. Returning to the wall, he reached out his hand. "Come up." He King grabbed his hand, stepped on the wall, and climbed over with him. They made their way to the scrapped car and opened the door. The interior was relatively clean since it had been sealed off from the wind. There was only a thin layer of dust, nothing a little padding couldn't fix. Lin Zengren spread a blanket over the back seat. "We'll just stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning, you're heading straight home." He King nodded obediently. She didn't care where they stayed. What mattered was that they were together. She even helped Lin Zengren lay out the blankets. "This is all my fault. Now you have to sleep here because of me." Lin Zengren gave her a sidelong glance. "At least you know that. But this is a one-time thing. If you ever make me travel this far just to meet you again, I'm not coming. You won't have to. Because from now on, We'll always be seeing each other. As the night deepened, the vast junkyard turned eerily quiet. Darkness engulfed the surroundings, and the occasional croaks of frogs and chirps of insects echoed in the air. Yet, with Lin Zhengren by her side, He-King didn't feel scared at all. In fact, she even found a small space cozy. Opening her backpack, she carefully took out a dessert she had prepared. A swan-shaped chocolate truffle. Look. This is your gift. What do you think? Lin Zhengren was genuinely impressed. It looked just like the one they had shared years ago, though a bit smaller. Maybe because they had grown bigger. How long did it take you to learn this? He asked. A long time. She started unboxing it. At first, I had no idea what I was doing. I spent months practicing, from shaping the swan to perfecting the taste. This one was a lucky success. The next batch I made didn't turn out as nice. She handed it to him expectantly. Here, try it. Lin Zhengren broke off a piece and put it in his mouth while He-King watched eagerly. After chewing for a moment, he nodded in appreciation. You've really improved since we were kids. It's delicious. He-King bit her lip and grinned. Really? Then I'll try some too. As she chewed on the chocolate, she suddenly asked, by the way, won't your parents ask about you staying out overnight? Lin Zhengren casually took out his phone. I called them on my way here. I'll check in with them again now. He dialed home. Mom, Dad, I met up with He-King. Do you want to talk to her? Okay, I'll pass the phone to her. Wait, I have to say hi? He-King panicked, fumbling with the phone. Hello, Andy, Uncle. Yes, I met up with Lin Zhengren this afternoon. Don't worry, everything's fine. After hanging up, she stared at him in surprise. You actually told them you came to see me? I'm a guy. Of course, they'd be less worried. Though I did lie about a few details. Otherwise, would they have let me come? He-King gazed at him in a daze. Yep. Lin Zhengren was still Lin Zhengren. Thank you for coming to see me. They chatted for a while longer before settling in for the night. Just as He-King hesitated over sharing the blanket with him, she spotted a massive spider on the car window, spinning its web. Startled, she let out a yelp and instinctively burrowed into Lin Zhengren's shoulder. Lin Zhengren tapped on the glass, scaring the spider away. There are a lot of bugs at night. If you're scared, stay close. Seeing him close his eyes to sleep, He-King whispered, shuffled closer, and carefully rested her head on his shoulder. Feeling his warmth, she shut her eyes, pulling the blanket up. With a silent prayer of gratitude, she murmured, Thank you, Mr. Spider. Outside the car, the spider turned back, as if saying, These humans are scarier than me. I'd better get out of here. With that, it scurried away on its 8 legs. Chapter 29, Demon Cult Maiden. Although Aizen will soon leave the sect again to venture with you, she missed you too much and secretly ran out to meet you in advance. She also brought the black blood paste she carefully crafted to share with you. You consume the exquisite black blood paste, strength +3, charisma +2, stamina +4, level +2, current spirit level, 36. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the king's face. She groggily opened her eyes. She paused for a moment, staring at the unfamiliar surroundings before remembering where she was. Turning her head, she saw Lin Zhengren still fast asleep. Her small mouth held her breath as she took in his features under the soft light. His sharp jawline looked even more handsome from the side than from the front. A shy He-King noticed that part of his blanket had slipped off. She reached out to pull it back over him, but as she moved her hand, she accidentally bumped into something hard in Lin Zhengren's pocket. A card? Curious, she lowered her gaze. Since a corner was already exposed, it was easy to pull it out. Opening it up, she realized it wasn't a card but a small, folded poster. Children's Talent Agency? What's this? She flipped the poster over and suddenly felt a strange substance on her fingers. It was from the poster. Colorless but with a familiar scent. She brought it to her nose and sniffed. It smelled nice and somewhat familiar, but she couldn't immediately place it. Her movements stirred Lin Zhengren awake. Instinctively, she hurriedly shoved the poster back into his pocket. Lin Zhengren rubbed his eyes. You're awake? He-King sat up. Yeah. She smoothed the stray hairs on her face, worried about looking messy in front of him. Did you sleep well? I slept really well next to you. Lin Zhengren yawned and checked the time. Not bad. He sighed internally. Being young really was great. Even in such an environment, he could sleep soundly. It's 7 o'clock. I'll take you for breakfast, and then you should catch your train back. Okay. She nodded eagerly, helping him fix his messy hair. The two of them left the courtyard and grabbed a simple breakfast. Lin Zhengren bought He-King's ticket for her. The whole time, the little girl remained cheerful, though she was still trying to recall where she had smelled that scent before. It wasn't until they waved goodbye and boarded trains in opposite directions that King's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Hand cream. A girl's hand cream. By evening, there was one more heartbroken person in this city. In Han Wenwen's bedroom, the fox hugged a pillow and stared at the tearful King in confusion. You. What's wrong? Nothing, King sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears. Didn't have fun with your good big brother yesterday? King wiped her tears but spoke non-stop, her voice both happy and aggrieved. It was fun, we ate noodles, and he even ate the chocolate I made. He said it was delicious. We talked for a long time last night. I was so happy. Han Wenwen frowned. Then. Did he bully you? Did he do something you didn't want? No. He treats me very well. He'd never do anything like that. Her voice grew more pitiful. Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes in confusion. Then why are you crying? Don't tell me you're crying because you're too happy? King whimpered, her voice choked with sobs. It's all my fault. I should have been by his side all these years. But. Her face crumpled. I think there's another girl around him now. And she's probably really pretty. What do I do, Wenwen? Honestly, King had long expected Lin Zhengren to be popular. He was already like that before she left, and over the past 4 years, she had noticed from their phone calls that there always seemed to be girls around him. She had mentally prepared herself for battle. But when she personally, with her own nose, smelled another girl's scent on him, she just couldn't hold back her emotions. Still, King was no longer the same little girl from years ago. Crying didn't mean surrender. Until Lin Zhengren made a clear statement, she absolutely refused to back down. A few days later, under the lingering heat of late summer, first middle school officially started. Lin Zhengren went to register with Zhang Zuli. Hey, idiot, do you even know where to go? Just follow me. Zhang Zuli clasped her hands behind her back, fantasizing to herself, but she refused to admit it aloud. You don't think we'll be in the same class, do you? Ugh, I really don't want to see you every day, but life is full of disappointments, huh? A few minutes later, they arrived at the registration area. Lin Zhengren pointed at the class list. See? You got your wish. We're in different classes. Happy now? Zhang Zuli clenched her fists in frustration and snapped, happy, my ass. You're the worst. Women were such strange creatures. She got what she wanted, yet she still wasn't happy. But as Lin Zhengren looked more closely at the class list, he suddenly froze. Something about it seemed off. Class 1, Lin Zhengren. And Han Wenwen. Class 3, Zhang Zuli. And King. Sweat formed on Lin Zhengren's forehead. Nothing had happened yet, but he already had a bad feeling about this school year. Leaving the fuming Zhang Zuli behind, he headed toward his classroom. Class 1 was lively and bustling. Though everyone was new, they already seemed familiar with one another. Small groups had already started forming. Han Wenwen arrived a little late, and by then, the classroom was packed. But the moment she walked in, Lin Zhengren knew. This fox was about to steal the attention of every boy in the room. Her figure, her face, her eyes, her expressions. None were perfect on their own, but together, they achieved an almost perfect balance. In the coming years, many boys would likely remember the middle school girl they never had a chance with. Some would sigh to themselves, if only I had tried a little harder. Not that it would have made a difference. On the first day, every new student had to introduce themselves on stage. Han Wenwen stood up there, smiling with her eyes narrowed. Hi, everyone. I'm Han Wenwen. I hope we can all become great friends this year. Lin Zhengren watched from below, already predicting the inevitable. Boys blushing left and right. This girl really was dangerous. But fortunately, it had nothing to do with him. Or so he thought. Until the teacher announced, all right, Han Wenwen, please take the seat next to Lin Zhengren. You two will be desk partners from now on. Lin Zhengren froze. Even Han Wenwen raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at him. As their eyes met from across the room, Han Wenwen gracefully walked over and sat beside him. She smiled, her expression carrying a hint of flirtation. Didn't I say we'd meet again if we were destined to? Her voice was smooth, playful. Looks like fate really did bring us together, Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren. You have once again encountered the demon cult maiden. The moment she appeared, she bewitched countless cultivators. You sense that, for some reason, she seems particularly interested in you. The world is truly full of dangers. You must tread carefully. Of course, this may also be a kind of opportunity. Chapter 30, Overlapping Memories and Photos. Middle school life had begun. But in the month before King arrived, Lin Zhengren's school life felt a bit strange. Because a certain fox had been observing him the whole time. The first instance was on the very first day of school. After they were assigned as desk partners, Lin Zhengren was reading out of boredom when he noticed Han Wenwen resting her face on one hand, gazing at him with undisguised interest. She stared at him like that for an entire morning. Lin Zhengren finally asked, "Do you need something?" Han Wenwen shook her head slightly, smiling. "Nope, nothing." But the moment she spoke, she jotted something down in her little notebook. Although not very obvious, Lin Zhengren does care about how other girls perceive him. She made no attempt to hide what she was writing. It was right there for him to see. Lin Zhengren. Another time, about a week later, the class was selecting a class monitor. Because Lin Zhengren was a top student and good-looking, many girls blushed and whispered about him. Han Wenwen took note of this as well. Lin Zhengren excels academically and is very popular with girls. The homeroom teacher looked at him. "Lin Zhengren, how about you take on the role of class monitor?" Lin Zhengren declined without hesitation. Han Wenwen immediately added another note, "Does not like being in the spotlight. Good personality. If he were in a novel, he'd survive for a long time." Lin Zhengren. Situations like these happened repeatedly. Even during meals, while she never sat with him, she always chose a table just 1 or 2 spots away. She would quietly eat while discreetly watching him. If she saw him eating with Zhang Zueli, she would pull out her notebook again. No signs of picky eating. Also, his taste in girls seems varied. Omnivorous. This is debatable. Might just have a thing for ponytails. One time, Zhang Zueli, chewing her food, asked curiously, "Hey, idiot, what's up? Your eating speed seems different lately." Lin Zhengren let out a long sigh, visibly drained. "Why are you suddenly sighing? Did I do something to annoy you?" she asked, confused. But after nearly a month of being observed, this peculiar routine finally came to an end one day. When Lin Zhengren was staring absent-mindedly out the window. It was the last period on a Friday. Han Wenwen had been writing as usual, but suddenly, she realized her little notebook was completely full. She blinked in surprise. "Didn't think I'd fill it up so quickly." Lin Zhengren snapped out of his daze. "It's finished? Does that mean you'll stop staring at me every day now?" Han Wenwen tilted her head, flashing a sweet smile. "Yep, I'm done. Thanks for letting me observe you all this time. If you had deliberately avoided me, it would have been much harder to take notes." Letting her observe him? Lin Zhengren didn't recall ever agreeing to that. With a sigh, he said, "Even if I told you to stop, you wouldn't listen, would you?" Han Wenwen nodded without hesitation. "Nope. But if you had, I just wouldn't have done it so openly." She rested a finger on her cheek, playfully tilting her head. "I'd have observed you in secret instead." Lin Zhengren. Han Wenwen clasped her hands together, resting her upper body lazily on the desk like a lounging fox. "By the way, aren't you even a little curious why I've been watching you every day? Don't you wonder why I've been staring at you like some crazy fangirl?" "Not curious at all. I just hope that now you're done, we can go about our own business. Do you even realize how many guys have been glaring at me for the past 20 days because of you? It's like they think I stole their goddess." Han Wenwen glanced around the classroom and indeed noticed that Lin Zhengren had become the enemy of every boy in class because of her behavior. She smiled apologetically. "Oops, my bad." As the dismissal bell rang, she tucked her notebook into her pocket and stood up. "But after observing you, I've confirmed that you really are different from other guys. Mature, handsome. Almost a perfect score in my book." With that, she strolled out of the classroom. The students were in a rush to leave as well. Lin Zhengren watched Han Wenwen's retreating figure, then listened to the girls in class gossiping about her. He sighed. This fox was eccentric, but at least she treated He King well. That silly girl really had found herself a good best friend. That Friday night, the dormitory was almost empty, aside from a few out-of-town students who stayed over the weekend. One of them was a certain fox. After dinner, Han Wenwen filled a basin with hot water, pulled the curtains shut, and took a relaxing bath. Drying her hair and body, she casually wrapped a towel around herself and sat on her bed, flipping through her notebook. Judging by his personality, it's gonna be tough for King to get together with him in middle school. He seems easygoing, but he actually has strong principles. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. Then again, if he didn't have principles, when King spent the night with him last time, wouldn't they have already? Her mind wandered back to a month ago. The day He King and Lin Zhengren met after taking separate trains. That night, after He King tearfully complained that Lin Zhengren might have another girl around him, the two best friends had a long discussion. In the end, spurred by He King's unwavering determination, they decided to strike first. Of course, this was entirely Han Wenwen's idea. No matter how bold He King was, she would never have suggested such an approach. That night, Han Wenwen sat on the bed, looking at He King seriously. King, even if another girl is around him, you have the advantage of being his childhood friend. Plus, he came all this way just to see you. That means you're still more important than that girl. We have to act first. We can't just sit and do nothing. King's eyes were red. But I won't be in the north for another month. It'll be a long time before I can see him again. Han Wenwen hugged her pillow, a knowing look in her fox-like eyes. You won't see him for a while. But don't forget, I can start school as usual. Give me his name and a photo. I'll watch him for you. I'll take note of all his habits so that when you get there, you'll know exactly how he's changed over the years. It'll make your strategy easier. King, already determined, felt even more convinced. But how will you observe him? That sounds difficult. Han Wenwen tapped her cheek, deep in thought. It'll be a bit tricky. But as your best friend, this is nothing I can't handle. Just give me his name and a picture, and I'll take care of the rest. The next day, King found an old childhood photo of Lin Zengren and handed it to Han Wenwen. Wenwen, this is the only photo I have of him when he was a kid. But after seeing him yesterday, I think he still looks pretty much the same. You should be able to recognize him. Han Wenwen eagerly accepted the picture. Even as King's best friend, she had never known what her childhood sweetheart looked like or even his name. King had always kept it a secret, and Han Wenwen had never pried. But in truth, she had always been curious. As soon as she saw the photo, her fox-like eyes widened in shock. King said, his name is Lin Zengren. The boy in the photo overlapped with the one she had seen at the bus stop that day. Han Wenwen looked up, smiling slyly. Got it. Leave it to me, King. I won't let you down. Chapter 31, Crossroads. The wooden slats of the upper bunk were spaced apart, and Han Wenwen lay on her bed with only a blanket covering her. She curled up, stretching out a long, snow-white leg to try and reach the wooden board above. Even with her soft pink foot fully extended, she still couldn't reach it. Even now, thinking about it still feels unbelievable. The boyfriend that fate granted me just happens to be the childhood friend that King has been dreaming about day and night. To be honest, I was completely shocked when I saw the photo. Her expression was blank, or maybe just dazed. Good thing King didn't notice anything that day, or it would have been a real hassle. Flipping through her little notebook, Han Wenwen casually skimmed over its contents. If she looked closely, she could tell that many of Lin Zengren's habits matched her own, and in the areas where they differed, they actually complemented each other quite well. Looking at it this way, we're actually pretty compatible. The Liangxin festival is really something. But honestly, whether I have a boyfriend or not doesn't really matter. She turned over and lay on her stomach, picking up her phone and dialing her best friend. After a few rings, the call connected. Han Wenwen grinned. King, what are you up to? Did your school enrollment go smoothly? Her legs swung up and down in a rhythmic motion. Oh? You're coming over next week? That's great. I'll pick you up at the station. By the way, I took care of everything I promised you. Your amazing brother is really outstanding and super handsome too. A week later, little King arrived at the junior high school as planned. Han Wenwen personally went to the station to pick her up, along with Aunt He. As soon as the two best friends saw each other, they squealed, covering their mouths with their hands before hugging tightly, calling out each other's names. Aunt He gave King some last-minute advice and handed her some money. She had been a little worried about her daughter, but knowing that Han Wenwen would be studying with her put her mind at ease. While helping King settle into the dorm, Aunt He watched her daughter, who was practically beaming with joy, and reminded her, King, you're a big girl now. Even though you and your brother Ranran are close, you can't just go to his house whenever you want like when you were little. If you do go, you should bring a gift for Aunt Lin. You have to be polite now. King obediently helped her mother make the bed, with Han Wenwen assisting on the side. I got it. If I go see him, I'll bring something for Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin. After everything was sorted, Auntie stood up. Alright then, everything is settled here. I'll take the bus home this afternoon. You and Wenwen will stay in the dorm on weekends, and if anything happens, just call me. When the holidays come, we'll all go home together. Then she turned to Han Wenwen. Wenwen, I'm leaving King in your care. Look out for each other, alright? Han Wenwen tilted her head and smiled. Auntie, you're too kind. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. King, trying to prove she was all grown up, also responded seriously. Mom, you can't trust me. Without adding too many more words of farewell, Auntie said her goodbyes at the school gate and left town. As they waved goodbye, King and Han Wenwen turned to each other and suddenly burst into laughter, teasing each other in giggles. Han Wenwen leaned close to whisper something in King's ear, making her blush and glare in mock anger. Wenwen, what are you saying? I'm saying you have great taste in picking a brother. Come on, I left my notebook in the dorm. It's all written down in detail. Everything you want to know is in there. He King was obviously interested, so she linked hands with Han Wenwen and they returned to the dorm to check the notebook. On the way, Han Wenwen asked, "Oh yeah, tomorrow afternoon you're picking up your dear brother at the school gate, right?" He King blushed. "Of course I am. Otherwise, how would he know I'm here? And didn't you say I need to take the initiative if I want a chance?" While the two of them were happily enjoying their weekend, Zhang Zueli, back at home, kept sneezing non-stop. It was eerily similar to what had happened to He King years ago. "What's going on? It's so hot. There's no way I caught a cold." She was confused. Sunday evening arrived, and the junior high students trickled back to school, ready to start a brand new week under strict dormitory rules. Since entering junior high, Lin Yingjun and Lin Zili rarely accompanied Lin Zhengren to school anymore. Instead, they just gave him money so he could take a taxi or bus on his own. Of course, this was something Lin Zhengren had requested himself. He felt that he wasn't a little kid anymore, and there was no need to be dropped off and picked up every day. On his way to school, he rarely checked his status panel, but this time, he did. Current spirit level, 36, you have stepped out of the beginner's village and taken your first steps into the vast world of martial arts. Although you have yet to make a name for yourself, with your current strength, it's only a matter of time. Strength, 27, reach 50 to unlock the ability to maintain muscle mass without exercise. Endurance, 23, reach 60 to unlock the ability to last 7 rounds in one night without fatigue. Stamina, 30, reach 70 to unlock double stamina and triple endurance for any activity. Charisma, 33, reach 40 to unlock double favorability when speaking or taking action. Every time Lin Zhengren saw these upgrade perks, he struggled to keep a straight face. Not a single one sounded like a serious ability, yet somehow, they were all undeniably useful. Ding dong. The bus arrived at its stop, and a sweet female voice announced, "Xincheng First Middle School has arrived. Passengers heading to Xincheng First Middle School, please exit through the rear door." Repeating. "Xincheng First Middle School has arrived." Lin Zhengren and the other students lined up to get off the bus. The bus stop was only 2 intersections away from the school. Fairly close. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhang Zueli. As soon as he picked up, her exasperated voice came through. "You big idiot, did you make it to school yet? I didn't ride with you today. Don't tell me you got lost?" Lin Zhengren was unfazed. "You're really one to talk. Who was it that couldn't even find the registration office on the first day of school?" Zhang Zueli huffed. He could practically see her tear pout through the phone. That was just me testing you. Of course I knew where it was. Whatever, I'm waiting for you at the school gate. My mom came shopping nearby this morning and dropped me off early. Otherwise, I would have ridden with you. So why are you waiting for me at the gate?" Zhang Zueli huffed again, contradicting herself. "I was worried you'd get lost, okay? Not like I want to wait for you or anything." Then she suddenly spotted him. "Oh. I see you. Hanging up now." At the school gate, dressed in her uniform with twin ponytails, Zhang Zueli spotted Lin Zhengren from a distance. Flashing a grin with her little tiger teeth, she waved excitedly. "Big idiot. Over here." She ran toward him. "Lin Zhengren, you're here?" Before she could finish, another girl, her long ponytail swaying, had also been waiting at the gate. As soon as she saw Lin Zhengren arrive, she ran forward too. The two girls spoke at the same time, stepping forward in unison. Their eyes met, and both of their pupils widened. This was technically their first formal meeting. Maybe they had seen each other before, but neither had remembered the other's face. But now, as they stared into each other's eyes, both instantly realized that the girl in front of them was the one who had been by Lin Zhengren's side all these years. From a distance, Lin Zhengren also saw them. He King, Zhang Zueli, and Han Wenwen, who had just arrived late with a drink in hand. The 4 of them stood at the 4 directions of the intersection, frozen. Cars and pedestrians bustled past the crossroads. Meanwhile, the school gate's security guard leisurely admired the calligraphy in his newspaper and sighed in appreciation. Now this is true art. Chapter 32, The Blackboard Eraser on the way to the teaching building. To Lin Zhengren's left, the twin ponytailed girl had her hands behind her head, tilting her face away. Lin Zhengren himself walked calmly in the middle, as if nothing had happened. On his right, little He King had her hands clasped in front of her, head slightly lowered. Han Wenwen, meanwhile, was holding on to He King's arm. Whenever Lin Zhengren looked in her direction, the little fox would flash him a playful smile and wave. "Good afternoon, Lin Zhengren." No one spoke along the way. After their brief introductions, the 4 of them walked forward in a slow but steady rhythm. The atmosphere was so subtly tense that even the passing dogs seemed tempted to buy some sunflower seeds, squat by the roadside, and watched the show unfold. Zhang Zuili discreetly observed He King. Fair-skinned, delicate, and stunningly beautiful even from the side. Meanwhile, He King sneaked a glance at Zhang Zuili. Lively, adorable, and full of energy, the type that was naturally likable. Their gazes met, and immediately, both looked away. One turning her head, the other lowering her gaze. Fortunately, Lin Zhengren was unaffected. "When did you get here?" he asked. Both Zhang Zuili and He King looked at him at the same time. Huh? Han Wenwen stood to the side, clearly enjoying the drama, her expression practically screaming, "He's not asking me, right?" Lin Zhengren blinked. "Why are you all staring at me?" "I was asking He King." Zhang Zuili turned away, her lips pursed, while He King whispered shyly, "I came with my mom yesterday. I've already completed my enrollment, so I'll be studying here for the next few years." Lin Zhengren nodded. "Did Aunt He go back already?" My mom already left. From now on, I'll be staying at school on weekends, so if you ever need me." He King glanced at Zhang Zuili's turned face, her voice growing softer. "You can come find me anytime, or just call me." "Got it." As they continued walking, Lin Zhengren suddenly noticed Zhang Zuili puffing up her cheeks like a pouting frog. "What's with that face?" he asked. He King fell silent, while Zhang Zuili muttered, "Nothing, this is just how my face naturally looks." Lin Zhengren rolled his eyes and changed the subject. "When did you arrive this afternoon?" Zhang Zuili's puffed-up cheeks immediately deflated. Though she was clearly pleased, she tried to act indifferent. "A little afternoon. I had lunch with my mom, then came straight to the dorm to sleep." "Oh." After a few more steps, Han Wenwen suddenly let out a snicker. All three turned to look at her. Covering her mouth, she blinked innocently. "Sorry, I just thought of something funny." "Don't mind me, carry on." Both Zhang Zuili and He King blushed, staying silent. He King nudged Han Wenwen with her elbow, signaling, "What are you laughing at?" Still covering her mouth, Han Wenwen whispered into He King's ear, "Sorry, Zhao King, but you guys are just too entertaining. I couldn't hold it in." He King pouted adorably, pressing her lips together in silent exasperation. They walked all the way to the first floor of the teaching building before parting ways, without saying anything else. There was nothing left to say. Standing in the hallway, Lin Zhengren told the girls, "All right, I'm heading to class." "You two are in the same class, right?" Zhang Zuili nodded, and He King, who had been surprised when Han Wenwen told her yesterday, nodded as well. She hadn't expected to be in the same class as Zhang Zuili. "All right then, I'll see you after evening study. Bye." Zhang Zuili and He King waved. "Bye." The atmosphere remained awkward as they turned and left. Han Wenwen, however, stayed put, watching them walk into class 3-3 before covering her mouth and laughing again. Lin Zhengren glanced at her. "What now?" Han Wenwen tilted her head playfully. Unlike the others, she never blushed when looking at Lin Zhengren. But her gaze wasn't ordinary either. Her eyes always carried an innate allure. "Oh, nothing," she teased. Hasn't Lin Zhengren ever found something amusing before? "But, Lin Zhengren, when did you realize I was Zhao King's best friend? You didn't seem surprised at all when you saw me earlier." Lin Zhengren sighed. "I've known for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you follow me around all month." Han Wenwen tapped her chin with a finger, pretending to think. "That makes sense. I did wonder why you never stopped me from observing you. You must have already figured out who I was." She smirked. "But we really are fated, aren't we? Last winter, we kept running into each other at the bus stop. And now, not only are we in the same class, we're even desk mates. If this were a novel, at this rate, I'd start wondering if I'll end up having your kids someday, waiting for you to come home from work and eat dinner. Lin Zhengren, you'd better not start wondering." Ignoring her, he turned and walked into the classroom. Han Wenwen watched him go, amused. "He's really not interested in me at all, huh? If it were any other guy, he'd at least be flustered by that comment. After all, there was once a boy who, upon seeing Han Wenwen smile, immediately declared, 'Han Wenwen, I just thought of the names for our future kids. I really, really like you.'" Han Wenwen elegantly took her seat beside Lin Zhengren. Then, in a voice only he could hear, she whispered, "But Lin Zhengren, secretly two-timing girls isn't good, you know. It'll break their hearts. I suggest you pick Zhao King soon. I'm firmly on Team Zhao King." Lin Zhengren stared at the blackboard, completely baffled by these girls who thought about nothing but romance. "Can't you guys focus on something serious for once? And don't worry. I wouldn't do something like secretly two-timing." Han Wenwen smirked. "Oh, so you do it openly? That's even harder." She rested her chin on the desk, her fox-like eyes gleaming mischievously. "And just so you know, I don't support that. She locked eyes with Lin Zhengren, scrutinizing him with a knowing look. After a moment, her gaze shifted in mild surprise. Then, she smiled meaningfully. You really don't seem like a junior high student, Lin Zhengren. You act more like an adult who's been in society for years. Your way of thinking is completely different from everyone else in class. Morning sunlight shone warm and bright. Zhang Zuoli, He King, and Han Wenwen washed up in separate dorms, then headed to different classrooms for class. But ever since that morning, they found themselves spending every school break, mealtime, and lesson change with the same boy. No one talked much. This strange, awkward atmosphere lasted for over a week. Until Tuesday of the second week. That day, the teacher assigned a classroom cleanup. By coincidence, He King and Zhang Zuoli were paired together. At first, things were a little awkward. They hadn't spoken all week despite being in the same class. But when it came to cleaning, they worked together surprisingly well. It wasn't until they were both standing on desks, wiping the blackboard, that He King accidentally dropped her blackboard eraser. Zhang Zuoli picked it up. He King said, "Thanks." But when Zhang Zuoli handed it back, she hesitated. Her hand paused midair before she withdrew it. He King blinked in confusion, then stared at her in surprise. Zhang Zuoli grinned. "This one's kinda worn out, isn't it? I'll get you a new one." He King quickly whispered, "It's fine, really. I just dropped it by accident. I can still use this one." Just then, the class monitor walked by, snatched the eraser from them, and started wiping the board. "What are you two doing? Arguing over a blackboard eraser? There's still so much left to clean. Hurry up. School's almost out." Chapter 33, The Tsunder's Weakness and Determination. Zhang Zuoli and He King watched as the class monitor waved her arm, erasing the chalk marks on the blackboard. When their gazes met again, they suddenly burst into laughter. They both understood. Despite neither of them being the type to act straightforwardly, in this matter, neither was willing to take a step back. That left only one option, to see who would emerge victorious in the end. He King was the first to speak. "Zhang Zuoli, let's clean the blackboard first." The other nodded. "All right." Each of them grabbed a new eraser and started wiping the board from opposite sides. Chalk dust flew into the air. Their speed gradually increased from slow to fast. He King pursed her lips, her gaze unusually determined. Zhang Zuoli bit her lip, her twin ponytails swaying with her movements. Caught in the middle, the class monitor watched as their speed escalated, turning into what looked like a competition, and sighed, "You two sure are fast at this, huh?" But soon, she realized something. Hey! Speed isn't everything. You have to clean it properly, or the teacher will scold you. Are you even listening? Inwardly, He King and Zhang Zuoli both declared at the same time, "I will win." And so, the silent battle for Lin Zhengren officially began that day. And lasted for a whole month. For the next month, the battle raged on. Every morning, whether at the dormitory entrance or after class, Lin Zhengren would find He King and Zhang Zuoli waiting for him. At the exact same time. Not only were their actions perfectly in sync, but they also started bringing him snacks. The choices were even strategically different. Mealtime was another battlefield. Under Han Wenwen's subtle eye signals, He King would gracefully place a piece of food into Lin Zhengren's bowl and gently say, "Lin Zhengren, you should eat more meat. Junior high boys need to grow strong." Zhang Zuoli, blushing but stubborn, huffed, "Idiot, I don't have much of an appetite today, so I'll just give you my meat. Otherwise, it'd go to waste." Seeing the move, He King countered softly, "I'll give you some vegetables too. They're good for you." Not to be outdone, Zhang Zuoli immediately fired back, "I have no appetite at all today, so just take all of mine." Lin Zhengren watched as their chopsticks moved at lightning speed, his plate stacking up like a small mountain while theirs remained empty. Finally, he snapped, his face darkening. "What the hell is wrong with you two? How am I supposed to eat like this? Are you guys even eating at all?" On the side, Han Wenwen leisurely chewed her food, enjoying the show. Their tactics continued to escalate. On weekends, they each claimed portions of Lin Zhengren's time. But as the battle wore on, Han Wenwen, an outsider to the fight, started noticing a shift. The scales of victory were tipping. She propped her head on one hand, watching as Zhang Zuoli crossed her arms, pouting after getting scolded. "I already gave it to you. How am I supposed to take it back now? Idiot, always yelling." Meanwhile, He King, having been scolded, quickly apologized. Seeing Lin Zhengren displeased, she hurriedly retrieved the food she had given him, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, don't be mad." Chewing on a piece of skewered meat, Han Wenwen mused to herself, "This is why Tsunders always end up losing. Their personality is flawed. They refuse to be straightforward, so they never truly win." And sure enough, her prediction held true. Zhang Xueli's stubbornness made her unwilling to admit anything outright. As a result, she repeatedly let prime opportunities slip away. Opportunities that He King, though not loud, was at least honest enough to take. In the end, even though their strengths seemed evenly matched, He King was the fresh contender, while Zhang Xueli had already spent 4 years practicing music with Lin Zhangren, seeing him almost every week. But now, He King had taken over more than half of that time. And so, by the end of the month, this battle, fought without a single bullet, was nearing its conclusion. It was a Saturday morning, 3 weeks before the freshman talent showcase. The event should have happened earlier, but the town's middle school had a habit of delaying things, dragging it out until now. Zhang Xueli needed more practice time to impress the talent scouts from the music agency. Meanwhile, He King had also enrolled in the town's taekwondo center after returning and had encountered a formidable opponent. So she needed Lin Zhangren to help her train. That morning, the 4 of them gathered before heading home. Han Wenwen clung to He King's arm and smirked. "So, Lin Zhangren, who are you going to spend the weekend with this time? Zhang Xueli or Little King?" She asked the question openly, in front of both girls. Both of them looked at Lin Zhangren. But Lin Zhangren simply said, "I can't spend every weekend with you two, right? This week, I'm just going to stay home and sleep. Taking a break." Zhang Xueli's reaction was immediate. She turned her head, arms crossed. "If you're resting, then rest. It's not like I need you to be there. The competition is still far away, I can practice by myself." He King, on the other hand, asked, "Are you feeling tired? Then rest up. But can I visit your house to meet your parents? I can even give you a shoulder massage or something." She waved a hand. "Don't worry, I won't be a bother." Han Wenwen's eyes flickered toward Zhang Xueli, curious about her reaction. Zhang Xueli froze. That one sentence left her at a loss for words. Lin Zhangren shrugged. "Do whatever you want. I'm not practicing today. I'm just gonna sleep." He King smiled and nodded. "Okay, I promise I won't disturb you." Then she turned to Zhang Xueli. "Zhang Xueli, do you want to come too?" Zhang Xueli scoffed. Who would want to go? That idiot just said he's resting. Unless he really needs a shoulder massage, who would even bother? But the moment she said it, she regretted it. Lin Zhangren, carrying his backpack, walked out of the school gate. "Best if none of you come." He King, Han Wenwen, and Zhang Xueli watched as he left. He King turned to Zhang Xueli once more. "Are you really not coming?" Zhang Xueli forced a smile. "No. I have other things to do today. Besides, I don't know how to give massages." "You go ahead." He King gave her a bright smile, waved goodbye to Han Wenwen and Zhang Xueli, and ran after Lin Zhangren. "Lin Zhangren, wait for me. I need to stop by the store first. Should I buy some bananas for your dad?" As the two figures disappeared into the distance, Han Wenwen turned to Zhang Xueli. "This weekend isn't like the others," she said. "It's not about practice. It's a chance to be alone with him. The perfect time to grow closer. Are you really going to let He King take this opportunity? If you had insisted, I doubt Lin Zhangren would have refused." Zhang Xueli stared at them, then at Han Wenwen. "Aren't you supposed to be on He King's side? You're her best friend. Why are you worried about me?" Han Wenwen tilted her head and smiled. "We're all friends. Just thought I'd ask." She waved. "I'm heading back to the dorms. See you next week." Zhang Xueli stood there, suddenly feeling drained. How many times had she given He King a free pass? If this keeps up, I'm going to lose. No, I will lose. She pulled out 2 movie tickets from her pocket. They were for tomorrow. Her birthday. But just as Han Wenwen had said, Sunders could only play their game when the other person took the first step. They were incapable of making the move themselves. Unless, at the critical moment, they chose to take that step. Zhang Xueli clutched the tickets and slowly walked home. Idiot. 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 Chapter 34, I have to send it. He King carried 2 bunches of bananas and made her way to Lin Zhangren's house. After 4 years, she finally returned to this familiar place, her heart filled with nervous anticipation. When she knocked on the door, she found that Lin Zhangren's home hadn't changed much. Although some appliances and minor details had shifted, everything still felt so familiar. On the sofa, Lin Yingjun and Lin Ziili were watching TV. When they saw a girl at the door, their first reaction was to assume their son had brought home another admirer. But once they recognized her, they were so shocked they couldn't even speak. "Hello, uncle, auntie." He King greeted them shyly. Hearing her voice, Lin Ziili, in particular, was stunned. The little girl who used to be so shy, barely reaching their thighs, had now grown into a sweet and beautiful young lady, standing at 1.5 meters tall. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait. Is this really kinking?" Little king, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've grown so pretty. Lin Yingjun also straightened up and marveled, it really is kinking. You've gotten so tall. Feeling a little embarrassed, King handed over the bananas. Uncle, Auntie, it's been so long. I brought these for you. They're not expensive, but it's a small token of my gratitude. Thank you for taking care of me when I was younger. Lin Zili laughed heartily and walked over to King. Oh, come on. You don't have to bring gifts when you visit. Are you treating us like strangers? Didn't I tell you back then to think of this place as your own home? King smiled, slightly embarrassed. I remember. Lin Zili examined her closely and clicked her tongue in admiration. King, you've really grown into a beauty. Do you and Zengren spend a lot of time together now? King shook her head slowly. Not really, Auntie. We're in different classes, so we don't see each other often. But we do eat together and walk home after school. Lin Zili nodded. That's still good. You know, ever since you left, Zengren kept thinking about you every day, always hoping you'd come back. She turned to her son. Isn't that right, Zengren? King's eyes widened in surprise, curious if it was true. Meanwhile, Lin Zengren had just come inside, busy changing his shoes before heading to the bathroom to wash his face. He hadn't heard a single word of their conversation. Huh? Mom, what did you say? He asked, confused. Lin Zili didn't bother repeating herself. Instead, she leaned closer to King and whispered, see? He just said huh. That's basically the same as nodding. King turned red and was left speechless. She didn't know if Lin Zengren had actually missed her. But she definitely missed him. She had waited years for this moment. Lin Zengren finished washing his face and headed to his room, acting just as he always did when he got home. Lin Zili gestured for King to follow. King let out a quiet and walked after him. As they entered the room and closed the door, Lin Zili and Lin Yingjun exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. King turned out so beautiful. Who would have thought they'd meet again after 4 years? Lin Yingjun nodded. Girls change so much as they grow. Their fate is definitely something special. Inside his room, Lin Zengren flopped onto his bed without hesitation. King hesitated for a moment before offering, so. Do you want to rest? I can give you a massage. It's really relaxing. Lin Zengren, eyes closed, muttered, go ahead. Hearing his approval, King's face lit up with joy. She quickly shook her head like a little rattle drum. It's no trouble at all. I used to massage my grandma all the time. I'm really good at it. Biting her lip, she hurried over and sat beside him, her small hands gently kneading his shoulders. Seeing King again after so many years made Lin Zengren's parents especially happy. At lunch, they even prepared a full table of dishes, chatting and laughing with King as if no time had passed. Like when they were kids, King still quietly placed the first shrimp she peeled onto Lin Zengren's plate, keeping only the head for herself. And just like when they were kids, Lin Zengren frowned. Why are you giving me your food? Are you picky or something? King lowered her voice nervously. I'm not picky. I just wanted you to have it first. Hearing their little whispers, Lin Zengren's parents burst out laughing. This feels just like when they were in kindergarten. They used to huddle together and chat all the time back then too. In the afternoon, after lunch, Lin Zengren said he needed to go out to buy something. King tagged along. Curious, she asked, what are you getting? Do you really need to go all the way to the mall? Lin Zengren replied casually, a birthday gift for someone. She got me something last year, so I should return the favor. Also, my mom told me to pick up some snacks for you. That Saturday, King spent the entire day with Lin Zengren. When they finally parted ways, she walked home with a bright, happy smile. Across the street, in another residential complex, a girl in casual shorts sat cross-legged on her bed, strumming a guitar. Her long twin ponytails draped over her chest, swaying gently as her fingers plucked the strings. Normally, the soft pink hues of her room made it look dreamy and charming. But tonight, Zhang Zuoli couldn't find any joy in it. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. She played the melody slowly, her voice gentle but melancholic. Through the window, she couldn't see anything but other apartment buildings. Yet in her mind, she could vividly picture a certain idiot sitting in his bedroom, chatting and laughing with a certain girl. A knock came at her door. It was her mother's voice. Xueli, are you busy? Zhang Xueli answered, Mom, what's up? Her mother laughed from outside. Tomorrow's your birthday. Are you planning to go out, or do you want to celebrate at home with us? Zhang Xueli paused. I'll think about it. We can decide tomorrow night, no rush. Her mother didn't press further. All right. I have the afternoon off, so you can decide later. Thanks, Mom. As her mother's footsteps faded, Zhang Xueli plucked her guitar strings absent-mindedly. Then, Suddenly, she flopped onto her bed, her twin ponytails draping lifelessly across her chest. Idiot. What were you doing with King all day? Probably having the time of your life, huh? Even getting a massage? She huffed. What kind of guy lets a girl massage him anyway? Just sleep longer, problem solved. She placed her guitar aside, her bright eyes staring into the distance. That night, Zhang Zueli barely slept. She lay in bed, holding 2 movie tickets in one hand and her phone in the other. Tossing and turning, sitting up and lying down, she hesitated over and over again. She wanted to call Lin Zhengren. She wanted to invite him to the movie. She even typed out a message, "Idiot, do you know tomorrow's my birthday? It's not like I need you to celebrate with me, but I happen to have 2 extra movie tickets. Want to go? Otherwise, they'll just go to waste." But she flushed red and immediately deleted it. This sounds way too much like a confession. Anyone would misunderstand. She buried her face under the pillow, escaping reality. Why hasn't humanity invented dream messaging yet? If I could just tell him in a dream. But then she muttered, even if I could, I'd still be too embarrassed to say it. The next morning, birds chirped outside her window. With dark circles under her eyes, Zhang Zueli still sat there, staring at her phone and the 2 tickets. From the living room, her mother called, "Zueli, we're heading to work. If you go out, don't forget your keys." She finally snapped out of it. It's morning already? What the heck was I even doing all night? Gritting her teeth, she glared at her phone. No. I have to send it. If I don't, I'll really lose. Chapter 35, Courage, just send it. Send it already. She shouted after typing the message, her finger hovering over the send button. Zhang Zueli walked to the sink and filled it with hot water, then removed the hair ties from her twin ponytails, placing them beside her phone. The screen still displayed her chat with Lin Zhengren. However, the message in the input box, "Lin Zhengren, today is my birthday," remained unsent. With her long hair draped over her shoulders, Zhang Zueli gazed at her own weary, lifeless reflection in the mirror and sighed. No wonder that idiot always says I yell too much. Maybe he's not entirely wrong. What the hell am I even doing? She washed her hair and dried it off. While blow-drying, she suddenly got the idea to tie her waist-length hair into a single ponytail. Placing her hands together in front of her, she imitated the demeanor of a pure-hearted girl. Blushing, she looked at the mirror as if it were a certain someone. Idiot. Today is my birthday. She closed her eyes and muttered against her own will, "Not that I absolutely have to spend it with you, but I just so happen to pick up 2 movie tickets." Zhang Zueli stared blankly at her reflection and muttered, "So the result is the same, huh? I guess it's not about the hairstyle after all." She tied her hair back into twin ponytails, deciding that a single ponytail didn't suit her. Once she finished blow-drying, she sat on the couch, opened her phone again, and searched for a phrase she had looked up years ago. What does tsundere mean? Baidu's answer remained unchanged, an ancient god. Back then, Zhang Zueli had ignored the words ancient times and only saw God, thinking it was high praise. But now, she suddenly became curious. Why was tsundere referred to as an ancient god? She searched again, why is tsundere called an ancient god? Baidu's response, why is tsundere called an ancient god? Because in the past, the tsundere personality was highly favored. A girl's push and pull, her shy yet stubborn attitude, were all considered adorable traits to boys. However, this personality has a fatal flaw. If taken to the extreme, a tsundere will never be able to take the first step or speak their true feelings. This leaves an opening for others to swoop in, leading to only one possible ending. Missing their chance, growing apart, and ultimately watching the one they love end up with someone else. Zhang Zueli's tired eyes suddenly widened at the explanation, especially at the word separation. Her pupils trembled. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from staying up all night, but she suddenly saw flashes of scenes that had never actually happened in real life. In her mind, Lin Zhengren and He King were playing around, growing up together, hugging, kissing, moving in together. And as they grew closer, her hesitation would only push her further away. In the end, she would be sitting in the audience at their wedding, staring blankly as they exchanged vows. Congratulations to the newlyweds. A loud cheer erupted from outside the apartment complex. Zhang Zueli snapped out of her daze, jolting up in terror. Her vision blurred, and when she wiped her eyes, she realized tears had fallen. She rushed to the balcony, looking toward the source of the cheers. It turned out that a newlywed couple in her neighborhood was receiving well wishes from their friends. Her teary eyes fixated on the happy couple. For a moment, in her daze, she saw them as the future Lin Zhengren and He King. She opened her mouth, about to call out, "Idiot. Don't." Reality snapped back into focus. Zhang Zueli stared at the unfamiliar newlyweds below, slowly clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth, her gaze firming with determination. It was as if she had made a decision. She turned and ran out of the house. Her lively twin ponytails seemed to sense their owner's emotions, bouncing anxiously with every step as she rushed downstairs. While running, Zhang Zuoli pulled out her phone, found Lin Zhangren's number, and called him without hesitation. The call connected quickly. Lin Zhangren, sounding bored, answered, "Huh? What's up?" Zhang Zuoli shouted, "Idiot. You're home, right? Come downstairs now, I need to talk to you." "What?" "I just got back from the supermarket. I was just about to. I'm coming to you. Don't go home yet, wait for me downstairs." She cut him off. She hung up and sprinted toward Lin Zhangren's place. The images from earlier burned vividly in her mind. As if that was truly the ending that awaited her hesitation. Zhang Zuoli wiped away her tears as she ran, her eyes growing even more determined. "Idiot, even if we end up apart, at the very least, I need to hear you say you don't like me with your own mouth. I won't just hand you over to someone else like this." Crossing the intersection, Lin Zhangren stood at the entrance of the apartment complex, holding his groceries. Seeing Zhang Zuoli running toward him, panting heavily, he asked curiously, "What's with the rush? What's so urgent?" The moment Zhang Zuoli saw Lin Zhangren, she suddenly felt half her anxiety ease. Her steps slowed. Hiding the movie tickets behind her back, she tried to steady her breathing and walked up to him. Lin Zhangren asked again, "So? What's up?" Zhang Zuoli's face was flushed. Her tsundere nature fought against her instincts. She knew Lin Zhangren well. If she simply handed him the tickets, he probably wouldn't go with her. He hated doing things he found boring, and this was exactly why she couldn't bring herself to ask. "But, I idiot!" she suddenly shouted, making Lin Zhangren jump in surprise. She stretched out her arm, eyes shut tight, her mind going blank. "See, could you go watch a movie with me?" She said it. Even she was shocked by her own boldness. When she calmed down and opened her eyes, she felt utterly humiliated by Lin Zhangren's stunned expression. She quickly hid the movie tickets behind her back, turned her head away, and felt like she could never show her face again. Her cheeks were burning. I mean, I just happened to find these 2 tickets in the trash. It'd be a waste not to use them." She forced a laugh, trying to play it off, her fingers nervously clutching the tickets. "But, honestly, wasting them wouldn't be a big deal either. It's just some crappy romance movie. Even elementary schoolers wouldn't watch something like this anymore, so whether we go or not, it's not real." She froze. She stopped mid-sentence, looking back at Lin Zhangren. Her voice softened. "Would you go with me? I know you probably won't agree, though." Lin Zhangren's shocked expression turned neutral. He exhaled and took the tickets from her hand. "That's what this is about? You made such a big fuss over something so small?" "Huh?" Zhang Zuoli was dumbfounded. "SS small?" she stammered, feeling utterly insulted. She clenched her fists and leaned forward in rage. "Small? Do you have any idea how much courage it took for me to ask this? You idiot. You pighead. How can someone like you even have girls liking you? Even if you don't want to go with me, you don't have to." "I can go with you," Lin Zhangren interrupted. A car drove past. Zhang Zuoli froze mid-rant, staring at him blankly. "What did you say?" Lin Zhangren spoke softly. "I said, I can go with you. Today's your birthday, right? Watching a movie with you isn't a big deal. Consider it half of my birthday gift to you." Chapter 36, Zhang Zuoli's birthday. The two of them stood at the entrance of the apartment complex, looking at each other. The twin ponytailed girl slowly pressed her lips together, her heartbeat drowning out all other sounds around her. At this age, when feelings were just beginning to bloom, some things left a deep imprint. She looked up at him, eyes shimmering. "You? How do you know today is my birthday?" "I don't remember telling you." Lin Zhangren answered casually. "Are you seriously that dumb? Who do you think has been helping you practice singing all this time? Who's been checking the requirements for the Children's Talent Agency whenever they update? Of course, I know your personal details. Otherwise, how would I know you just turned 12? Without waiting for her reaction, he continued, "Besides, I was planning to call you at noon. I went to the mall yesterday and picked out a birthday gift for you. If you're not in a hurry, I'll go upstairs and get it now." "A gift? You even prepared a birthday gift for me?" She murmured like a mosquito, her face visibly lighting up with happiness, the whole world around her turning dreamy and unreal. Her brain completely stalled for a good 10 seconds before she finally cupped her mouth, hunched her shoulders, and stared at him with shy, sparkling eyes. When she saw Lin Zhangren turning to head upstairs, she grabbed the hem of his shirt, waving her arms in a panic, completely overwhelmed by emotions. Wait. First, explain this birthday thing properly. I don't quite get it. Lin Zhengren turned back. What don't you understand? Zhang Zuoli was now all smiles, her hands hovering near her flushed cheeks as she glanced away. I just feel like something doesn't add up. If you've always known my birthday, then how come, after all these years of knowing each other, we've never celebrated together? Doesn't that contradict what you just said? Oh, that? Lin Zhengren wasn't quite sure how to explain. For guys, birthdays basically stop being a thing after turning 18. At least, that was how it had been in his previous life. Especially for someone like him, who had no parents and no one to remind him after graduation, birthdays had become insignificant. Even after transmigrating, he still saw them as the smallest of small matters. I don't know if you'll get it, but for me, birthdays aren't that important, so I don't really care about them. Not important? Zhang Zuoli knew this guy was weird, so she believed him, but something still felt off. Then, if you always forgot birthdays before, why didn't you forget this year? You even went out of your way to buy me a gift. She fidgeted, fingers nervously twisting behind her back, biting her lip as if imagining something. Could it be that now that we're in middle school, you think we're grown-ups, and this year has some special meaning? I'm telling you, I'm not that easy to fool. I mean, I am a girl, after all. At the very least. Hee. Lin Zhengren, seeing her start to act all self-important, immediately shattered her fantasy with a flick to the forehead. What are you hey-heying about? Zhang Zuoli snapped out of it instantly and frowned. Why do you hit me? Lin Zhengren explained, I'm giving you a gift this year because last year, when my parents celebrated my birthday, you gave me something too. At that, Zhang Zuoli suddenly remembered. Last year, she had gone to find Lin Zhengren to hang out, only to stumble upon his parents celebrating his birthday. She had panicked, hurriedly bought a gift, and asked his mom to give it to him on her behalf. Lin Zhengren continued, of course, if you really want a special meaning, there is one. This year is your first step into the music industry, so consider this a little encouragement gift. Zhang Zuoli clenched her small fists again, then suddenly blurted out, why you? You idiot. Lin Zhengren, confused, knocked her on the head again. What's with the yelling? You crazy? I give you a gift and you start shouting? You don't want it or something? Zhang Zuoli, embarrassed and angry, gritted her teeth. Who said I don't want it? You already bought it. Of course, you have to give it to me. I was yelling because. She pouted. Girls' thoughts aren't for you to guess. She thought to herself, I knew this idiot wouldn't suddenly have an epiphany. I even thought he was going to confess. I got all nervous for nothing. I didn't even know how I'd answer. Wait, PFFT, I mean, how I'd reject him. And in the end? This was it? Lin Zhengren ignored her and turned back toward the stairs. Wait here, I'll grab it. And since it's your birthday, I'll humor you and watch that movie with you. Seeing this, Zhang Zuoli quickly followed, grinning from ear to ear. I'll go with you. No need. Isn't it annoying to go up just to come back down again? What's it to you whether it's annoying or not? I want to go. She huffed and hopped after him. Before long, Lin Zhengren handed her the gift he had bought the day before. The package was pretty big. Wow, this is huge. What is it? Can you tell me? Zhang Zuoli hugged the gift like a treasure. Just open it and see. It's a pair of over-ear headphones. Really? That's perfect. My old ones were about to break. I'll just use these from now on. Honestly, it didn't matter to her what he got. If he had given her a rock, she probably would have said, my balcony was missing a rock. Great choice. Zhang Zuoli carefully cradled the gift. She said she'd take it home first since carrying it to the movies would be inconvenient. Lin Zhengren reminded her she could open it now. If she didn't like it, the store said they could exchange it. But Zhang Zuoli hugged it tightly. Nope. I want this one. After dropping off the gift, Zhang Zuoli and Lin Zhengren headed to the theater. On the way, Zhang Zuoli was extremely nervous. After knowing this idiot for so many years, this was the first time they were going to the movies alone together. She was so anxious she could barely walk straight. Lin Zhengren noticed her strange expression. Did you not sleep well last night? You look like you're both hyper and sleepwalking. Zhang Zuoli, flustered, denied it immediately. No. I slept great. Super well. But barely 3 minutes after they sat down in the theater with their popcorn, Zhang Zuoli fell asleep. She clutched the bucket and curled up in her seat, completely knocked out. The extreme excitement from earlier had drained what little energy she had left. Lin Zhengren had no idea what this girl had been up to last night. As she dozed off, her head tilted onto his shoulder. He didn't wake her. It was her birthday, after all. She didn't sleep for long, but it was a sweet, deep sleep. Only when the movie ended and Lin Zhengren shook her awake did Zhang Zuoli clutch her head in regret. I fell asleep? I fell asleep while watching a movie with you? I didn't see a single thing. Then what was all my agonizing over last night even for? Luckily, Lin Zhengren suggested they grab a meal together, which cheered her up. She grudgingly agreed. After spending the entire day together, when they finally parted, Zhang Zuli even went home to cut him a big slice of cake. Idiot, this is your reward for keeping me company today. Lin Zhengren accepted it as the system's voice chimed in. Thanks. Happy birthday. Zhang Zuli smiled shyly, waved goodbye at her apartment entrance, then turned around, balancing on the curbside like a tightrope. Idiot. 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 She took a few more steps before hopping down, her twin ponytails bouncing along with her as she skipped back home. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. She hummed cheerfully, stretching out the words, How I Wander. What you are. Chapter 37, An Unexpected Discovery. Lin Zhengren walked down the street, carrying a large slice of strawberry cake. Using a fork, he slowly scooped bite after bite, savoring the sweetness as he swallowed. Tasty, but a bit too sweet. Today is Miss Jiang's birthday. As your longtime companion in this journey through the martial world, she spent a hefty sum to acquire 2 prestigious theater tickets and invited you to join her. After watching the performance, your charisma +2, stamina +1, Miss Jiang has also gifted you the rare 7-colored snow oil paste, something she only allows herself to eat once a year. This delicacy is of supreme quality. After consuming it, your cultivation increases, spirit level +1, strength +1, and energy +1. After finishing the cake, Lin Zhengren found the lingering sweetness cloying, so he decided to stop by the nearby mall for a bottle of water. He had only walked a few steps when he suddenly heard a heated argument in the distance. It seemed to be a young couple quarreling over something serious. The woman's voice was filled with disbelief. I can't believe you secretly raised a daughter behind my back. And to hide it from me, you even sent her away to study in another city? If I hadn't found out myself, how much longer were you planning to keep this from me? How am I supposed to marry you after this? The man, standing next to an Audi, sighed. I've told you a dozen times. She's not my daughter. She's my niece. I'm her uncle. Oh, so now you remember you're just her uncle? The woman's voice dripped with sarcasm. She has a mother, doesn't she? Why is it your responsibility to raise her? The man hesitated, seeming somewhat guilty. His voice lacked confidence. Why, you are being unreasonable. I raised her because my sister wanted to abandon her back then. I pitied the kid, so I supported her education and helped her grow up. The woman lifted a hand, as if trying to keep herself from getting angrier. You don't need to explain. I'm not being irrational. I actually understand your reasons. I even acknowledge that you meant well. But Han Qing, as long as you keep raising that girl, my parents will never agree to our marriage. She tried to reason with him. Han Qing, you've already done enough. This is just the way things are. In 2 years, she'll graduate from middle school. At that point, I can even help by giving her some money so she can support herself. If she has the ability to continue her studies, she can work part-time, and we can offer financial aid. But if not, she'll have to find a job after graduation. Either way, she cannot keep living with you. Otherwise. She placed a protective hand over her belly. Otherwise, when I give birth to our child, what will people think of me? How will I explain this to my parents? Do you really intend to take care of that girl forever? Since we're already here, let's just be honest with her. The woman continued decisively, we raised her until middle school. That's enough. We'll give her some money, and she can visit us during holidays, but she can't live with us anymore. She needs to stand on her own. If you can't say it, I'll say it for you. Since this road led to the supermarket, Lin Zhengren happened to pass by and overheard the entire conversation. Then, he noticed the woman turning her head, looking at someone in the distance. There she is. I'll talk to her. You just stand by and watch. She sounded like she was comforting her fiancé, but also convincing herself. I don't think we're being unreasonable. After all, she's old enough to understand, right? Lin Zhengren had already walked ahead, but when he heard that, he instinctively turned back. And when he saw the girl they were talking about, he was shocked. At the same time, his system chimed in. The demon cult maiden has been appearing around you quite frequently. Today, you set out for training, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene. You overheard her true origins. Her guardian intends to cast her out. You know this is a sensitive matter, and whether or not you intervene will lead to different fates. The girl walking toward them wore a school uniform, her slender frame exuding grace. It was, of course, Han Wenwen. As always, she carried a faint smile. Her fox-like eyes were captivating, as if nothing in the world could truly affect her. When she reached the couple, she even bowed politely. Uncle, you're here. And you must be Auntie? It's nice to meet you. The woman was momentarily stunned by Han Wenwen's beauty. She really did take after her mother. Gorgeous but utterly wretched. Glancing back at Han Qing, she then stepped forward and smiled. Wenwen, you're such a lovely girl. Since this is our first time meeting, there's something I need to tell you. Normally, I wouldn't bring this up right away, but I have my own difficulties too. If you have any thoughts after hearing me out, feel free to share them with me. Lin Zhengren didn't hear the rest. By the time he finished buying water and stepped out of the store, Han Wenwen's uncle and soon-to-be aunt had already driven away. She stood by the roadside, her expression unchanged, as if she had already expected everything that had happened. She turned to leave, passing by the supermarket. When she spotted Lin Zhengren, she tilted her head and smiled playfully. Lin Zhengren? What a coincidence. Lin Zhengren smiled back. Yeah, pretty coincidental. Han Wenwen's expression showed a trace of fatigue. It's just like last year. No matter where I go, I always seem to run into you. But I'm a little tired today, so I'll head back to school first. See you tonight. She waved casually, her fox-like eyes glancing toward the distant school as she walked away. It was impossible to tell that she had just gone through something so heavy. Lin Zhengren twisted open his bottle of water, took a sip, and walked off without a word. That afternoon, Zhang Zuili was excitedly hiding in her bedroom, carefully unwrapping the gift Lin Zhengren had given her. A pair of yellow over-ear headphones. Simple and stylish. She put them on and tested the sound. Absolutely perfect? Lying on her bed, she reminisced about the day's events. Raising her hand, she declared, so what if I'm tsundere? I, Zhang Zuili, will never be a loser in love. I'm definitely going to win. She clenched her fists determinedly. Sunday night, middle school had mandatory evening classes, so everyone except day students had to attend. When Zhang Zuili and Lin Zhengren arrived at school together, both He King and Han Wenwen were waiting at the school gate. Each of them held out a small gift. Zhang Zuili, happy birthday. Zhang Zuili was stunned. Why you two? How did you know? He King, looking demure, spoke softly, I followed Lin Zhengren home on Saturday. He mentioned that today was your birthday, so I bought you a little present. It's nothing fancy, just a small token of appreciation. Han Wenwen smiled. Same here. We're all friends. Giving a birthday gift is the least I can do. Thank you. Zhang Zuili accepted the gifts, feeling flustered. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengren quietly observed Han Wenwen's seemingly composed demeanor. At just 12 years old, her mental fortitude was already on a completely different level compared to He King and Zhang Zuili. But no matter how strong a facade might be, it was still just a mask. The armor shielding her heart was paper thin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worn that expression when she left this afternoon. Chapter 38, Lin Zhengren's planned time flew by, and just like that, 3 more weeks had passed. The annual freshman talent showcase at Xincheng First Middle School was finally about to begin. Over these 3 weeks, since Zhang Zuili's situation was more urgent, Lin Zhengren had spent more time with her. He would go see her on weekends and lie on her bed, listening to her strumming the guitar or humming softly while sitting on the edge of the bed. If something was off, he'd give a bit of advice, like tapping the back of his hand on her thigh, your breath control is off. Lower the pressure for the first line. Start again. Zhang Zuili would respond and rub the spot he had just touched, her heart skipping a beat. Then she'd sneak a glance at Lin Zhengren, who was lying on her pillow staring up at the ceiling. She'd think, this big idiot's never even been seen practicing, yet his musical talent is so off the charts. I'll never catch up to him. This part is really tricky to practice. Even when I worked on it by myself for a long time, I kept making mistakes, she explained. That's because I wasn't there. With me around, it's fine. Big idiot is so full of himself. Zhang Zuili thought. She followed his instructions and ran through it again. And this time, the improvement wasn't just a little. It was a lot. She looked genuinely surprised. Lin Zhengren looked at her with satisfaction. Not bad. If you're still not smooth with it, just sing it a few more times. Follow my method. Adjust the pitch. Zhang Zuili nodded and sang it a few more times, each time better than the last. She couldn't help but marvel, it's seriously weird. I actually noticed this a while ago. Whenever you teach me, I learn at least twice as fast as I do on my own. It's not just about technique either. There are lots of techniques I know, but it still takes me forever to get them right. Yet if you're around, I can pick them up instantly. Isn't that just too freaky? She looked at Lin Zhengren curiously. Big idiot, did your mouth get blessed or something? Lin Zhengren sat up unhurriedly, and under Zhang Zuili's confused gaze, curled his fingers and flicked her on the forehead. She yelped in pain, pouting and rubbing her head. Why do you hit me? Lin Zhengren lay back down. Quit talking nonsense and keep practicing your breath control. The freshman talent showcase is coming up. Whether you get selected or not is all up to your skills. This is the first step toward achieving your dream. Take it seriously. He yawned, turned over, and pulled her blanket over himself like he was about to sleep. Zhongzhuili blushed as she saw her personal blanket now wrapped around him, thinking, how am I supposed to sleep with you using that tonight? Don't you know I don't like wearing pajamas when I sleep? She shut her eyes in frustration and snapped, big idiot. With his eyes still closed, Lin Zhengren replied, you know, every time you insult me, it sounds like you're being all cutesy. Can't you at least tell me why you're mad? Otherwise, how am I supposed to know what I did wrong? Zhongzhuili's face turned bright red at a visible speed, her voice stammering, see cutesy? Her little fists launched rapid punches against his back like she was giving him a high-speed massage, the force surprisingly perfect. Who's being cutesy? I'd never act like that with you. And who cares why I'm scolding you? I'll do it even without a reason. Big idiot. I hate you. You're the absolute worst. Lin Zhengren ignored what she said, only noticing the pressure from her tiny fists. He calmly reminded her, hit a little higher. You think I'm actually giving you a massage? She grumbled, but still moved her fists up a bit, grumbling under her breath after she was done. Well? How was it? Not bad, he murmured. Decent pressure. Humphrey. You're sick. She muttered one more ugh, so annoying, then went back to practicing. But there was something Lin Zhengren never knew. Every time he lay on her bed, Zhongzhuili would tell herself she had to change the blanket right away. It had been contaminated by that big idiot. But when she returned to her room alone and stared at the blanket he had used, her cheeks would flush red as she bit her lip. This girl in the middle of her youth would sit down ceremoniously, gently place her guitar aside, and hug the blanket to her chest to sniff it. Her face would turn even redder, and she'd mumble, ugh, now the whole blanket smells like him. Though, it actually smells kinda nice. She'd take off her shoes, sit properly against the headboard, pull more of the blanket into her arms, and pout, well, I just changed it yesterday. It's a pain to wash again. I guess I'll just sleep with it tonight. She even lied to herself, it's all that guy's fault for messing up my blanket. She'd curl up under the blanket that still carried Lin Zhengren's scent, eyes closed, looking so happy and content. Like he was right there beside her. A week before the competition, Lin Zhengren and Zhongzhuili were walking through school. Zhongzhuili, trailing slightly behind, asked, big idiot, if I do get picked, does that mean I'll have to spend a lot of time practicing in the training room? Lin Zhengren replied, not necessarily. It depends. Most new people do train in the studio since they have professional instructors. But if the singer has their own resources, then yeah, they might not need to. Zhongzhuili hesitated and looked ahead. But I don't really like practicing with other singers. I still want you to help me with my singing practice. She lifted her chin arrogantly, don't get the wrong idea though. I just think you're actually really good at this singing stuff. That's all. Lin Zhengren shot her a disdainful look. Oh really? Then I should thank Miss Zhang for thinking so highly of me. She bit her lip and huffed, what do you mean, thank me? That sounded so passive-aggressive. Lin Zhengren had already made plans. That children's talent agency, still running in a small town despite struggling, was owned by a middle-aged woman who was deeply committed to her dreams. She didn't cut corners. Only valued real skill. So Lin Zhengren's plan was to help Zhongzhuili build up popularity before the audition. Then, once he had saved up enough money, he'd buy the agency outright. That way, Zhongzhuili would become a singer under his company, and her future would be secure. It would also prevent her from being affected by unnecessary nonsense. After all, he'd be the boss. Lin Zhengren said, relax. I'm letting you join the studio just to give you a platform. A place to see more of the world for now. With that platform's help, you can participate in all kinds of performances and build experience. That way, you won't get tricked trying to navigate the scene alone. I'll be there when I can, but I can't always go with you. Why not always? She asked softly. He answered honestly, because I have to teach He-King too. She'll be entering competitions later as well. I need to help her too, right? You're such a player. Hope you get so busy you drop dead. She fumed, stomping her foot. Lin Zhengren went on, as for the training, I'll still be the one teaching you. You're basically a singer I personally cultivated. I'll definitely be charging you later. Zhongzhuili didn't deny that part. Without his help, she definitely wouldn't be as skilled as she was now. But when it came to that payment she ran up ahead of him, completely unaware that not far away, a ponytailed, innocent-looking girl had spotted Lin Zhengren. She had wanted to run over, but stopped when she saw the two of them. Zhongzhuili turned toward him, body leaning forward, hands behind her back, And with that little bit of confidence she'd gained from being more assertive last time, said, "Big idiot, even if I become super famous in the future, I'll still keep my promise. I said I'd repay your kindness, so I'll marry you. But only because I don't want you growing old and lonely, okay? Don't read too much into it." Lin Zhengren flicked her on the forehead as he walked past. "Who said that's the payment I want? And do you, a 12-year-old girl, even understand what getting married means?" Zhang Zuoli fumed. "I'm not a little kid anymore. I used to not know, but I do now. It just means getting married to you, right?" She clenched her little fists and yelled, "I'm not scared at all. And I'm just paying you back, that's it." The two of them bickered and laughed as they walked off into the distance. Little He King stood there in a daze, watching Lin Zhengren and listening to what had just been said. Married. Zhang Zuoli actually said she wanted to marry Lin Zhengren someday. A moment later, Han Wenwen walked up, seeing her best friend frozen in place. She asked what was wrong, then suddenly saw He King start crying again and throw herself into her arms. "What do I do, Wenwen? It feels like the two of them are getting closer and closer. Am I going to lose? What should I do?" Han Wenwen tilted her head to comfort He King and thought, no way. Can't Sundeer types really win? If little King King really was falling behind, then she'd just have to step in herself and give them both a little push. Help speed up their romance a bit. "Don't worry, I'll help you come up with something." Chapter 39, The All-Capable Lin Zhengren. The Freshman Talent Showcase is about to begin. Welcome to all the teachers and students joining us today. Now, let's invite our principal to the stage for a speech. In small-town middle schools, it's rare to see an official Freshman Talent Showcase. Most schools just have the principal gather the new students during the day for a quick talk, and that's it. It was only in the past 2 years, as the town's economy improved and the school gained more funding, that they started emphasizing the event for promotional purposes. The showcase took place in front of the teaching building, utilizing its steps as a makeshift stage. The front row of the audience consisted of judges, including the principal and the head instructor. Behind him sat the homeroom teachers of each class, followed by the students. Hundreds of people sat in neat rows, banners hung around the venue, and spotlights moved back and forth, creating a lively atmosphere. It actually looked quite professional. As the top student in his class, Lin Zhengren wasn't performing in any acts, but he had the privilege of acting as a student supervisor, moving between the audience and backstage. Why did he have such authority? Simple. Good grades make everything negotiable with teachers. During the principal's speech, Lin Zhengren stood to the side with Zhang Zuoli, glancing toward the second row where a few casually dressed outsiders were holding professional filming equipment. Because he often looked into the staff of the Children's Talent Agency, Lin Zhengren recognized them right away. Those people with cameras are probably from the Children's Talent Agency. Our school collaborates with them, so they're in charge of filming and editing this event. If your voice is strong, your breathing steady, and your technique impressive, they'll definitely notice you. Zhang Zuoli clutched her chest, taking deep breaths in and out. She looked incredibly nervous. Lin Zhengren glanced at her. As expected, Zhang Zuoli snapped back, "Idiot, what are you looking at? I'm not nervous at all." For once, Lin Zhengren didn't tease her like he usually did. Instead, he smiled. "It's okay to be nervous. I believe in you. With your skills, you'll be fine." Words like this were rare from him. He only said them at critical moments. Zhang Zuoli hadn't seen this gentle side of him in a long time, and it made her even more anxious. She looked away shyly and muttered, "You're so annoying." "I got it." Her chest still rose and fell heavily. "Your act is 7th in line. You've got some time to adjust. I'll check out the rest of the venue." Just as Lin Zhengren turned to leave, Zhang Zuoli suddenly called out to him. "Idiot." Lin Zhengren turned back. Zhang Zuoli stared blankly at him. Around him, she always found confidence, because in her heart, Lin Zhengren was capable of anything. "Say that again." "What you said just now." Lin Zhengren instantly understood. "I'll be in the audience watching your performance. I believe in you." Zhang Zuoli slowly smiled. "I won't let you down." Once the performances started, Lin Zhengren returned to his class and sat down to rest. Han Wenwen sat beside him, eyeing him with amusement. "Zhang Zuoli seemed a bit nervous just now, huh? I saw her clutching her chest the whole time while talking to you." Lin Zhengren looked forward and casually responded, "She's just a kid. It's normal to be nervous. But with her skills, she'll stand out regardless. Even if she makes a small mistake, it won't matter." Han Wenwen smirked. "Lin Zhengren, you sound like such a big brother. So this whole plan, to get Zhang Zuoli to perform, was really so she could get scouted by the Children's Talent Agency? That honestly shocked me. Most kids our age are just playing around, but you two are already scheming about future careers?" Zhang Zuoli doesn't have connections. In an environment like this, if no one gives her a chance, even with her talent in singing and songwriting, she'll just end up blending into the crowd and living an ordinary life. Even gold sinks if it's buried deep in the ocean. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Han Wenwen looking at him oddly. Her gaze was filled with admiration and intrigue. Leaning on her knees with her hands supporting her chin, she smiled slyly. "So, Lin Zhengren, can you help me become a singer too?" She grinned. "Name your price. Once I start making money, I'll definitely repay you." Lin Zhengren continued watching the stage. "Honestly, if you were really talented at singing, I don't think you'd even need my help. Besides, you're much more ambitious than the king and Zhang Zuoli. You're not the type to just sit around and wait for opportunities." Han Wenwen paused, momentarily surprised. "Huh. That's an unusual way to compliment someone. But you're right. I've met plenty of guys before, but you're the only one I can't figure out." She straightened up. "And you're right about another thing. If I had any special talent, I would have already found a way to use it. But talent isn't something everyone has. I just wish someone could tell me what I'm really good at." She added softly, "If that ever happens, I'll be sure to thank them properly." As they watched the first act together, Han Wenwen suddenly asked in a gentle tone, "Lately, you've been spending a lot of time with Zhang Zuoli. Have you noticed that King seems a little upset? You haven't spent much time with her these past 3 weeks." Lin Zhengren hummed in acknowledgement. "I'll make it up to her once this is over. Must be tough having 2 childhood friends. So, what do you really think of them? Wanna tell me in secret? I don't have any thoughts on 12-year-old girls. What do they even know? Their minds haven't matured yet." Han Wenwen chuckled and leaned on her knees, tilting her head as she studied him. "I don't buy it. No way a 12-year-old boy isn't at least a little interested in pretty girls. Let me be blunt. King will win. By the time we graduate middle school, I'll make sure you two are together." Lin Zhengren gave her a bored glance, but then he remembered something. After middle school, Han Wenwen would be homeless. With her personality and current grades, getting into high school on her own would be nearly impossible. She wasn't joking about this. This sly little fox was well aware that her days of casually eating lunch, going to school, and walking home with King as her best friend were numbered. Han Wenwen noticed him staring and smirked confidently. "Staring at your childhood friend's bestie like that is a bit much, don't you think? If you were any other boy, I'd assume you're into me instead of King." Her gaze was as mesmerizing as ever, but Lin Zhengren remained unaffected. The two of them locked eyes, neither backing down. In the end, Han Wenwen was the first to avert her gaze. Images of the snowy day at the bus stop flashed through her mind, and she lost to Lin Zhengren. Her slender fingers clenched slightly, a faint blush appearing on her face. Her voice lowered. "Stop staring already. I'm a girl too, you know. I can get shy. But whether that blush and shyness were real or fake, who could say? Just watch the show," Lin Zhengren said. The two sat close together. Han Wenwen opened a pack of snacks and shared half with Lin Zhengren. From a distance, they looked surprisingly well matched. Of course, Lin Zhengren accepted. To the system, anything this fox gave him was basically a spiritual elixir. Zhang Zuoli's performance began. Everything went exactly as Lin Zhengren had expected. With 4 years of careful guidance, her skills far exceeded most kids her age. Even those with professional training. An original song, an impressive voice, flawless technique, and an adorable stage presence. The moment she started performing, the talent scout in the audience gasped in shock. "What an incredibly gifted girl. I've never seen someone this talented before." Even Han Wenwen, hearing Zhang Zuoli sing for the first time, was stunned. And she realized something. Zhang Zuoli's confidence wasn't natural. It had been shaped over years. She glanced at Lin Zhengren. Was all of this his doing? And if that were the case, could he help me take control of my life too? Chapter 40. On this day, little King grew up. As the stage lights converged, Zhang Zuoli finished her song, gasping slightly as she looked out at the audience, listening to their applause. The bright lights made it hard for her to see their faces, but she knew, without a doubt, that a certain big idiot was definitely smiling at her. Once her performance ended, Zhang Zuoli bowed and stepped off the stage, immediately heading to find Lin Zhengren. In a corner outside the audience area, Zhang Zuoli, torn between wanting to show off and acting nonchalant, put on a proud front. "Hey, idiot, how was my performance? Pretty good, right? Let me tell you, when I was up there just now." She laughed, chattering excitedly about her experience on stage. Watching from the Class 3-3 seating area, King saw everything. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but her pure, round apricot eyes stared blankly at them. She saw Zhang Zuoli's radiant smile and Lin Zhengren responding to her from time to time. He clasped her small, fair hands together. Lin Zhengren. Before the showcase even ended, the children's talent agency owner couldn't contain her excitement and went straight backstage to find Zhang Zuoli. Seeing the young singer chatting with a boy, she walked over without hesitation and handed Zhang Zuoli her business card. Hello. I'm the owner of Children's Talent Agency. Our company has an ongoing collaboration with your school. I just listened to your performance, and I absolutely loved it. That song. Was it original? Your breath control and technique are excellent. Have you had formal vocal training? Zhang Zuoli hadn't expected her to come so soon. She hesitated, slightly nervous, and nodded. It's an original, but I've never had professional training. I just practice at home. With my friend. The talent scout was even more shocked. If this was her natural ability, then with just a bit of professional coaching, she'd dominate the industry. She quickly launched into a detailed pitch. The gist, was Zhang Zuoli signed with an agency? If not, they wanted to recruit her. They would contact her parents tomorrow. She wouldn't have to miss school. Performances would only be on holidays or special occasions. She could also train with them if she had free time. The company even offered a generous performance commission. Zhang Zuoli pretended to listen attentively but kept stealing glances at Lin Zhengren. When it came to matters like this, she knew her limits. She was still young. If she made the wrong decision, she'd get scanned for sure. That's why she had her big idiot. He'd figure it out for her. The talent scout finished her pitch. Alright then, I'll visit your parents tomorrow. We'll talk again soon. Okay. As soon as the scout left, Zhang Zuoli bounced over to Lin Zhengren. Hey, idiot. You heard everything just now, right? Lin Zhengren crossed his arms. Yeah, her offer is about what I expected. The terms seem decent. She genuinely appreciates your talent. I think it's worth considering. What do you think? Zhang Zuoli tilted her head and smugly replied, I think. It sounds good. But mostly, I trust you. She grinned. I'll just do whatever you tell me to, idiot. Lin Zhengren sighed, speechless. It was obvious she hadn't actually processed anything the woman had said. Oh well. As long as she listened to him, things wouldn't go too far off track. He smirked. You're so lucky to have such a multi-talented friend like me. Zhang Zuoli mimicked his pose, crossing her arms and huffing, and I'm lucky to have such a beautiful, patient childhood friend. Any other girl would have lost her mind dealing with someone as dumb as you. Only I am nice enough to tolerate you. The next day, the Children's Talent Agency contacted Zhang Zuoli's parents. When her mom and dad watched the recording of the event, they were stunned. They had no idea their daughter shone so brightly on stage. After a few days of deliberation, research, and discussing it with their daughter, Zhang Zuoli officially joined the local talent agency. Her first step into the world of music. At the same time, as Zhang Zuoli's chapter wrapped up, He-King and Han Wenwen's plan quietly began. 2 weeks before winter break. In the girls' dormitory, He-King, wearing cute cartoon pajamas, crouched on her bed like a little chick, hugging her pillow with a pitiful expression. It was adorable. Han Wenwen sat beside her, munching on chips. Didn't Lin Zhengren spend the whole day practicing taekwondo with you yesterday? Why are you sulking again? He-King's big, glistening eyes stared at her pillow. I'm not sulking. Yesterday was really fun. He trained with me all day, we had lunch together, and he even spent the whole afternoon with me. So? Han Wenwen narrowed her eyes. You're happy when you're with him, but as soon as he's not around, you're miserable? That's some weak medicine. The effects wear off too fast. He-King mumbled her true feelings. It's just. We've been doing these things for years. Training, eating together, going to his house. It's always been the same. Nothing ever changes. But look at Zhang Zuoli. It's only been a short time, and she's already getting closer and closer to him. She turned to Han Wenwen. Have you noticed? Zhang Zuoli loves clinging to Lin Zhengren lately. And last time, for her birthday, he gave her a really nice pair of headphones. Han Wenwen tilted her head. Birthday? Oh, but we got her gifts too. That's different. We're just her classmates, and girls giving each other gifts is normal. But Lin Zhengren. Her voice dropped. He's never given me headphones. Han Wenwen casually poked her cheek with a fox-like smirk. Yeah, but. You don't even listen to music? He-King hugged her pillow tighter, curling into a tiny ball. Still. I'm scared. If this keeps up, one day I'll wake up and he won't need me anymore. 4 years apart. Was too long. Han Wenwen could see it. Back in elementary school, He-King had always been soft-hearted, but she'd never been this insecure before. It was clear. Lin Zhengren meant too much to her. Han Wenwen smirked. Well then. It looks like it's time to use our trump card. I've been analyzing the root cause of why you two aren't making any progress, and guess what? I found the solution. She pulled out a handwritten book and dramatically handed it to Hiking. Behold. A compilation of my wisdom, strategies, and extensive research. I call this masterpiece. She announced each word slowly. The Healin Manual. Hiking blinked, confused. The Healin Manual? I've only ever heard of Han braised noodles. Han Wenwen clicked her tongue. Not even close. Do I look like I'm handing you a recipe? Listen, if you follow the guide step by step, I guarantee that within a year. No, even just 3 months. You'll have Linzengren in the palm of your hand. Curious, Hiking slowly opened the book. She barely read a few pages before her face turned bright red. With a sharp snap, she shut the book immediately. Her voice trembled. This. W. Wenwen, where did you even get this stuff? Chapter 41, Han Wenwen's Plan. Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes innocently. I got it from romance novels. What's with the big reaction? There's nothing inappropriate there. Hiking let out a small gasp, clearly unconvinced. How is this not inappropriate? Let me see. Han Wenwen took the book back, flipping through it. Yeah, there's nothing inappropriate. That's because I wrote it all myself. In my eyes, this book is as pure as can be. Clean and wholesome. Hiking begged to differ. She carefully hugged her pillow and cautiously peeked at the book's contents again. But the more she read, the more embarrassed she felt. Han Wenwen licked the chip dust off her fingers, grabbed a wet wipe, and casually cleaned her hands before continuing. In my opinion, the reason your relationship with Linzengren isn't progressing is because you two have been too close for too long. You've seen that saying online, right? The more familiar you are with someone, the harder it is to make a move. But Zhang Zuoli has known Linzengren for years too, just like me. Han Wenwen leaned against the wall, her imaginary fox ears twitching as she schemed for her best friend. I don't know exactly what's been happening between them lately, but I can guarantee that Zhang Zuoli must have done something different recently. Something she never did before. That change is what's shifting their relationship and making Linzengren feel a new sense of excitement. Hiking blinked blankly, not quite understanding. Han Wenwen smirked. Otherwise, how else would a tsundere like her start winning? I underestimated her. Turns out, she's just as obsessed with Linzengren as you are. Hiking continued to blink blankly, realizing that Han Wenwen was not only talking about Zhang Zuoli, but also about her. A pink flush spread across her face. Han Wenwen continued, so, if you want progress, you need change. That's why I wrote this guide for you. Here, let me read you a few tips. She casually flipped to a page. For example, this one, next time you visit his house, don't just sit there like a statue. Instead, make a small, natural movement to showcase your presence. Nothing too obvious, just a simple action like tucking your hair behind your ear and stealing glances at him. She demonstrated, gently brushing back her hair while looking at Hiking with soft, captivating eyes. See? Doesn't it set the mood? Hiking felt mortified. It didn't seem too bad when Han Wenwen did it, but imagining herself doing it in front of Linzengren? She felt like she'd rather crawl into a sewer and hide forever. Han Wenwen continued, another example. When you're eating, if you don't mind, try taking a bite of something he's already eaten. This kind of indirect intimacy has a huge impact on boys, and you can use it repeatedly. Hiking's entire head disappeared into her pillow. Her brain overheated. This is basically indirect. That. Boom. Mental explosion. Han Wenwen kept going. And here's another one. Since you've already decided on him, you should act on it. For example, if the mood is right, accidentally sit on his lap. Or maybe. She lowered her voice mischievously. Lightly bite his ear. Hiking officially tapped out. She flopped face first onto her bed, wrapped herself in her blanket, and screamed into the fabric. Stop talking, Wenwen. None of this is suitable for our age. It's too embarrassing. Okay, fine. What about just blowing into his ear? A muffled voice came from the blanket. It's the same thing. I could never do that. Even if I somehow forced myself, he'd definitely get mad. He's scary when he's mad. He'd flick my forehead for sure. Han Wenwen imagined Hiking wrapped up like a giant cocoon, picturing all the scenarios she'd just described. Come on, it's not that bad. None of this is even on the level of kissing or hugging. If I liked someone, I'd probably try to seduce him 800 times a day. Hiking peeked out from her blanket, her innocent eyes filled with disapproval. Wenwen, you've been corrupted by romance novels. You're not pure anymore. Han Wenwen burst out laughing and patted Hiking's head. King, you're too cute. Honestly, I have no idea how Linzengren manages to resist you. But If you don't do something, you're gonna lose. And really, what's wrong with being a little more affectionate with the guy you like? Seeing the king hesitate, Han Wenwen leaned in closer, her voice seductive. Why not try it? Maybe it'll actually work. He king bit her lip, thinking for a long time. Then, she suddenly remembered something. Wait, Wenwen. Forget this for now. I have something important to ask you. Just say it. We don't need to be polite. Still wrapped in her blanket, he king sat up, and Han Wenwen instinctively joined her inside, wrapping them both up like two little caterpillars. Only their tiny heads peeked out. Adorable. He king hesitated, then spoke. I'm not in the same class as Lin Zhengren, but I know that besides Zhang Xueli, there are definitely other girls who like him too. He is handsome, smart, and good at everything. He's been popular since elementary school. Han Wenwen agreed. That's true. Even in our class, I've noticed a lot of girls secretly crushing on him. Some even come from other classes just to talk to him. He king's voice got smaller. See, could you? Keep an eye on him for me? Han Wenwen raised an eyebrow. You mean? Make sure he talks to fewer girls? Yeah. Something like that. Han Wenwen smirked. Easy. But just so you know, since I'm his deskmate, if I start watching him more closely, people might start rumors about us. You wouldn't get jealous, right? He king smiled sweetly. Of course not. I asked you to do it. As a thank you, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Deal. They pinky promised. Then, Han Wenwen grinned mischievously. So, about the tips I just gave you. He king buried her face in embarrassment. Let me think about it. The result. After this brilliant strategy session, the one who suffered most for the next 2 weeks was Lin Zhengren. He king, once well behaved, suddenly started acting strangely. For example, she kept tucking her hair behind her ear. Over and over again. Lin Zhengren frowned. Is your head itchy? When's the last time you washed your hair? He king froze, then panicked. And no. I just. Mission failed. Another time, she stared at a half-eaten cookie, struggling to take a bite. Lin Zhengren raised an eyebrow. Are you a hamster? Why are you hoarding my food? Another failure. As for blowing into his ear, she chickened out and just blew at his hair instead. Lin Zhengren's vein twitched. He king. What is wrong with you lately? Stand still. I'm gonna flick your forehead. And so. The only thing she achieved was making him annoyed. Chapter 42, Winter Break and the Liangxin Festival. Since Han Wenwen had promised to help little He king keep an eye on a certain someone, she took her role quite seriously. Whenever a pretty girl from their class came to borrow something from Lin Zhengren, Han Wenwen would deliberately lean on her desk, put on a sly fox-like expression, and say with a soft, affectionate voice, Lin Zhengren, are you coming over to my place this weekend? I bought a new dress. The girl who had originally come over would immediately get flustered and leave, easily connecting the dots. Lin Zhengren turned to Han Wenwen, completely speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? But Han Wenwen was unapologetic, saying whatever came to mind. I'm just hoping my dear king can keep an eye on his childhood friend. One Zhang Xueli is already enough trouble for him. I can't let any more rivals show up. That wouldn't be good for King. Lin Zhengren didn't even want to comment on his fox's antics, but he couldn't ignore the glares from the boys in class. Ever since Han Wenwen transferred in, she had been their unattainable goddess. So now, as she spoke, the male classmates all looked at Lin Zhengren as if they wanted to tear him apart and chew him to bits. Ever since the demon cult maiden appeared by your side, the righteous sect disciples have increasingly viewed you as an outsider. Rumors have even begun to spread that you've joined the demon sect. You must tread carefully on the path ahead, Lin Zhengren. And this wasn't just a one-time thing. In the days leading up to winter break, similar incidents kept happening. Forget girls talking to him. Even if a girl merely glanced at Lin Zhengren, Han Wenwen would deliberately lean in close, flash a curious smile at the girl, and silently declare sovereignty on behalf of her best friend. But the most extreme case happened during class. That day, a girl from another class gathered her courage and approached Lin Zhengren to ask for his phone number. Han Wenwen suddenly appeared beside him, tugging pitifully at his sleeve. Zhengren Jij, who is she? Am I not enough for you? Are you trying to break up with me? She even looked like she was about to cry. The girl, realizing he already had a girlfriend, immediately turned red and ran away. Han Wenwen doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach. Lin Zhengren shot her a look of disdain. Han Wenwen, if you keep pulling stunts like this, people are really going to think you're my girlfriend. Could you quit it already? Han Wenwen laughed for a long time before finally straightening up and looking at him. Are you actually worried about those rumors? Well, too late. I think the whole class has already accepted that I'm yours. She then added with a teasing smile, Besides, have you noticed how the boys in class have been looking at you lately? Not exactly friendly, huh? Lin Zhengren narrowed his eyes. So what you're saying is, you just find it annoying when other guys confess to you, so you're using me as a shield? Han Wenwen gasped in exaggerated shock, covering her mouth as she stared at him with wide eyes. Oh my. Lin Zhengren, you're so smart. I can't hide anything from you. Fine, I'll admit it. Ever since everyone started assuming we're dating, I've had way fewer people bothering me. So I suppose that's an unexpected bonus. She playfully tapped a finger against her lips, glancing into the distance. But my main goal is still to keep other girls away from you. I mean, it's not my fault you're so popular. There are just too many girls trying to get close to you. I have to keep switching up my tactics to block them. As for the rumors, I already warned King about them ages ago, so I'm not worried. She suddenly gave Lin Zhengren a sly, scrutinizing look. Or, could it be that you actually like me? Is that why you're getting all shy when people say I'm your girlfriend? Then, as if having just realized something, she covered her face, blushing dramatically. Oh no. If that's the case, I'll have to tell King. We can't betray her. Even though I do think you'd make a pretty good boyfriend. Lin Zhengren sighed and turned to leave. There was no point talking to this fox. She had long since abandoned the concept of normal human behavior. And besides, foxes didn't understand human speech. Thankfully, winter break arrived quickly. Lin Zhengren no longer had to deal with a drama queen fox and a dumb girl messing with his peace every day. Surprisingly, the school was quieter than expected before break, with nothing major happening. King and Han Wenwen were both heading back to their hometown in the south for the new year, so the four of them said their goodbyes at the station. Han Wenwen, dragging her suitcase, waved at them with a bright smile. Lin Zhengren, Zhang Zuoli, see you next year. I had so much fun this semester. King looked reluctant to leave. She waved her little hand only slightly and whispered, Lin Zhengren, Wenwen and I are heading home. See you after break. If anything comes up, just call me. Oh, and Zhang Zuoli, see you next year. Zhang Zuoli waved back. Lin Zhengren also waved. Be careful on the road. As the high-speed train pulled out of the station, it signified a temporary truce in the battle between Zhang Zuoli and King for Lin Zhengren's attention. And finally, Lin Zhengren could enjoy some well-earned peace. On the way home, he asked Zhang Zuoli if she had any performances scheduled for winter break. Zhang Zuoli shook her head. Nope. The studio said they need to update their equipment this year, so I won't have any gigs until next year. But when I do, will you come with me? Not that I care or anything. I just figured you like watching lively events, so I thought I'd invite you. Lin Zhengren didn't bother arguing. Of course I'll go. It's your first public performance. I need to be there to keep you from getting into trouble. But I have to admit, this winter break is shaping up to be pretty relaxing. Hearing that he would accompany her, Zhang Zuoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. She bit her lip, then started bouncing along the sidewalk with a little skip in her step. This winter break is going to be great. Winter break flew by in a blink of an eye. The days leading up to New Year's Eve seemed to pass in an instant. And on the eve of the new year, Lin Zhengren's cultivation level unexpectedly reached level 39. Just one step away from unlocking a new skill. Since your first step into the cultivation world, you've met Fairy He descending the mountain, wandered the martial world with Zhang the lone swordswoman, and now even caught the attention of the demon cult maiden. After enduring countless trials, you have finally reached level 39, steadily developing the aura of a true master. Current attributes: Strength, 34. At 50, you will unlock the ability to maintain muscle tone without exercise. Stamina, 29. At 60, you will unlock the ability to go all night without fatigue. Endurance, 36. At 70, you will unlock double stamina and triple endurance. Charisma, 40. Unlocked ability, double favorability gain. This allows you to significantly improve social interactions, making strangers more willing to engage with you. In a small town in the south, a certain fox was getting dressed while chatting on the phone, exchanging New Year greetings with her best friend. In her palm, she held a wooden token. One she had received from the Liangxin festival. Carved onto it was a single character, Lin. And today, she planned to go again. Alone. Chapter 43, Too many fated encounters. The southern town wasn't rainy, but it was freezing cold. Wrapped in a thick down jacket and a scarf, Han Wenwen made her way alone to the heart of the Liangxin festival. The ancient tree. Even though today wasn't the festival itself, the area was still inhabited, and the tree remained decorated with colorful lights. A small guard post stood nearby, where an old man was on duty. Han Wenwen approached and asked, "Grandpa, can I draw a token?" The old man smiled at her question. "You're drawing a token for the new year? Did you tie your red ribbon yet?" She lifted the red ribbon she had prepared, decorated with colorful cloth, and tied with the same wish she had written back in elementary school. She was here today to see if the tree's blessing of a true destined partner was really accurate. Under the old man's supervision, she tied the ribbon to the tree and picked a new wooden token. The old man chuckled. This old tree is pretty accurate. The surname I drew back then turned out to be the exact same as my wife's now. Han Wenwen's eyes lit up. Really? But I actually came here once before, years ago. I just forgot the surname on the token. So I wanted to check if it's still the same. Do you think it'll still be accurate? If it's meant to be, fate won't let you miss it, the old man said with certainty. Han Wenwen looked down at the token in her hand, her warm breath puffing into the cold air as she read the carved character. Lin. Her pupils trembled slightly. Then, a smile slowly spread across her lips. Looks like Lin Zhengren really is my true destined one. But King. Han Wenwen shook her head, brushing the thought aside. She bid farewell to the old man and headed back to her uncle's house. The streets were glowing with lanterns, every house lively with celebration. Her uncle's home was no different. Except this year, she was the only one there. Her uncle had gone to spend the new year with his girlfriend's family, naturally not bringing Han Wenwen along. Sitting on the steps alone, her face cupped in her hands, she stared at the wooden token in her palm and murmured to herself, Lin Zhengren really has too many faded romances, doesn't he? Her stomach growled, breaking the silence. She got up, rummaged for food, and reminded herself, next year, I'll have to figure out my own place to stay during break. If I keep staying here, my future aunt is definitely going to get annoyed. At midnight, fireworks exploded into the sky, lighting up the dark with brilliant colors. At the same time, Lin Zhengren's phone buzzed 3 times. One message from Zhang Zuli. One from He King. And one from Han Wenwen. Damas, Happy New Year. Lin Zhengren, Happy New Year. Lin Zhengren, Happy New Year. Lin Zhengren replied to all 3 at once. Half a month later, the new semester began. Han Wenwen and He King returned from the south, and the 4 of them were reunited again. Perhaps because of the break, those 2 were finally a little less chaotic than before. Though they still weren't exactly normal. Han Wenwen continued her self-appointed duty as childhood friend monitor, making sure that in every group project, class, or any situation requiring pairs, she was firmly glued to Lin Zhengren's side. Keeping other girls from getting too close. The 2 of them had also become more familiar with each other, and Han Wenwen seemed increasingly at ease around him. One day, the teacher asked students to recite their assigned readings to each other. Since Han Wenwen wasn't great at studying, she completely blanked out. Lin Zhengren, without mercy, raised his hand and reported, Teacher, she didn't memorize it. During break, Han Wenwen puffed up her cheeks in frustration, glaring at him. Lin Zhengren, you're so heartless. You didn't even try to cover for me. Any other guy would have kept quiet instead of snitching on me. Lin Zhengren remained indifferent. What a shame, I'm not any other guy. He glanced at her and added, besides, you're not even a girl. You're just a fox. She tilted her chin up proudly. Humphrey. A reaction she probably wouldn't have had before. Time passed quickly, and 2 months flew by in what felt like an instant. Then, one day, their class had a mock exam. Han Wenwen ranked near the bottom. The homeroom teacher called her to the office for a serious talk, telling her that if she kept up these grades, she would have no chance of getting into high school. Lin Zhengren happened to walk past the office at that moment. Through the window, he saw Han Wenwen standing there, her expression seemingly unfazed. But having far more life experience than his peers, Lin Zhengren could see it. She wasn't nearly as cheerful as she looked. She was hiding something deeper inside. That same day, during class, Han Wenwen sat by the metal fence, her school jacket draped over her bent legs as she secretly played on her phone. Lin Zhengren looked ahead and remarked, that dumb girl finally stopped pulling stunts on me. I'm guessing you just ran out of ideas for her, huh? Han Wenwen froze for a second, then gave him a sheepish smile. Lin Zhengren, how do you always figure these things out? Lin Zhengren rolled his eyes. Come on. Anyone could tell those ridiculous schemes weren't her idea. If they were, she wouldn't be acting so bizarre all the time. Her brain and her actions never matched. Han Wenwen sighed, setting her phone aside. I really thought all my plans would help King make some progress with you. Even just holding hands would have been nice. But it looks like it backfired. She told me you've been scolding her more than ever lately. Guess I just made things worse. Lin Zhengren didn't bother commenting. They both sat there, watching the green field as students ran and played. Suddenly, Han Wenwen murmured, school life is really nice, huh? She rested her chin on her knees. When I was younger, I hated school. It always felt suffocating. But after I met King, I finally realized school could actually be fun. She was my first friend. Lin Zhengren glanced at her. Why are you suddenly getting all sentimental? Han Wenwen gave him a mischievous smile. Well, since I'm basically your rumored girlfriend, I figured I should at least guess what's on your mind. Like right now, for example. She struck a sultry pose, her fox-like eyes twinkling. I bet you're thinking, what the hell is this fox up to now? So, I figured I'd just answer you directly, Lin Zhengren snorted. Then, Han Wenwen hugged her knees, speaking in a half-joking, half-serious tone. Honestly, with my grades, I probably won't be able to get into high school. That's why I wanted to use this last year to help you two get together. She looked out at the school, her voice softening. Because after middle school, I probably won't see Kinking anymore. She hesitated for a moment, then added quietly, and I probably won't see you again either, Lin Zhengren. Wenwen? What did you just say? Behind the fence, King had arrived, overhearing her words. She froze in place. Han Wenwen's body stiffened. She turned around in a panic, worried King had caught the real meaning behind her words. King? Chapter 44, Renting a Place. Little King overheard the conversation and spoke through the iron fence. Wenwen, did you just say you're not planning to go to high school with us? Han Wenwen let out an awkward chuckle, relieved that King hadn't misunderstood the latter part of her sentence. She scratched her head and said, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that my grades are bad. I probably won't make it. King, ever the enthusiastic friend, didn't see this as a big deal. She ran around the fence, making a wide circle before arriving at Han Wenwen's side. Clenching her small fists, she was both confident and anxious. If your grades are bad, I can tutor you. As long as I help you study every day, you'll definitely get into high school. We're best friends. How could we be separated? Han Wenwen awkwardly stared at her best friend, thinking to herself, if only things were that simple. Lin Zhengren caught a glimpse of the hidden emotion behind Han Wenwen's smile, as if he could already see how this would end. Sure enough, after that day, King began spending extra time tutoring Han Wenwen both in the dorms and on weekends. Han Wenwen, on the surface, seemed to be taking it seriously and did her best not to let King's enthusiasm go to waste. But her grades barely improved. Of course, part of it was that Han Wenwen simply wasn't cut out for studying, but more importantly, she knew that even if she improved, it wouldn't change anything. What she needed now was the ability to support herself, and that worry constantly distracted her. So, when more than a month passed and the final exam results for their 8th grade year came out, King saw that Han Wenwen's scores had only improved by a tiny margin. She was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Han Wenwen spent an entire night comforting King in the dorms, promising that she would do better in the future. Only then did King finally calm down, albeit reluctantly. During the summer break before 9th grade, Han Wenwen didn't return to her hometown in the south with King. Instead, she made an excuse, saying that her uncle had come to the north and that she would be staying here for a while before heading back. So, King had no choice but to take the high-speed train home alone. One day, Lin Zhengren was heading downstairs to buy something when he happened to see a certain fox at the residential gate, inquiring with the security guard, "Grandpa, do you have the landlord's phone number? I'd like to ask about renting a place here." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Lin Zhengren walking out of the residential complex. Their eyes met from a distance. For once, Han Wenwen looked genuinely shocked. She forced a smile at Lin Zhengren and immediately turned to leave. But Lin Zhengren called out to her, "I know of a place where the rent is really cheap. It's close to the school, a bit small, but it might be perfect for you." Han Wenwen, who had been ready to run, stopped in her tracks and turned back, surprised. She spoke honestly, holding up 5 fingers. "But I only have 500 yuan." Lin Zhengren had already expected this. "No wonder you can't find a place. But that's actually enough." Ever since his system showed that his charisma had reached 46 months ago, Lin Zhengren had noticed that as long as his request didn't inconvenience others, people would easily be inclined to help him. Thus, he led the unusually quiet Han Wenwen to a residential complex called Jinxiu Huakang and found the landlord in person to ask about renting a place for a month. At first, when the landlady saw 2 kids trying to rent an apartment, she immediately refused. "You need an adult to come talk to me. And no deposit?" "Absolutely not. I've never done business like that." Han Wenwen sighed. She had expected this response. But then Lin Zhengren spoke, and everything changed. "Big sis, we're students from Xinjiang First Middle School, and we're locals." He casually explained their situation. Han Wenwen thought, what's the point? She had been sweet-talking landlords for days but still hadn't found a place that didn't require a deposit. Yet, to her shock, after hearing Lin Zhengren's words, the landlady's face lit up with delight. What a sweet-talking little cutie. And he even called me big sis." She giggled, covering her mouth. Fine, fine, since you're so young, I won't ask for a deposit. But if we're signing a lease, an adult still has to be present. Han Wenwen was stunned. She actually agreed? Lin Zhengren hadn't said anything special. How did he pull this off? Quickly catching on, she nodded eagerly, pretending to be surprised. That's no problem. I'll just tell my uncle. He'll be here in a few days. Lin Zhengren followed up smoothly. Big sis, could we stay here for a few days first and have the adults sign the contract later? The landlady chuckled again. Of course, of course. Since little cutie asked, how could I say no? Lin Zhengren smiled to himself. This ability is pretty useful. Thank you, big sis. You're the best. The landlady blushed, looking delighted. Such a sweet-talking little guy. She found them a safe, vacant room. A single apartment about 30 square meters, with just a bedroom and a bathroom. Though small, it was spacious and clean, furnished with a simple wooden bed, a table, and a few chairs. The entrance had a security camera, so they wouldn't have to worry about safety. Handing the keys to Lin Zhengren, the landlady said, make sure your guardian comes within a week to sign the lease. After that, you can stay as long as you need. Thank you, big sis. Once the landlady left, completely satisfied with the compliments, Han Wenwen dumbly took the keys from Lin Zhengren's hand. Lin Zhengren smiled. This is your place now. She stood beside him, looking around at her very own space. A bright, amazed smile spread across her face, and for a moment, her eyes shimmered with an indescribable light. Lin Zhengren, you're amazing. Then she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You don't happen to know that landlady, do you? Otherwise, why would she agree so easily? Lin Zhengren kept a straight face and replied without hesitation, maybe it's because I'm handsome and good at sweet talking. Han Wenwen blinked, then suddenly burst into laughter. Tilting her head with a playful smile, she said, you are quite handsome. The best-looking guy I've ever met. She lay flat on the bare wooden bed, gazing at the cozy little room. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled with contentment. I feel so happy. This is the first time in my life I've had a space that's truly my own. Lin Zhengren, sitting on the bed, raised an eyebrow. It's just a rental, not a house you bought. Han Wenwen closed her eyes and smiled. Lin Zhengren, you wouldn't understand. Some things. Only I truly know their meaning. Lin Zhengren blurted out, after sitting next to you for so long, I can take a pretty good guess. You're a fox who hates owing people favors. Living with your uncle must have made you feel like you were constantly in debt. And the school dorms? Even worse. Han Wenwen's eyes snapped open in shock, staring at him. A memory suddenly surfaced. The wish she had written during the Liangxin festival, I hope my future men will understand what I truly want. Lin Zhengren turned to her and added, so yeah, I guess this is your space. Temporary, but at least it's your freedom. Han Wenwen listened to his words in full, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. For a brief moment, the words true destined one flashed through her mind, but before she could linger on the thought, something else struck her. She suddenly sat up, confused. Wait. Lin Zhengren, how do you even know about my uncle? Lin Zhengren hesitated before admitting, last year, that day at the supermarket. I happened to be passing by that street and overheard a bit. I just never told you. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes widened. For the first time, she felt completely exposed in front of someone. He knew. This whole time. Hugging herself defensively, her face flushed red. Lin Zhengren. You're so bad. Chapter 45, Becoming Independent. Han Wenwen turned her head away, puffing out her cheeks like a sulky little fox. Humphrey. I'm never talking to Lin Zhengren again. You made me sound like a total clown. Lin Zhengren gave her a bored look. Why are you always acting cute? Anyway, are you renting this place because you want to be completely independent now? Han Wenwen's expression relaxed. She put her hands down, crossed her legs, and suddenly smiled tiredly. I have to rely on myself. My aunt said they could support me until I graduate middle school, and I could keep asking them for money, but She smiled, eyes curving. But I really don't want to keep living at my uncle's place. It feels awful to be a burden. And for the sake of my uncle's family harmony, as an outsider, I should take the initiative to leave. She placed a finger near her lips, speaking in a bright tone. Think about it. Even my own mother abandoned me when I was little, but my uncle took me in. To me, his kindness is something I can never repay. Now that he has a girlfriend, and my aunt is even pregnant, how could I shamelessly continue staying there and taking their money? If I have even a little bit of sense, I shouldn't drag them down anymore. Lin Zhengren hummed in response, but he knew this little fox was still too young. If I were you, I'd probably do the same. But judging by the place you rented, making money isn't easy, huh? Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes, looking confident. This is the internet age. Even without a job, there are plenty of ways to make money. I earned this 500 yuan by posting fashion tips for girls. Fashion tips. Lin Zhengren recalled how she had been sneaking peeks at her phone, even on the school track. So that's what she had been up to. She leaned in toward Lin Zhengren. Are you worried I'll go down the wrong path? Don't worry, I won't repeat my mom's mistakes. Even if I starve, I'd never do something like that. Lin Zhengren actually had no idea what had happened with her mother. That was something Han Wenwen had just let slip. He exhaled slowly. Want me to help you? Han Wenwen was surprised. Help me? How? You're not planning to lend me money, are you? Of course not. Give me a week. I'm busy practicing songs with Zhang Zuili right now. I'll come find you after that and teach you how to make money. If you follow my lead, you'll definitely earn more than you would on your own. Han Wenwen stared at him in a daze. If any other guy had said this, she wouldn't have believed them. But coming from Lin Zhengren, she didn't doubt him at all. She laughed. All right. Thanks, Lin Zhengren. Oh, and about what I said earlier. You have to keep it a secret, okay? Since you helped me rent his place, kept my secret, and even promised to teach me how to make money, I'll treat you to lunch today. How about hot pot? Don't worry, I'm not the type to blab other people's secrets. I figured. Otherwise, how could you have kept this from me for so long? Han Wenwen bit her lip, looking a little shy. Since you've already helped me this much, can you do me one more favor? I need help moving my stuff. Some of it's too heavy for a girl to carry alone. She tugged on Lin Zhengren's sleeve and acted cute. Zhengren Jej, please? Today, you witnessed the demon cult maiden attempting to leave the demon cult and venture into the martial world on her own. However, her cultivation is still weak, and she knows her limits. Since she has given you elixirs before and helped Zianzi, you choose to lend a hand. You help her find temporary shelter and teach her a martial technique. In return, she offers you a bowl of flame blood transformation soup. This rare demon cult secret technique causes intense burning pain when consumed, but greatly enhances cultivation and strengthens the body. Flame blood transformation soup. Hot pot. Lin Zhengren raised 4 fingers. I'll help you, but you have to treat me to hot pot 4 times. Han Wenwen blinked. 4 times? But I don't have that much money. You don't even have enough for 4 hot pot meals? How are you planning to survive this summer? Earning and spending as you go? Han Wenwen chuckled sheepishly. Lin Zhengren sighed and got up. You're really bold, little fox. Fine, just get the soup base ready. I'll buy the ingredients. Really? Lin Zhengren, you're the best. Don't worry, when I have money, I'll treat you to a huge feast. The two of them headed to the school to pick up her belongings. For Lin Zhengren, carrying a large bag of bedding felt no different than holding a bottle of water. Han Wenwen was stunned. Whoa. Lin Zhengren, you're so strong. I bet you could lift me with one hand. By the time they moved everything into her rental, set up the bed, and unpacked, it was already late afternoon. The little fox had clearly been planning to move out for a while. Her things were surprisingly complete. She even had a kettle, a small frying pan, and a hair dryer. She placed the frying pan on the table, opened the packet of hot pot seasoning, and poured it in. Then, she pulled out 2 cans of beer from her bag and handed one to Lin Zhengren. Here, one for each of us. Lin Zhengren took it but frowned at the can. Wait a second. Don't you tell me you and He King drink this in the dorms on weekends? Han Wenwen, who was about to change clothes, froze. A drop of sweat rolled down her forehead as she turned back. Of course not. King wouldn't drink this. I just bought it. It's my first time trying it. With that, she grabbed a dress and headed to the bathroom to change. Before closing the door, she peeked at Lin Zhengren with her fox-like eyes. Moving was exhausting, so I'm changing into a skirt and a fresh top. Don't peek, Lin Zhengren, I'm not that bored. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. Han Wenwen blinked, thinking to herself, no matter how much I tease him, he never gets embarrassed. Is that normal for a teenage boy? You and the demon cult maiden consumed a pot of flame blood transformation soup together. Your cultivation level has greatly increased. Strength +3, stamina +1. A week later, Han Wenwen's uncle and aunt arrived at the rental. When they saw that Han Wenwen had found a place on her own and had even paid the deposit, they were completely shocked. They signed the lease with the landlord, and during the process, the couple tried to secretly leave 5,000 yuan for Han Wenwen. But she refused, saying she could already make money online, and if she ever needed help, she would ask. Though she declined, her uncle and aunt seemed to feel guilty and left the money anyway. Standing in the hallway, Han Wenwen waved at them with a bright smile. Bye, uncle, auntie. I'll be fine, don't worry about me. Her uncle and aunt waved back as they left. Through the window, Han Wenwen watched them get into their car. Inside, they looked happy together with their newborn baby. A gentle smile formed on her lips. I hope that now that I'm gone, Auntie won't argue with Uncle anymore. The three of them should be able to live happily. But maybe fate had other plans. The next morning, when Lin Zhangren finished helping Zhang Zuolei and went to find Han Wenwen to teach her how to make money, he was met with an unexpected sight. The little fox, looking feverish and groggy, opened the door weakly. Lin Zhangren. You're here. She barely got the words out before she lost her balance, falling straight into his arms. Chapter 46. The feverish little fox. Lin Zhangren reacted quickly, catching Han Wenwen before she could collapse. Leaning against his chest, Han Wenwen murmured, confused, why do I feel so weak? My legs feel so heavy. Her voice was barely above a whisper. And Lin Zhangren, you smell really nice. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Lin Zhangren placed a hand on her forehead. It was burning hot. You're running a fever. Han Wenwen closed her eyes and stubbornly shook her head. I don't think so. I was fine this morning. Just suddenly feel a little tired. Lin Zhangren didn't argue. He simply picked her up and placed her on the bed, pulling the blanket over her. Surprisingly, the little fox, usually so lively, lay there obediently, her fox-like eyes looking up at him, pitiful and droopy. If she had actual fox ears, they would be flattened against her head. Where's your room key? I'll go downstairs and get you a thermometer and some fever medicine. If your fever gets too bad, I'll take you to the hospital. Her long hair spread out on the pillow, and in her quiet state, she looked especially beautiful. You're overreacting. The key is on me. She reached under the blanket, feeling around for a long time but failing to find it. Lin Zhangren lost patience. Where is it? I'll get it myself. In my skirt. Lin Zhangren raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, in your skirt? Han Wenwen lifted the blanket slightly, reached into the pocket of her short skirt, and pulled out the key, handing it to him. Here, in my skirt. Lin Zhangren, who had lived for so many years, learned something new that day. Skirts have pockets? You learn something new every day. He took the key, tucked the blanket around her, and turned to leave. Han Wenwen hesitated before whispering, come back soon. Got it. Just wait here. He went to the pharmacy downstairs and bought fever medicine, cold medicine, a thermometer, and some fruit. It was the middle of summer, and recovering from a fever in this heat wouldn't be easy. When he returned, Han Wenwen had curled into a ball under the blanket. Lin Zhangren closed the door and raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Nothing. Just waiting for you, she replied weakly, her fox-like eyes half-lidded. I mean, why are you curled up like that? Lin Zhangren set a kettle on the stove to heat some water and sat beside her, unpacking the medicine. The usual charm in Han Wenwen's demeanor was gone. She was weak and fragile, almost reminding him of He King. But there was a difference. He King would get shy, while Han Wenwen just kept watching him. After a long pause, she finally answered, oh. I feel cold. Curling up makes me warmer. Lin Zhangren placed the thermometer under her arm. Han Wenwen flinched at the cold sensation and pouted, Lin Zhangren, you're so mean, this thing is freezing. Ignoring her complaints, he asked, have you eaten lunch? She nodded. Are you sure? Han Wenwen blinked. Sure about what? I'm asking if you actually ate lunch. She frowned and thought for a moment before answering, I forgot. Maybe not. Lin Zhangren sighed. These girls never take anything seriously. Fortunately, he was experienced enough to know that you had to ask a sick person the same question multiple times. Otherwise, she'd take the medicine on an empty stomach and end up feeling worse. I'll help you sit up and eat something first. Otherwise, you won't be able to take the medicine. Han Wenwen didn't want to move, burying her face into the pillow. But she also knew her own condition, so she slowly pushed herself up. Only to shiver from the effort. Lin Zhangren let her lean against him and covered her with the blanket. He unwrapped a piece of bread and peeled a banana, handing it to her. She ate slowly, resting against his arm. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message. Someone texted me. Where's my phone? She looked around. Lin Zhangren picked up the pink phone by her pillow and checked the screen. There were a ton of messages. Someone was asking if she had finished writing a makeup tutorial and how much it cost. Someone else was demanding to know when their mobile game account would be leveled up, complaining that she was too slow. Another person insulted her, saying the commission fanfic she wrote was garbage and demanding a refund. New messages kept popping up constantly. Lin Zhangren checked the timestamps and noticed that she had been replying to people at 3 or 4 a.m. Not just last night, but for several nights in a row. You sure have a lot of side gigs, he commented. How many nights have you gone without sleep? Han Wenwen nibbled on her banana, her usually bright fox-like eyes looking vacant. I have been sleeping. I just reply whenever I get a message, so I don't sleep for very long at a time. I told you I'd come in a week to teach you how to make money. Did you really have to grind this hard? Han Wenwen exhaled wearily. I've been looking for ways to make money for a long time. Nothing comes easy. So. She tossed the banana peel into the trash and stared at him. I feel like even if you teach me, it won't be much different. Besides, I don't want to owe you too many favors. You've already helped me a lot lately. Lin Zhengren set her phone aside. When she reached for it, he pulled it away. Did you think I was helping you out of pure kindness? He smirked. I expect something in return, so don't worry about owing me favors. And don't underestimate me. I guarantee you make way more with my help. Han Wenwen pouted, puffing up her cheeks. Underestimating me? Do you really think you're that good, Lin Zhengren? We're the same age. I don't believe you can make more than I do. Facts speak louder than words. I don't have time to argue with you right now. Just take your medicine first. He had planned to hand her the cup, but seeing how out of it she was, he decided to feed her instead. I'll help you drink it. Han Wenwen started to reach for the cup but hesitated, her face turning a bit red. Whether from the fever or something else, she wasn't sure. After swallowing the bitter medicine, she collapsed onto the bed with a groan. Lin Zhengren checked the thermometer. Nearly 39 degrees Celsius. How did it get this high? He shook the thermometer and placed it under her arm again. If her fever didn't drop soon, he'd have to take her to the hospital. Luckily, the medicine worked quickly, and her temperature dropped to a little over 38 degrees Celsius. Seeing that she had finally fallen asleep, Lin Zhengren got up to buy dinner. But the moment he stood, Han Wenwen suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt. She opened her eyes slightly, looking pitiful. Where are you going? Are you leaving me alone? Lin Zhengren raised an eyebrow. You're still awake? I'm just going to buy dinner. I'll be back soon. Han Wenwen didn't let go. She looked up at him with a mix of hesitation and sadness. I don't believe you. My mom used to say that too, but after she left, she never came back. I know I'm just a burden to you guys, but at least today. Can't you stay with me a little longer? Lin Zhengren gently pried her hand off and tucked it back under the blanket. Who said everyone sees you as a burden? King definitely doesn't. She's always considered you her best friend. I'll go get food. If your fever gets worse, I won't leave tonight. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes studied him skeptically. Really? Really? Besides, I've never thought of you as a burden. He smirked. Just a little annoying sometimes. But I still consider you a friend. Han Wenwen smiled softly, finally closing her eyes. Lin Zhengren. Do you know why I keep trying to set you up with King? Her voice grew slower, like she was falling asleep. Because as long as you two are together, I can be at peace. She's my only friend. I've broken up so many couples in my life, so this time, I don't want to. Even if you're my true destined one. Lin Zhengren frowned. True destined one? Han Wenwen cracked one eye open and grinned. Oops, slip of the tongue. Not telling you what I just said. Chapter 47, half dreaming, half awake. Han Wenwen seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Zhengren took the key, went downstairs, and came back with dinner. Judging by her current condition, her fever probably wouldn't go down tonight. So when he went out, he also called his parents to say he wouldn't be coming home tonight. Lin Ziali and Lin Yingjun had always thought their son was braver than most boys his age, often doing things others wouldn't dare. Ranran, you're not coming home tonight? What are you up to? Staying at a classmate's place. Their home's not far from ours. Don't worry. Lin Ziali lowered her voice, asking curiously over the phone, it's not at Zhang Zuali's house, is it? That we can't agree to, Ranran. Lin Zhengren responded, not exactly lying, no. Mom, what are you thinking? It's at another classmate's house. Their little fox is sick, so I'm helping take care of it. Dad. Lin Yingjun gave an O and assumed the classmate was a boy. I see. You scared us. Making friends at your age is a good thing. If anything comes up, call us anytime. Let us know you're safe before bed, and be careful, okay? Got it. Don't worry. Back at the rental apartment with a dinner in hand, Han Wenwen was still curled up on the bed like a cocoon. She looked cautiously toward the sound of the door opening, only relaxing when she saw it was Lin Zhengren. You're back? She even greeted politely. Did you just wake up? Han Wenwen opened her mouth like she was going to respond, but before she could speak, she closed her eyes again and drifted back to sleep. Lin Zhengren figured the cold medicine was kicking in. Plus, she hadn't slept properly in days, so now she was just in a half-awake daze. He sat beside her and started eating the dinner he'd brought back. But he had only taken a few bites when he noticed Han Wenwen's hand reaching out and grabbing the corner of his shirt again. She furrowed her brows like she was searching for something in her dreams. Her curled-up sleeping posture and pained expression from the illness made all of her usual fox-like facade disappear. What was left was pure, raw emotion. Like a little creature abandoned in the forest, alone and lost. Lin Zhengrun gently took hold of her frantic hand. Her tense expression visibly softened into peace and contentment, and she held his hand in return, falling into a deeper sleep. The few hours after taking medicine were usually the most unconscious. That's when she began mumbling dream talk. While eating, Lin Zhengrun listened quietly at her side. Hearing all sorts of things he'd never be able to find out normally. Like how her mother didn't want her when she was born, and how she once overheard her aunt and uncle arguing about her over winter break. And the reason Han Wenwen had everyone in class thinking Lin Zhengrun had a girlfriend. She murmured, actually, the whole thing about the class thinking I'm your girlfriend. That was on purpose. At first, I really was just trying to help little King keep an eye on you. But later on, I started wanting to hang around you more and more. When people said I was your girlfriend, I didn't hate it at all. I even got happy when they said it. I could have explained that we weren't anything, but I didn't. I didn't even know what I was thinking. I don't even know when it started. When I began liking you. Lin Zhengrun's chewing slowed as he cast a disdainful look at this little fox. What is she even saying? Liking me? That's absurd. Han Wenwen held his hand tighter and kept mumbling to herself, maybe I liked you from back at the bus stop. From the first time I saw you, I already thought of you as my boyfriend. You're the only one who knows what I'm really thinking. It's all that damn Liangxin Festival's fault. Made me care about you more and more. Made me more and more curious about you. Until I realized I really was starting to like you. Liangxin Festival? Lin Zhengrun muttered curiously. What's that? But Han Wenwen had already drifted off into more dream talk, mumbling about her childhood now. So Lin Zhengrun pulled out his phone and looked it up. After reading Baidu's explanation, he was stunned. A festival for seeking romantic fate? This little fox is just a kid. He sighed. Kids really shouldn't be running around celebrating random festivals for no reason. Especially when they're still underage. What's the point of asking for romantic fate? Just asking for trouble. After a while, Han Wenwen suddenly opened her eyes like she had woken up. Her first words were, "Classmate Lin Zhengrun? Did you leave?" Lin Zhengrun was playing on his phone and looked over. "Not yet. You awake?" Han Wenwen sluggishly sat up, but then realized one of her hands was missing. Well, not missing, but being held. She turned and saw it wasn't Lin Zhengrun's hand. Her face flushed slightly red. She quickly pulled it back, clutching the blanket with both hands, retreating to the corner of the bed, and stared at him, panicking. Scared classmate Lin Zhengrun, why are you holding my hand? What are you trying to do? Lin Zhengrun was speechless. You think I wanted to? You kept pulling at my shirt in your sleep. I had no choice but to control your hand. Han Wenwen blinked blankly, still not fully awake. Oh, I see. Then she tried to defend herself. Still, you can't just hold a girl's hand like that. She glared at him. Classmate Lin Zhengrun really isn't a good person. You took my hands first time. What kind of ridiculous metaphor is that? Han Wenwen, you've got issues. Then he caught himself. Wait, no, you do have issues right now. You're sick. Han Wenwen stared off blankly, then got off the bed and headed to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore. Classmate Lin Zhengrun, don't peek. Lin Zhengrun didn't even consider her a normal person right now. Right after that, she opened the door again and said, "Oh, and cover your ears. I'm gonna pee." Lin Zhengrun. Insane. Hurry up, Han Wenwen stared him down. I really can't hold it. So Lin Zhengrun reluctantly covered his ears. To be honest, sick Han Wenwen didn't seem much different from a normal girl. Seeing him cover his ears, the little fox finally locked the door with peace of mind and used the bathroom. Afterwards, she came back and lay flat on the bed again. Staring at the ceiling, she muttered, "So sleepy. My head really hurts." Lin Zhengrun handed her dinner. "Since you're awake, eat a little and take your medicine. You'll probably be back to normal by tomorrow morning." Then she'd realize all the absurd things she said tonight. Han Wenwen, with her fox-like eyes, stared at him. Being sick had made her speak and act without thinking. Classmate Lin Zhengrun, why are you so good-looking? Back then, guys always said I was pretty and that they liked me. I never understood what they meant. But after seeing you, now I do. It's the feeling of wanting to make you mine. Lin Zhengrun sighed. So are you going to eat or not? Han Wenwen suddenly pouted. Why are you being so mean? I didn't do anything. Call me Wenwen and I'll eat. Lin Zhengrun felt like flipping the table. Eat or don't. Han Wenwen bit her lip, then turned her back to him. So mean. I don't want to talk to you anymore. She paused, then clutched her head. Ugh, my head hurts so much. Trying not to stoop to a sick person's level, Lin Zhengren still held the dinner and medicine out. Come on, eat. After you take the medicine, scoot over. Leave me some space. Do you think I don't need to sleep tonight? No response. Reluctantly, Lin Zhengren muttered, Wenwen. Han Wenwen turned back with surprise and smiled shyly. Didn't catch that. That was it. Lin Zhengren, unable to hold it in, gave her a solid forehead flick. Finally, she behaved, obediently ate, took her medicine, and lay back down. She cursed him for not being a good guy when she first woke up, but now, even in her sleep, she tried to hold his hand again. So Lin Zhengren grabbed a pillow to create a barrier between them. Yet she still tried to reach over it. He had no choice but to dodge. Han Wenwen kept feeling around. Where's the hand? No hand. I didn't grow hands. Liar. Classmate Lin Zhengren isn't a fish. You totally have hands. Where are they? I just didn't grow them. He growled, feeling her fingers touching all over his arm. You stinky fox. Take your hand off my arm. I said I didn't grow any. Why are you so mean? And calling me names, too. Stinky fox. I'll say what I want. It was a maddening night. Even Lin Zhengren didn't know how he made it through peacefully with his fox by his side. Until the next morning, when daylight came. Han Wenwen's fever had gone down quite a bit. But when she woke up and turned to see Lin Zhengren's sleeping face on the pillow next to her, the memories from the feverish night slowly returned. Her face instantly turned red. Her eyes stared at him in panic. For the first time in her life, she was blushing that hard. What the hell did I do last night while I had a fever? Chapter 48, when he spent the night at someone's house. Lin Zhengren was jolted awake by the movement beside him. He slowly opened his eyes and turned his head. Only to see a completely frozen Han the Fox, huddled in the corner of the bed, her brain seemingly crashed. Lin Zhengren carefully observed her expression and movements, wary that she might still be acting like she did yesterday. Fortunately, his worst fears didn't come true. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes fluttered. Her memories were fragmented but still relatively clear. She had totally been acting spoiled with him last night. Lin Zhengren, good morning. Han Wenwen awkwardly waved, pressing her lips together in a nervous smile. Her expression was a complicated mix of emotions, hard to put into words. Lin Zhengren, however, let out a small sigh of relief and sat up. Last night, she had been so unbearable that he ended up letting her hold his hand until the latter half of the night, when he finally managed to slip away. His palm had even gotten sweaty from it. You're finally back to normal? How do you feel today? Han Wenwen did a quick self-check. Much better than yesterday. I actually feel pretty refreshed after sleeping. Just a little sweaty. Lin Zhengren glanced at the air conditioner, which was set to a comfortable temperature. Sweating a bit is good. But don't take a shower yet. Wait until you're fully recovered. Almost instinctively, Lin Zhengren reached out and touched her forehead. Han Wenwen's cheeks immediately flushed, but now that she was fully conscious, she quickly forced herself to suppress the reaction. She simply stared at him blankly. He gave a small nod. Still a little warm. Summer fevers don't go away so easily. Let's check your temperature again. He got out of bed, grabbed a thermometer, and tossed it to her before heading to the bathroom to run the tap. Han Wenwen watched him move around naturally, completely unfazed. The moment he disappeared into the bathroom, she could no longer hold back her embarrassment. Covering her face with one hand, she inwardly cringed at herself. What the hell did I do yesterday? I really hope Lin Zhengren doesn't remember a single thing. She placed the thermometer under her arm. Just as she was waiting for the reading, Lin Zhengren returned from the bathroom. He mentioned he was heading out to buy breakfast. Just as he was about to leave, Han Wenwen called out, yesterday. Thanks for staying with me, Lin Zhengren, and for buying me medicine and food. If you hadn't, I might have actually ended up in the hospital today. Lin Zhengren turned back to look at her. She gave him a bright, cheerful smile. I really want to say don't mention it, but after everything you did yesterday. Han Wenwen knew he hadn't forgotten. Her face burned with embarrassment. She quickly held up a finger, putting on an innocent, playful look. That was because I had a fever. People do weird things when they're sick. Just think of it as me owing you a favor. I'll make it up to you somehow. That's more like it. Just treat me to a few meals once you have money. Lin Zhengren glanced at her. What do you want for breakfast? I'll go grab it downstairs. Han Wenwen thought for a moment and answered at the same time as him, Basie? The two of them froze for a moment, stunned by their unintentional synchronization. It wasn't the first time they'd been this in sync. Lin Zhengren simply nodded. Got it. Just as he turned the doorknob, Han Wenwen asked the question that had been eating away at her. Lin Zhengren, besides me clinging to you yesterday, did I say anything else? Something that might have really surprised you. She stared at him intently, afraid she might have let something slip that she absolutely shouldn't have. The problem was, her mind had been caught somewhere between reality and dreams last night. She had no idea what parts were real and what were just her fevered imagination. Lin Zhengren thought back to what she had said yesterday afternoon. Confessing that she liked him. Talking about the Liangxin festival. You said a lot. But nothing particularly shocking. Han Wenwen let out a small sigh of relief. But oddly enough, she also felt a tinge of disappointment. She never wanted to interfere with Lin Zhengren and King, but if she had confessed in that feverish state, what would his answer have been? Oh, by the way, Lin Zhengren, even though I was a little out of control yesterday, I've never acted spoiled toward any other boy before. You're the first one. Lin Zhengren responded with a simple "oh," before heading downstairs. Han Wenwen sat there in silence, listening to the sound of the door closing. Then, she muttered to herself, no matter what I say, he never gets embarrassed. He really has zero interest in me, huh? Her mind short-circuited for a while. Then, she quickly grabbed a mirror from the table and checked her reflection. An oval face, fox-like eyes, delicate lips. Her features were flawless. She knew she was exceptionally good-looking. Otherwise, so many guys wouldn't have liked her. Yet, she couldn't understand it. Pressing her hands against her cheeks, she frowned at the mirror. Am I not pretty enough? No way. Then why do all the other guys blush when they talk to me, but Lin Zhengren doesn't? She pouted. So this is what it feels like when someone you like doesn't like you back. Ugh, I hate it. What does he like, anyway? A while later, Lin Zhengren returned with the Bazi, only to see Han Wenwen on a phone call with little He-King. Through the receiver, He-King's voice was sweet and soft. Wenwen, when are you coming back? It's been over a week already. Han Wenwen waved a hand at Lin Zhengren as he entered the room, trying to keep her tone casual with her best friend. I don't know. My uncle is still busy here. It might take a while longer. I'll let you know when I'm heading back. He-King sighed. All right. Oh, right. Her voice suddenly turned urgent. Wenwen, I talked to Lin Zhengren's mom yesterday. She said he wasn't home last night. He spent the night at a classmate's house. Han Wenwen nearly choked. Her gaze flickered to Lin Zhengren, who was casually unpacking their breakfast. She leaned back against the bed awkwardly. Really? Where could he have gone? Lin Zhengren, of course, could hear the phone conversation perfectly well. But he simply acted like he hadn't. He-King sounded nervous. I have no idea. Aunt Lin said he stayed over at a male classmate's house. Because of some injured animal? Han Wenwen broke into a cold sweat. He-King was suspicious. Wenwen, you're in the same class as him. Does he even have any close guy friends? I've never heard of any. This is so weird. I'm just worried that. She hesitated, then suddenly blurted out in a panicked voice. Wenwen. What if he actually spent the night at a girl's house? No way, right? What if he was at Zhang Zuoli's place? Her voice grew hoarse, as if she were on the verge of tears. Han Wenwen rushed to comfort her. What are you even thinking, King? No way, absolutely not. You know Lin Zhengren. He would never do something like that. Her fox-like brain went into overdrive. As for close guy friends, he doesn't really have any. Maybe that's just an excuse? Who knows what he was actually doing? Remember when he took the train to see you? He must have made up an excuse to tell his parents then too, right? He-King sounded even more upset. Wenwen, are you saying he did go to another girl's house? Otherwise, why would he lie? Han Wenwen turned her head to look at Lin Zhengren, who was calmly eating his breakfast.